cannot stand by and end. I am doom.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Legends of Runeterra World Championships. My name is Nekra, and I am honored to be your desk host this weekend. And I am joined by an incredible team of casters to take you through all of the action. First two that I'd love to introduce are Boulevard and Skarzig. How you doing?
Yo, what's up, everybody? I'm so glad to be here, finally, on the desk. So many important games about to happen over the course of the next few days, and we're just getting started.
I'm happy to be here as always.
It's going to be such a good time. We're also going to be rotating in with Casanova and Silverfuse as well. But there's one more person that we need to introduce. I don't think you need an introduction, but we are so excited to have our inaugural Legends of Runeterra World Champion with us, Alan ZQ.
Welcome, everybody. Glad to be here. I'm looking forward to casting all the amazing games at the Worlds. And yeah, hope they're going to be great.
I think we're in for some pretty good games. And I mean, you've been here yourself, you've been through the whole thing. What do you think the feelings are of the players that are going to be competing this weekend?
Oh, we're gonna go from all the scale of the emotions, from being calm, ready, to completely stressful and shaky. From the players without experience might have a rough time at the start, maybe they'll get better later on.
Well, how did we even get to this point of being at the World Championships? It's been a long season, and players have had to go through a lot in order to qualify to get to this point.
Yeah, so the players needed either to play the ladder or the seasonals, gather points, to have a shot at qualifiers to the Worlds. And if they did well there, they got here. The AM got 6 players, APAC has 5 players, and the EMEA has 5 players as well.
I mean, the players have been struggling and prepping this entire time with the meta shifts and new sets we've gotten in balance patches, so they are hopefully fully ready to go.
They're going to have to be. It's going to be 3 days of competition that all of these players are prepared for. Let's talk about the format of this weekend, as we do have our top 16 players globally that we have gathered for this weekend's tournament. Those 16 players have been broken down into 4 groups, and they will play a round-robin format today where each match will be a best of 3. Our top 8, which will be the top 2 from each group, will meet each other in the final bracket, which will be single elimination on Saturday. For today, we are going to go through groups C and D for round robin, so we're bringing you 12 matches of action. On top of all of that, with the championship title, these players are also competing for $200,000 of prizing. And the cherry on top of it all, we've got another fantastic Legends of Runeterra World Championship trophy. I mean, take a look at this thing.
It looks so clean, custom made, custom shipped right to your door, and it's got a good heft to it. I think that it's going to be a fantastic centerpiece for our crowned champion.
Yeah, that's absolutely amazing. Like, trophy-wise, like the last Worlds, like we didn't know until it was shipped. Absolutely amazing, unique. Like, we got a lot of feedback. That was the best trophy people have seen ever.
Yeah, it's such a beautiful trophy to compete for. And now you know what the players are going to be playing for this weekend. But viewers, we haven't left you out of things either. Check in the broadcast this weekend to get exclusive drops in-game for Legends of Runeterra. Keep an eye out for all of those goodies coming your way as you watch the broadcast this weekend. But we've got to talk about the players that are competing. We've got 16 amazing players that have made it to this stage of the competition. And as we take a look at how they've spread out into the groups and just overall who is competing this weekend, what region or players stand out to you?
So I'm personally really big on South Korea. FNP Chenia and AFTV Reroll, I think they are one of the strongest countries in APAC. And unfortunately, we're just absent from last year's World Championship. Back when it was just the Asia shard, it was just South Korea and Japan. We had Yamato representing that entire region, of course, making it all the way to the finals. So now I'm very curious to see how what I perceive to be one of the strongest regions, home to like JO1, someone who has dominated the ladder across the globe, being ranked 1 on all 3 servers at different points.
I mean, when it comes to strong regions, we cannot count out EMEA. I think that they were the forerunners of really pushing Runeterra to the highest levels of play throughout last year and this year. And I've got my eyes on Baya. He is just the golden child. He's been so hungry. And in terms of prep, he's got it locked down.
Staying in EMEA, we have also Teddy, which is definitely one of the favorites and a big background in the competition. Definitely will be calm and ready for the games. Had recent success in the seasonals. And then going into AM, we have What Am I? Also one of the bigger names, very, very consistent player without a big win yet, but maybe that'll change this weekend.
Consistency, familiarity with the competition, definitely keeping my eyes on What Am I and Baya, who are back for a repeat run at the World Championships. So we'll have to see how they do this year. But we also got a chance to talk to some of the players about their preparation for the World Championships. So let's hear what they had to say.
Yeah, I'm excited. It's my second time here. Hopefully I'm gonna do better than last time. But yeah, I'm very happy. I didn't expect it, honestly, but I worked hard, I prepped well, and hopefully it's gonna pay off now.
I'm feeling great. I've worked really hard to get here, and it just feels amazing to be able to play on the big stage and represent like one of my favorite decks in the entire game. I'm extremely excited to be playing, and I can't wait.
Yeah, I'm just so excited to be here. I've been preparing and practicing this whole year for every tournament, and I got lucky in the most important one. You know, I missed cutoff of all of the seasonals beforehand of the prize pool by like one game win, and then my luck showed up where it counted in the Worlds qualifier, and so I couldn't be happier. That's how I would have chosen for my luck to play out if I had the choice. So. Very ecstatic to be here. Really excited to show some interesting decks. I have some pretty cool brews, so.
Another factor that these players have had to add into their Worlds preparation is a new expansion coming to Legends of Runeterra. And to bring you through all of the wonderful details about this expansion, we have a special guest with us today, game designer Ruben Zhu. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Seeing all these players come all year, come down to one tournament that has to be played right on expansion day. Expansion just came out yesterday. Players have been playing for a week. I'm just so excited to see what they're up to.
Well, so tell us a little bit about the World Ender expansion and some of the key elements to it.
The World Ender expansion is all about champions going on epic journeys. We have Ryze collecting the world runes, Kale's becoming empowered and fighting back against Aatrox, and Aatrox, a World Ender absolute unit, just absolutely dominating. I'm excited to see all this mid-range action to come out of these champions.
Is there anything else that you're excited to see or think that you might kind of have influence on the meta this weekend?
Yeah, I'm specifically excited to see Aatrox. I mean, in Dev, I played a ton of Vayne Aatrox. It was kind of my pet deck. Just love the World Ender, being able to sort of transform all of your units into Darken. Hell yeah, I'm so into that. You have the Aatrox himself, who can be revived essentially by passing the World Blade off to another unit, or sorry, the Darkened Blade, and then playing the World Ender. It just really gives these sort of mid-range Demacia decks the ability to sort of go super late game and play these awesome Darken, which is really exciting. For all of the year, we've been slowly releasing the Darken out, and now all 10 Darken are finally here on Runeterra. Just so excited to see what players do with them.
I think we're all really excited to see how that's going to go down. Any final thoughts about the World Championships?
Yeah, just final thoughts are I'm, very honored to be here. I'm excited that all these players put time and effort into Legends of Runeterra. It's something that I've been working on for like 5 years. So, yeah.
Oh, well, we can hear the emotion, we can hear the passion, and we thank you so much for your commitment to Legends of Runeterra. Ruben Zhu, thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast.
Yeah. Thanks for me.
We are very much looking forward as well to just kind of hearing from our analysts about how this expansion is going to impact the tournament meta. So give me your thoughts, like where do you think we're going to go this tournament?
Well, first of all, we know that players had only a week to prepare into the new expansion. That's crazy from the competitive perspective. A week to prepare for the Worlds? Like, there is no net decking. Everyone has to prepare their own lineup. You can go with different strategies. You can go with the old decks, maybe take in something, or prepare a completely new strategy. What do you guys think about it?
I mean, I think that there are some champions that are a little bit more complex than you can really figure out in just 7 days. Kale and Ryze come to mind specifically as ones that are absent from the World World Championship currently, and just their mechanics are a little bit more difficult. And we've seen champions like that in the past. Heimerdinger comes to mind. Didn't immediately come out of the gate in Foundations as a strong deck. It takes a little bit more time to find the right combination of cards or maybe even regions.
Yeah, the players are going to be focusing first and foremost on taking the powerful cards from the new set and just slotting them into their existing comfort picks, not making too many drastic changes to their overall lineup. But I think that when we looked at all the deck lists that we have available, Aatrox is certainly making a massive splash. And I'm looking forward to seeing a lot of these Darkin duke it out, because that is one of the most exciting things I love about these weapons is they're great early game play, transitioning into a late game powerhouse unit.
I mean, we've seen the meta shift over the course of the year, even just up to this point. So where do you feel like the meta was before versus more of maybe the mid-range strategies that we're going to see?
Before we had a bit more grindier meta. Now we got there is a lot of new tools for being aggressive, ending the game faster, pushing away stuff like a barkeep that we had before, making Seraphine a lot more exposed to the faster stuff. So players, depends where they'll go. Like there are strategies where you can bring the triple lineup of the SI. Just it's hard for the certain decks to deal with those. You can bring triple champion strength, as we're gonna see probably some players did. And we can see also players target a specific deck to just beat it, like ban the counter deck and just beat one specific one.
Yeah, I'm super looking forward to seeing how each of these players have approached preparing for the World Championships as we do get ready for our very first matchup of today. Super excited about this one because we do have one of our returning players in Baya going up against Maddie 24 Mayo. What do you make of this matchup?
I mean, Baya, he's, like I said, he's prepped. I think pound for pound, the players that he's tested with, especially for the World Ender set, has been putting him in the position for success. And he's on that Red Gwen, a deck that's just been so well positioned for such a long time. And as the meta has shifted and nerfs have come through, it's now at the top of the meta game, and the players have to respect it.
I mean, don't get me wrong, Maddie's solid, but I feel like there's still some room for improvement when we look at sort of the history of Maddie 24 Mayo as a player. And Baya is just so pedigreed. Seasonal champion, returning from the top 16 of Worlds last year, insane prep group. It's just kind of stacked against Maddie at this point.
Yeah, so we can see that Maddie brought one completely new deck, one old deck with a change of card, and one completely old deck.
Oh, what's happening? Oh my god. It looks like Aatrox is taking over the stage right now. Is the world ending? I think the world is ending.
Definitely is. Aatrox is the world ender, and we know that he only shows up at the scene of a climactic battle, so we know that he's here and he's about to throw down.
I think so. Oh my gosh. How do you beat Aatrox?
I mean, we need some champion strength, guys.
You know what that is. You know all about that, Alan.
Yep. There's gonna be a lot of that in all the series.
Yeah, I mean, if Pantheon can't do it, I don't know who can. Hopefully, one of our top 16 competitors can rein in his strength and use it for their own.
We're definitely going to see that come to the fold as we do get ready for our first match of the day. But before we send it over to Casanova and Silverfuse to take you through that first match, let's hear about Baya preparation for the World Championships.
I have this year different scrim partners. I prepare with different people. I, for example, prepare with Alan. I prepare with different people. I think I also give it a little bit more time because it was needed for the new expansion. And I feel very well.
Hello and welcome everyone to the Caster Desk for the first time here at the World Championship. I'm Casanova, joined by Silverfuse, and we are about to jump in to a match between Baya and Maddie 24 Mayo. Silver, this matchup is so exciting. Two of the top of Group C. What are you making of this matchup so far?
I mean, this is a big match to start off with. I mean, whoever takes this down is going to feel pretty comfortable going into these future games, and just leading off with a win feels so good in a tournament as big as this, and it's an elimination day. If you lose too many games, you're done.
Yeah, and we're taking a quick look at those bans. Actually, no, we have no time for bans, no time for anything. We're getting into the mull straight away. Maddie gonna find that Annie for that turn one, having a Death's Hand, a couple of big card draw cards here to start cycling, but not a ton of early pressure just yet. And Baya, I do not think, has gone for his mull quite yet, so we will see what he picks up. We didn't quite catch it at the end there.
Looks like
but
a full mulligan for him.
at those quick bans, Seraphine was taken out of the way, so the Vayne is going to come through. We were expecting the Vayne ban coming into this from Maddie, but he does ban the Seraphine instead. And I think that this Vayne deck, we are considering one of the strongest, if not the strongest deck coming to this tournament.
Yeah, it's a deck that I really wouldn't want to face, but we do know that Maddie loves Nox's control, and maybe felt like this is a deck that he could take down this Vayne deck with and get a free win with. There's a possibility of that, but we'll have to see what happens.
Yeah, well, immediately running into that Formidable on the other side, going to deal 3 damage to the face. Baya already putting some pressure down with that Broadwing, as we do have the Katarina for Maddie. Gonna hit the board.
Yes, this Katarina on 3 is hard to deal with for Demacia. There isn't a way to just ping it off or anything, so it likely is going to be able to activate an attack, and the Annie's still looking pretty good here too. Maddie's, I mean, I'm really liking his spot here. What do you think, Cass?
Yeah, I think he's in a decent position for sure. He has a couple of ways to get pings down onto whatever blockers come through for Baya. Baya not having a super solid play until 4 here. He does have the Vayne on 3 to play on curve if he would like, but he does not have a great way to currently deal with this Katarina. We do see there is the fish fight available, which is going to be a potential way to strike at this and try and shut it down.
Yeah, the only way, and I mean, we're taking down the Annie.
Yep, going to be prioritizing the Annie over the Katarina. Maddie only having the 2 mana to play cannot prevent the Annie from going down. He's just going to let this resolve as that strike comes through. And Baya going to just probably take this 3 from the cat. There it is. There's the level up. Maddie's got that in the back pocket for these rallies.
Yep, there's always going to be that additional pressure with this Katarina. I mean, at 4 mana, she's still pretty costly, and we do see Maddie's hand is now, I mean, there aren't units in his hand.
Yeah. It's a clunker. I mean, he's got 2 ways to draw, but that just slows his tempo so much. And with Baya starting to curve out into these 4 and 5 drops, he's going to have the opportunity to start filling this board with some incredibly strong Demacia units that I'm not sure that Maddie is going to be able to deal with the current hand. These Make It Rains are a little bit drawing dead. He can combine them with the Death's Hand, he can combine them with the trades, but he's going to end up trading 2 for 1, losing out in value.
Yep, and as we know, Demacia just keeps on going. The stats are a lot. We have a couple challengers here, but really, I mean, earlier I was saying Maddie looked pretty good, but I mean, after that fish fight, Baya is looking so much better.
Yeah, and I mean, having Tough on the Ranger Knight as well, it's making it so all these spells that Maddie has are essentially useless. It really comes down to the minion combat, the follower combat, and Maddie is sitting on a Katarina and a Zap Spray Fin, and that's all that he's got. And we mentioned the draw, like it is there is the ability to dig deeper into this deck, but the fact is you needed a quick start to go under this Vayne deck, and it's just not happening.
Yeah, I mean, and if you play League of Legends, you know that Katarina, she loves to kind of wait back and go in with a team, but when you have no team, I mean, things can kind of focus her down, and in this case, she has no team to back her up, so nothing to rally, and as we said earlier, these Demacian stats are just, they're a lot to deal with for this deck, and that's one of the reasons we were thinking that it might have been one of the bans is, I mean, it's a well-built deck, it's been well-tested, and it's just still such an awkward hand here for Maddie. Make It Rain will go ahead and clear that Broadwing, or Protector, though.
Yeah, I think Maddie's actually happy with that Make It Rain. It's not going to find a lot of value in this game, especially at this stage, but being able to pick off one of these units is going to give him a little bit more time. But he's pulling more Eye of Nagakiboros here, which is just another way to draw cards. He doesn't need more of that. He's got one. He's got a Whispered Words in hand. He needs to find some of his units because right now Baya is going to be able to start to overwhelm. And we're looking at Baya having that additional fish fight. He's already got an answer to just keep up mana for any time that Maddie tries to replay this Katarina. It's definitely a tough situation for Maddie to be sitting in.
Yeah, this is not the hand that you wanted. I mean, you can still see that he is, you know, keeping calm and trying to figure out what is the best move here, giving yourself the best odds, even if your hand isn't favorable. But man, having to spend 5 mana at least summons a blocker, but I mean, this blocker compared to these Demacian units does find the Ravenbloom Conservatory to start getting that going, but at the same time, we need units, we need a little bit stronger removal here as well.
Yeah, it's certainly feeling tough, and one of the things in this matchup, we didn't get a good chance to break it down before because we dove right into this, but Silver, we thought Conservatory may be a weak point for Maddie in this matchup against Baya. We felt like, hey, maybe this is the deck that Baya 2-0s, even if he loses one of the other games, and so far it's looking like Maddie is tough pressed to find a victory here in the first game against Vayne.
Yep, that is definitely the case here, where we were indeed saying that this might be the weak link. A lot of players brought this into the World's qualifiers and did well with it, but Maddie is the only person who brought this deck to the World Championship. And so that tells me that maybe during these Worlds qualifiers, players were saying, you know what, I didn't really like the way this performed. With these new cards, I think there's something better. But personally, I love Ravenbloom Conservatory, so I would like to see it stick around, and I want to see it pop off. I think it's such a fun card. I love the design of it. So maybe next game we get to see a little something more, but we'll have to see what happens this game first, although it is looking really tough here for Maddie.
Yeah, I mean, Maddie being our Chilean representative coming into this World Championship. Last time we had Chelo come in, have a pretty strong performance in groups, even though he fell out. The two people that made it past him in groups were Yamato and Alan ZQ, who were the finalists of the tournament.
So 1 and 2, I mean, that's just a bit unlucky there.
And this has been a very strong region. LATAM has been very good for the Americas. Maddie being able to prep with some very strong players like Chelo, like Jaitamunda, coming in and getting that help. Sticking with a comfort pick, it feels like in their tests, playing something that is comfortable for Maddie was making the most sense. And here we're seeing just the struggles that that deck is having with this kind of new look on Vayne with the Aatrox included.
Yeah, Maddie is known for playing Tri-Beam decks, loves playing Tri-Beam, has fallen out of the meta for a bit now, but knowing that he does have that comfort on Nox control. But as we said, just the cards are not falling in his place right now, and really, Baya's hand wasn't the greatest start either, but it's good enough. It's Demacia, it's pretty hard to break out on this, and there isn't a ton of aggro around, so you don't get punished here.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the attack token, there's not much mana, gonna be able to send this fish fight forward, but there is at least an answer for Maddie. This was looking like just game if he did not have a way to deal with this.
Yes, if he didn't have a way to deal with this, I mean, that's too scary of a board, and even now, down to 2 health. The reach, there isn't any rallies here for Baya, but we see plenty of stats that are going to be hitting the board. We got challengers in hand. Oh, we even have, you see him now?
The World Ender is here. Aatrox has arrived for Baya. He doesn't even need this Aatrox to finish this up. It's 2 HP. If there wasn't that answer with that 2 mana left for Maddie, I actually love Baya forcing the issue, being like, hey, have an answer with your 2 mana, or this is lethal. I am winning right now. And yes, Maddie had the answer, but still, it's so much pressure from Baya that he's exerting, and he has some follow-up in the hand ready to go to keep putting this pressure on. 2 health left, no healing. Baya having a board where Maddie does not. I mean, this is just to that point where Maddie's like, okay, I still need to find a win with this deck. Vayne seems like this is a problem for me. What are we doing against Red Gwen?
Oh, and Baya saying this, saying your best play is playing a 4-mana rally without units. You must be struggling. Baya is a top-notch player. He understands what this means. He probably feels incredibly comfortable after seeing that.
Yep, he's just going to go for the tumble.
And we will see if Maddie decides to do anything during this.
Yep, here it goes. I mean, it starts the attack. You're going to have to block with Katarina or you're dead. So, you know, if you don't have much of an option tree here, you could go next. I mean, Alan has talked about the benefits of an early surrender to save mental if the percentage of your win is very low. But here, yeah, going to lose that. We get the rally coming through, and you know, Maddie going to just try and clear away this Vayne, but Baya still having 6 mana to play with. He's got the ability to play double Laurent. Both of them are going to threaten lethal, so you go as wide as possible and be like, Maddie, you haven't been able to play a unit in 6 turns. Do you have one now?
Yeah, I mean, usually we talk about, man, this person didn't draw their champs, but this time Maddie only drew his champs, and his champs, they didn't come in at the time he necessarily wanted. So we're going for a clear here on Vayne, just trying to stop lethal, but we will see additional pressure here.
Yeah, he's tapped out. That's double Laurent. That's just, all you need is the 2 damage, and that's going to push through. Baya going to grab game 1, one of our tournament favorites, has 8 seasonal top cuts. Baya taking the first win in game 1 here against Maddie. And I think that's going to set him up really well. But again, this was kind of expected. We were thinking Conservatory can be the weak point in Maddie's lineup against Baya. This could be a 2-0 on Conservatory specifically. And if Maddie can find the win with Conservatory, then Baya starts to become in trouble. But Red Gwen is going to be that deck remaining for Baya.
Yes, and Red Gwen, of course, we have seen it. I mean, we've seen it a lot. It's become very popular, and we'll have to see what these mulligans end up looking like, and looks like we are going to be sticking with the Conservatory deck, trying to get that win, knowing that, I mean, I wonder if Maddie feels the same way of like, hey, this is my weak point, I need to win with this anyway, I'm going to give myself the best shot by queuing it up first.
Oh, absolutely, yeah, you just kind of look for that win. You see that ban quickly popped up on the screen as well, but here we go into game 2. Baya on the Red Gwen. This deck looked good. It picked up some very strong tools here in the expansion. The Redeemed Prodigy, especially if you're attacking on 2, but Baya is not. Baya was attacking on the odds, so gonna go with that early 1-drop, get that rear guard down, send forth 3 damage to Maddie's face already, and he's got the Katarina in hand to try and get that rolling and have that rally pressure.
Yeah, we see once again Maddie's still struggling. Oh, just not the way you want to start off a tournament. I mean, hopefully, you know, continue to keep that mental, but double Rex in the hand. But we do have 2 Make It Rains to get a clear here.
It'll get it done. It'll get it done. And I mean, that's what you need right now. You can't let that Redeemed Prodigy swing. The way Alan has described this to me, and it's a great way, I think, is to think about it like Catalyzer in Darkness, right? Darkness gets that Catalyzer down. If it gets to swing, it gives you that extra damage on your Darkness, and a lot of times it getting one hit in can win a matchup. With Redeemed, it's going to be able to summon an additional attacking Hallowed unit, and so it's increasing your Hallowed count by that 1, so that can cause serious problems as that game carries on. It's worth so much extra damage, you don't want to let it ever get an attack off.
I love this pass here from Maddie. I absolutely love it. Being able to say, hey, you have a 2-1 on board, I can deal with that. You know, if you want to not develop, go ahead. And Bio said, you know what, I'm good with that too. Also kind of having a, you know, slightly awkward hand here himself.
Yeah, for sure. And Maddie, with that rough hand, finding passes, finding ways to extend this game with the double Rex hand is all he needs to do against this Red Gwen. He cannot let this game accelerate. So if he can find opportunities to get those passes, that's beautiful. He even sets up here, he gets Baya to develop, and then a big red card. This is how you win the matchup against Red Gwen with Conservatory, is finding this big TF red card and then potentially moving towards the level up. And we've got Eye of Nagakaboros to help with that draw.
Yeah, I mean, Maddie looking a lot better in this game than last time. Quite as well go ahead and take down the Twisted Fate. In most cases, we're not really expecting him to level up regardless. But, you know, it's a good way to clear him off. And now we're kind of struggling for units here. We have so many just high-cost cards in the hand right now. 2 Harrowings, 2 Riptide Rex. This game is going to be going on for a bit.
What's funny is, like, Baya's got these 2 Harrowings, so at a certain point, he's like, okay, well, if everything stays like this, I can just rip one of these on my next attack token, get some Hollowed off of that, and just create pressure onto Maddie, because he's got the follow-up of another one.
And we do have the Gwen too, which is huge. I think without the Gwen here, this would feel a lot more awkward, but knowing that at least when you're playing these Harrowings, assuming Gwen dies, they will be able to pull her as well, that is a lot of sustain.
Yeah, and quite as just to clear the path, Baya setting up for this big attack token turn, having the Harrowing, having the Gwen available, and Maddie, with this deck, doesn't have a lot of good answers to this Harrowing. In fact, unless you can get Rex down, which you can't, you have to play fast control, you have to play other things, you can't really get this Rex down, you don't have an answer at all.
That is so much damage coming through. I mean, is there a way to even live here? I mean, oh wow.
What are we going to do? I mean, we've got Disintegrate, so we can at least get the Gwen down. Eye of Nagakaboros can give you that blocker at burst speed to try and get some additional defense. So you can get these spells on the stack, clear out 2 things, get 1 extra blocker because this saves exactly 5 mana. That is your biggest defense. Maddie's found probably the optimal line, but it's still a lot of damage. And remember, Baya's sitting on another Harrowing.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing. I was like, yeah, I might live here, but what about the next one? That's the one that we're looking at right now. But if Maddie is able to manage to go through these 2 Harrowings, well, I mean, the hand after that from Baya is pretty much gassed out.
Okay, so instead gonna go for the draw first, use that burst spell, look for, can he find a better turn? Is Mirai Warden getting the blockers out? Is that looking better than putting all these spells on the stack? It's hard to say, but I think taking down both the Gwen and the Katarina feels like a solid start here, and just having that one blocker is maybe the best you're gonna be able to do.
Yeah, it looks like that is going to be the best. That is still pushing a good amount of damage here too. And the Redeemed Prodigy going to be doing some serious work here too.
Yeah, it's going to even widen this board that's already 4 wide, making it 5 wide even though you did that work to clear stuff away. I mean, this is just so incredibly rough. We see 15 damage already coming through. Yes, Maddie gets to survive by blocking the biggest threat. However, you're down to 5. We know Baya's hand. We know there's another Harrowing. And Maddie likely is not going to be able to scrounge together 15 damage before Baya gets another attack token.
Yes, that... I mean... another just tough spot to be in. No activators for this Riptide Rex either, and even then, I don't even think it would do enough damage to clear these Harrowing targets, especially, yeah, just not quite enough.
Yeah, I mean, Zap, Annie, Mirai, like you just go as wide as possible, set up for your Rex turn, but there's not an activator instantly, which would be what would be necessary to be able to play a Rex in response to Harrowing. There's just not a way to do that for Maddie. So that's the issue, because Baya is just going to set up to have this Harrowing 6 wide and just end the game.
Yeah, this Mirai Warden will also help out a bit too. So there are blockers, but still at 5 health, and a Gwen that you can't really deal with here. I mean, you'd have to... Well, I guess we have the Culling Strike here in hand, but we'll have to see what ends up happening here. I mean, I think Baya's trying to decide, hey, do I go ahead and develop here when I have this Harrowing that's coming up?
Decides on the Sentry. Can just use it to block the damage from the Annie. Either way, if he just wants to keep all the HP that he's got, just stay at 15. He knows he's playing Harrowing. He knows he doesn't have much of a follow-up after that. That's kind of the rest of his hand. That's all he has left.
If he cancels out here, then the tables turn very quickly.
Yeah, it should be enough to get through 5 damage. Like, I pretty much, it's pretty much a guarantee.
He's got the Gwen, and he's got a Katarina. I mean, there's some scary stuff being revived here.
But Baya, of course, recognizing, hey, I just want to hold on to some HP, make sure that we are in a decent spot, buy me some time.
I like this. I feel like it's a safe play, and really a 3-2 is not the worst unit to have. You don't lose out on that much damage. I'm really just saying, like, hey, I don't want to take damage here. I'm in such a good spot, and I don't want to get anything flipped on me in case this Harrowing isn't enough.
Well, I love this. The math checks out. He still has enough mana to play Harrowing on the next turn. He's going to have exactly 10. He's just using every resource at his disposal to ensure that this is just the safest setup to play the Harrowing. He actually clears more blockers this way, which is perfect.
Yeah, and I like it how he doesn't telegraph that I have a Harrowing in my hand this way too. I mean, of course, Maddie has to be thinking about it, but I like how playing the units here doesn't say like, I'm just gonna leave all this space open so I can just play my Harrowing next turn. I love that play, and as you say, clearing the blockers here. Look at all these Katarinas!
Yeah, it snaps it off, and I mean, Maddie, we've got the Culling Strike, we've got, you know, yeah, we got line him up, knock it down. It's not enough. We don't have enough to stop all of these attacks to come through.
And on top of that, gassing out is not really an issue anymore too, because the Katarina, I believe, will strike, doesn't lose ephemeral due to the quick attack. She levels up and goes back to hand.
Yeah. Alrighty, well, Baya looking to start off the day strong. He was one of our tournament favorites coming in, having 8 seasonal top cuts. He's a seasonal champion. He previously made it to Worlds last year through the regionals. He did gas out in top 16. He didn't make it out of groups, but he's looking to have a much stronger performance this time, and I think his prep has been a lot better this time as well.
Yes, when players were asked, hey, who are the players that you fear? Who do you think might take this tournament down? Baya was at the top of almost every single player's list.
Yeah, Baya was up there alongside What Am I, and then a lot of the APAC representatives saying Reroll. So these are some of the players we're really looking out for. And Baya gonna start it off with a victory. There's the Katarina level up, but they're also able to just grab that win. 2-0 over Maddie. And our concerns with Conservatory ended up coming true. Baya being able to 2-0 that list. We'll see if Maddie's able to find some better matchups in the rest of his group. We actually still did favor Maddie as one of the other players to make it out of Group C. So I would still be looking out for Maddie in the rest of the day. I think he's still got a good shot.
Yeah, although Baya made that look just a little too easy. I know that Maddie can definitely still make it out of this group. He is a great player, lots of good prep, great people behind him. So I would not count him out, despite the conservatory list being a little bit on the weaker side, at least in that matchup. Maybe in some future matchups might do a bit better for him.
Yeah, for sure. And even the ban strategy being a little different than we expected with him getting rid of Seraphine instead of Vayne. And I'd love to hear what the analyst desk has to say about that. So let's send it back over to them so they can talk a little bit about this Baya versus Maddie matchup.
Thank you so much, Casanova and Silverfuse, for taking us through that match 1 action. And what an exciting match to kick things off with Baya getting a pretty clean 2-0.
Yeah, we knew from upside that the ANI-TF is going to be underdog in this lineup. We know that Baya going to target that deck and isolate it and just beat it down. It was very hard for Maddie to pull it off, especially game 1. His hand was very bricked. It was very hard to pilot this game, especially when Baya top decked the tough weapon. And when the game 2, it's just double harrowing. It's absolutely brutal.
I think we get a nice preview, honestly, of something that might come into play a little bit later on. Where is Baya going to get unlucky again and have that weapon be delayed by another turn or two? Because it was looking pretty uneven for a second, and as soon as you drew that Dark and Aegis, the game blew wide open.
Getting 2 scouts on 2 units is absolutely very important in this matchup to get that pressure. And there was no Flock, which is the premium answer for the scout.
Yeah, dealing with the Ranger Knight Defector with Tough when you're using Noxus is just almost impossible, it feels like. I loved that split decision with the fish fight. Do you take down Annie or do you take down Katarina? And Baya took down the Annie, let the Katarina bounce back to hand, and just trusted that I'm just going to have tempo. You're never going to be able to replay that champion again.
It was a really bad look for Maddie, right? The fact that Baya didn't find a weapon until turn 6, deck really wasn't working like it was supposed to, and you still lose. Now, luckily for Maddie, I don't believe any of the other players in this group have actually brought a Vayne deck like this, an Aatrox deck, if you will. So at least that bad matchup is out of the way. Maybe you expected to lose to Baya, a favorite to come out of the group. So, I mean, Maddie's not going to be too hard on themselves about this one. Things kind of went par for the course here, I think.
Right. The conservatory I think you're obviously trying to target something a bit more aggressive, something a bit swarmier.
It's a comfort deck.
Now we've got these big mid-range things that are going to bully it a bit, but if you find the right matchups, it does work. Or if your opponent plays too slow, that double Rex, in a different world, we could see the back-to-back Rex.
Tiefany is very solid into the most of the champion strength decks, but unfortunately it's very weak to the lineup that Baya brought.
It looks like we're going to have to see Maddie bounce back, but it sounds like he's pretty likely to do so moving into the next matches in Group C. Taking a look at our standings, there should be no surprises here since we've only had 1 match so far. And so, Baya will be able to be at the top of the standings so far. But we are going over to Group D to kick off the action over there. And we've got Reroll going up against What Am I? Tell us about it.
Titans, right? These are definitely the favorites in Group D. I'm a huge What Am I believer, and I love that Boulevard has Rerolls back.
I mean, Reroll showed a level of depth in their testing in the World Championship qualifiers that we do not see in Legends of Runeterra very often. And if anybody is going to match What Am I just in how deep into the testing pool, how many resources have been exhausted, how many layers on top of that you are solid, especially coming into an open meta, I'm very excited for Reroll's chances in this one.
I have to highlight the Reroll's deck choice, Akshan Sivir, Varus. That's an excellent choice for the current tournament meta. It's going to be probably banned most of the time. We'll see how the players proceed there, but excellent choice.
Does that happen a lot where you'll see a deck lineup and you just know for sure, maybe I just bring a deck to have a bait for a ban?
We never had such a situation where we are having a new expansion and then we have such a big tournament. So no, I wouldn't say that happened before. Because you couldn't tell if the player is going to go with the more standard way or they're going to go with the less champion strength way.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. Your opponent could bring something, right, that's completely new because of the World Ender expansion. And do you ban it out of fear? Because I never came across this idea in testing.
Let's talk about the elephant in the room. Alan, your Shellfolk deck from last year's World Championship.
We don't have
banned
time
in
to talk
every game
about
and
that right now. We'll get there later. We'll definitely get there later because we have tons to talk about there, Alan. You really put on a masterclass. But we are ready for our match 2 of the day. So let's send it back over to Casanova and Silverfuse.
Thank you, Necra, for stopping them before we had a Shellfolk podcast. We're going to be jumping in with What Am I versus Reroll. This is one of the matchups I've been most excited for because we finally get to see Reroll come in at the international stage. He has been so good in Korea, and then on top of that in APAC once the combination comes through. A Monuments of Power seasonal champion, but Pegasus from Africa, from Kwangdong, says this guy is the best player coming in from APAC. I trust Pegasus's opinion. He is the foremost expert on that region, and so I'm just stoked to see what Reroll can do.
Yeah, Pegasus has said that this is the next Yamato. He's going to perform and he's going to do well. We can see we have the Red Gwyn here, very popular deck list. 6 players have brought it, and I like to see Redeem Prodigy here as a 3-of. There are some players who didn't really test Redeem Prodigy that much, and we just saw even in the last game, it didn't even get a shine in its strongest moment, but it was still a card to be reckoned with. So seeing the 3x Redeem Prodigy, I know that the deck building here is solid.
Yeah, and sitting across from Reroll is going to be What Am I? Arguably the best player in North America. He is our king without a crown. He has made the most top cuts of anyone, but not found a notable win. And I just am so looking forward to his Worlds run.
Yeah, he likes to say, I'm the most losing player in the world. I've qualified for more than anyone else, but I never won anything. I'm still here having fun though.
And it's 10 top cuts that he did without finding a victory, and he's really looking to find the win here at the World Championship. And I think it's his time because What Am I has been playing at such a high level for so long. But his first step in the road is here against Reroll.
Yes, and a tough opponent to start off with. I mean, we were talking up Reroll that Korea believes in him. South Korea believes that, yes, this is our guy. He's going to do great. And really, South Korea also wasn't part of the World Championship last year. So I believe there are strong players here. And I can't wait to see this. And it looks like we do have the bans in. So I'll go ahead and let you take that.
Yeah, so the expected bans that we had talking to Alan earlier about this specific matchup was that What Am I would be banning this Akshan Varus deck, which is the ban. On the other side, we were expecting Reroll to ban away this Leona, the Targon version of Champion Strength, but instead it is the Lux Seraphine Jace version that was banned. And notably, What Am I playing the 9x Champion Strength, which is something What Am I is known for.
Yes, What Am I loves to find a strong card and then find a way to abuse it, taking 9 of them. He's done this with cards in the past. He is known for Targon and Star Shaping. 9 times Star Shaping over and over again. He did this with Quietus in the qualifiers as well. He has found so much success with this, and that's something that he says, my deck building is unique. I think about the game a little bit differently. Instead of saying, I'm going to take 3 strong decks and bring them, instead, I'm going to see, hey, that's my card. I'm going to make sure I'm going to activate this thing as much as possible and say, hey, you know what? You can ban one of my decks, but really, they're all really strong with the same card. And Champion Strength was his card this time. He eyed it very early on, within a week, or the week ago. He was like, yep, I'm going to be bringing this, and tested multiple versions of it, and this is what he landed on, starting off with the Nora version of the list. We also, I believe, have Fizz in there. This deck is nasty. I'm scared of this one.
And I wanted to touch more on the triple, deck of the same card that What Am I wants to do, because he's proven the consistency and success of it, right? 10 seasonal top cuts, that's more than anyone else in the world in consistency in making it to the top cut of seasonals. Notably, What Am I tends to stray away from that when he makes it to top cut. He doesn't bring those 3x lineups in the top cut. He does it in qualifiers for consistency, has good performances, makes it to the top cut, and then strays away from it. This time he's actually bringing it through to the final, and I'm looking forward to seeing if this is the secret for What Am I actually getting that first place finish, that win that he is so desperately looking for. He wants that title more than anything.
Yes, finding that final piece of the puzzle. I mean, we know he is right on the edge of greatness, and maybe we'll experience that today. But first, has to get it through Reroll, and looks like we are getting off to a great start already.
Yep. Well, let's see. There's no Champion Strength in hand for What Am I yet. He's got the ability to kind of stack up and flood this board, but we need to look for that turn 5. It's actually going to be turn 6 that What Am I is going to be looking to swing. That's when he has the attack token flipping back.
Indeed so. And also an interesting thing to see is, will Nora pull some units here nice and early? I mean, setting that up too on potentially a Champion Strength turn as well. We'll have to see what the cards have in store for What Am I.
Yeah, I mean, he's trying to make his way to 6 wide. One of the things we'll see a lot of the time is Whatamai is going to not block a ton because he wants to set up to draw into that champion strength. So he's going to take some additional damage from Reroll. Interestingly, Reroll going to hold back the Vayne there, not go for the swing, doesn't want to let Whatamai get any damage onto that. And there's a Nora proc right away. You were looking for this.
There it is, and it's a good one too. I mean, a 3-2 challenger here. And just being able to deal with this Broadwing, because an issue going against some of these Demacian lists is they have Challenger. They're able to say like, oh, you are developing units, what if I traded into them and I also favorably trade into them? So that is something that can be tough, but having your own Challenger to, hey, maybe we get to see something there.
All right, I love this pickup from Whatamai. He's running 2 aloof in 2 different of his decks. There's a lot of top-end stuff that this hits, right? It hits champion strength, but you're also in this list going to find things like Harpy. You're going to find, or sorry, not Harpy in this one specifically. You're going to find things like the Condemn. You're going to hit the Aatrox. You're going to get rid of some of these powerful pickups. Usually it's better for some of the other matchups outside of Vayne. You're looking more for the champion strength. You're looking for those other top ends, Harrowing as well. But aloof, a very strong pickup. Whatamai running 2, gets a 3rd here off of the Mayor that he will be able to use to try and continue to get rid of the top end, buy time to find his champion strength.
Yeah, earlier I was talking to Whatamai, and he was telling me this champion strength card is insane. I expect a bunch of players to be bringing it, and there are a good number of players who are bringing it. And he was saying, I'm trying to decide how hard I want to tech against it. So it looks like he did decide to bring Aloof Travelers 2 of in 2 different decks. So he felt pretty strongly that other players are going to recognize this is a card that needs to be dealt with. And, well, what are you supposed to do against that? Discard it. That's the best thing you can do.
Yep. Notably, going into this matchup against Reroll, we think that Reroll actually has pretty good matchups into Whatamai. We think Whatamai is relatively unfavored as a whole against Reroll, but favored against the rest of the field in Group D. And so seeing if Whatamai can find a victory in this unfavorable matchup against Reroll is going to be huge for him in this group stage. And Reroll, I think, on the other side, you know, someone who has a great read on the meta. Uktron Sivir Varus seems to be extremely well positioned into champion strength, as well as some of the Seraphine things, as well as even doing okay into Red Gwen. It's just hitting all the most popular decks.
Yes, it is extremely well thought out, and Uktron Sivir hasn't been something we've seen as much too, so the fact that he was able to kind of look back and say like, hey, that's something I would like to add in was just very heads up. I love the strategy behind that.
All right, well, we're getting some more trades. It seems as though Whatamai going to be a little bit more comfortable with this because he's going into turn 6. He's got mana on 5 that he can still spend, and because his Mayor was up, he does have reduced cost. But losing the Mayor here will mean his refill is a little bit tougher, but we still at least have some very cheap units that Whatamai can get down and make sure that if he gets this champion strength turn 6, he has a wide enough board.
If he finds this champion strength, this game could be over because, I mean, Reroll here doesn't have the units. We do have the fish whack, but it's, you know, slow, we can only do one at a time. It's gonna look a little bit rough here. However, this Blinding Assault is another unit that says, hey, you're trying to develop. What if I just said no?
Yeah, it's post-combat though, and so the issue is you're not actually getting to clear away something. So if we get to see this top deck, that's what we're looking for, right? Champion strength top deck for Whatamai, and that could be just curtains on this game because even if he doesn't get the lethal straight away, he's wiping this board, he's getting a ton of damage, and he's going to remain with the 6-wide board.
Yeah, a 6-wide board with champion strength, that's...
Tumble.
Ooh, yes. I like adding this pressure here, and we'll see, we add the weapon for a 3-2 with Tough, and going to go ahead and block with our Owl here. Nice and easy trade. Saying, hey, you're trying to make a board, I'm really scared of this champion strength card, so I like saying I have to add the pressure here.
Yeah, catch. Going to be able to catch Whatamai off guard there, be able to clear away one of Whatamai's units. Whatamai going to be only 4 wide into 3 blockers of reroll. However, if we get a champion strength, it is still looking like curtains. This is just a big draw for Whatamai. This is huge to be able to get a win at the start of the series and have 2 chances with his other deck. But it looks like he's actually going to overspend. So we're not going to, he's not playing around the out of the draw. He's looking to just wait an extra couple of turns. And this is something that Jordan's willing to do that a lot of other people are not. He's willing to grind out these matchups. He's ahead in value and ahead in board. This is a little surprising though, because a lot of times we're going to see people just play for that champion strength out.
Yep, and that is a leveled Vayne here too, so that is going to become spooky very quickly. Vayne, I mean, been dominant ever since she was released, and even since nerf, still very good.
All right, well, we'll see if the top deck comes through. It does not, so in the end, Jordan playing for value, playing to extend the game, going to work out a little bit better for him, as he does end up discarding the single Aatrox in the deck. This is a 1-of, it is gone. Oh, actually, no, sorry. I'm thinking of another version. Reroll is actually one of the few people playing 3 Aatrox, so he will have more. Sorry about that. There's only, I think, like 1 or 2 people playing more than 1 copy in their Aatrox
most
decks.
players have splashed one. They gone with, like, you know, the Quinn in there and the Vayne, and they've put 1 Aatrox just for a bit of top in, not wanting to break out. And What Am I is still able to deliver some pressure here, but without that champion strength, these units, they're not really that scary, especially against Demacia.
Yeah, you're left with a handful of fish fights for Reroll, but that is just going to be a bunch of kills essentially for free for this Vayne because she has tough and she's able to just wipe away these very weak units.
Yeah, I mean, just about out of cards here too, but we'll have to see what one of my top decks. It really is going to come down to, can he find that champion strength? The card that he said, this card is so broken, I'm going to bring 9 of them and I'm going to build all my decks around this card. But if you don't draw it, and in this case, the alternate win condition, it's not really activated either. So you're just kind of stuck in such a weird place and you're at the mercy of your top decks at this point.
Yeah, and I mean, at a certain point, it shows up too late, right? Because What Am I is already losing a lot of his board. Yes, he's got some refill here, but how long is this refill going to last before Reroll is just starting to just zoom through you with the bigger Demacia units? He's also got the Challenger with the Protege. Like, he's got ways to start clearing away your board, chipping at it, and What Am I is going to run out of replacements. It's not going to last forever.
Yeah, the window was, as you were saying earlier, turn 6 was where he wanted to hit, and that window is slowly narrowing. It's not quite closed, but it's becoming harder and harder to fit through that window.
Yeah, I mean, Reroll's threatening 14 right now. Like, you have to, at a certain point, you're going to have to start blocking Reroll, and that's the last thing you want to do. You want to be setting up these wide boards, but you're losing out on these units right now. Reroll is finding the victory because there's no champion strength.
Yeah, and even though, you're able to delay a little bit here, you're losing your units, and you're getting unfavorable trades for every single one. You're hardly even chipping in here.
Yeah, I mean, this is the weakness of this kind of deck list, right? This is something that we've talked about. It is incredibly strong, the effect that Champion Strength does, but if you don't draw it, now you're stuck in a position where Reroll is winning, right? If Jordan had it on his turn 6 attack with the board that he had, yeah, he wins the game, but he didn't draw it.
Yeah, and I really like not blocking with all the units here, saying my out is still Champion Strength. If I block with everything here, I have nothing to block with in the future, and I also have no way of winning in the game. But as we said, as these units get taken away, even with the Champion Strength top deck, there might not be enough to push through. I mean, Reroll's still sitting comfortably at 17 health, and plenty of blockers, some interaction in hand even, and it looks like we are going to have the tumble come down and just put that little bit of extra pressure down.
Yeah, I mean, you've got quick attack on this Laurent Protege. It's just getting free trades over and over again. You're able to challenge through and just creating all this pressure, right? You're putting What Am I down to 8 right now. It means the next attack token, What Am I has to block or lose. This is a big pull, right? You've got a lot of units coming through from there, from that portal. Maybe we start to get towards an opportunity still. He gets the attack token on the other time, and it is 8 mana. There is one more shot here pretty much for What Am I to find this champion strength.
Yeah, if he doesn't find it here, I mean, it's going to be really rough. But if he is able to top deck it, I think he's able to push through.
It's enough pressure.
There's enough pressure there, but not for the win necessarily, but...
Is it here?
Stop it. Oh, no!
Doesn't find it.
Yep, see the shaking in the head there, knows that this is brutal. This is rough.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you know, he's more favored to have it than not. Usually you're going to draw it by this stage of the game. It is a 3-of in the deck for a reason. But What Am I not finding it? And we're going to see the Darken starting to come down, starting to fall, bringing Aatrox in.
This pressure is going to be overwhelming. At this point, the window might be closed. Even with it, I would have to be... I mean, you pretty much need to scout a rally with 4-4. Is it enough? It's hard to say.
I mean, playing the harp for reroll means that he gets to start finding some value as well, and that was the issue, is he was getting outvalued, and eventually if he can't close out, then What Am I will find champion strength, but now he's able to play harp, he draws a couple extra cards, he's going to be able to keep up that pressure.
Indeed so. We'll have to see what is to say here, and there is no champion strength still. Does get a proc from the portal, but Yeah, it's not looking so great here for What Am I, and Reroll probably feels pretty good that he hasn't seen a Champion Strength come down yet, because that card just has so much power for one spell, and it's able to flip games on its head pretty quickly.
Yeah, I mean, you can see Jordan shaking his head, throwing his hands up in the air. He knows that this is not supposed to happen. This is not how this deck is supposed to play out. He's supposed to see this card by this point in the game. It is relatively unlucky to not get it. And Reroll, even on the other side, is expecting What Am I to have it at this point. So he has to think about, hey, if I develop, if I play anything before attacking, then it gives What Am I the chance to play it defensively and use the rally mechanic to try and come back.
Yeah, Jordan was telling me earlier, he said, hey, you know what? I put in so much work to this prep. This is the most I've done. I'm feeling really good about this. And sometimes the cards aren't going to fall in my favor. I might just, go out in the first day. And that's how it is. So I know that What Am I, despite, of course, being disappointed here, I know that he understands that variance is a thing that happens in card games. It doesn't feel good, but you have to be able to move on to the next game with a clear mind and focus on that game, because that's the game that matters.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And we see Harp drawing a bunch of value for Reroll, so this is getting to that position where, even Champion Strength is maybe not going to be able to salvage the game anymore, especially with him losing so much of the board. And like you said, moving towards the future games, I mean, we know that What Am I is confident in the Red Gwen matchup. I know Alan and some of the other playtest groups think that Red Gwen still has a favorable matchup into the Champion Strength decks, but What Am I is at least comfortable there, and he feels like that is something that he should win. And the chance to try and find 2 wins against it, What Am I should be comfy with.
Yeah, he told me that he ran that over and over again, knows the mulligans, knows what he wants to do, but we'll have to see if that's the case.
Alright, well, I mean, still, we found another draw with Pokestick. I know we sound like a broken record talking about Champion Strength, but that's the lineup.
That's
it's
it.
9x
He brought 9
That's
for a
what
reason.
the card, like the whole point of his lineup, everything he's doing is surrounding this card. It's crazy that it is the only thing that matters, but it is when we're talking about What Am I's decks. It is by far the largest thing that matters, but it's also the only thing, because if he doesn't get there, his decks do just not function as properly as they need to.
Yeah, his only other potential win condition in this deck really is the Heimerdinger, and that's also not in hand, so he might have had a bit more time to do some stuff here.
Condemn, that's gonna end it.
Yep, that will be it. First game, not going great for What Am I, but congrats to Reroll on 1-0 against one of the America's best players.
Yeah, well, Reroll just piloting this extremely well, just getting his units on board, making sure to clear away what Am I has on board as quickly and as efficiently as possible, putting the pressure on. There was a lot of times where Reroll was trying to put himself in a spot where he's not immediately losing to Champion Strength. And yes, this game ended up where What Am I had enough flood that even with Reroll playing very properly around it, there was opportunities where Champion Strength would have won, and the fact that it wasn't drawn was the difference maker. But Reroll at the same time, he's doing everything he needs to, and now he needs to find a way to play aggressive enough to go faster than Champion Strength. And this mulligan, not quite going to get us there. We'll see the attack token, but at least he's got rear guard on 1, so he can draw to curve out that makes this work really well.
Something interesting that Alan was telling us earlier, in that these red Gwen lists, if you're attacking on evens, you want Gwen. If you're attacking on odds, you want Katarina. And that's what you should be looking for in the mulligan. So it looks like that is what Reroll did here with getting the Gwen. I didn't see exactly what his mulligan was, but he does have the Gwen on 4, which is going to be prime. It's going to be exactly what he wants to find.
Perfect for Reroll to have that. He's got the Gwen on 4. Did not find some of his other early attackers, but we'll see a 2-drop Elise picked up. That is going to be grabbed for Reroll. He is still rocking that one of Elise. A lot of people have strayed away, but Reroll did keep it in.
Yes, a lot of players, especially in Europe, decided, you know what, that's not what we want anymore. We're going to go Katarina is what we want, Gwen's what we want, Elise. And it is a bit of a meta call too. If you're seeing more aggressive decks, Elise makes a little bit more sense. But this is a very mid-range heavy meta.
Alright, Katarina gonna hit the board on 3. And, we talked about wanting to have the Gwen attack on 4. Gwen will be able to come through on 4 for Reroll's attacking turn. What Am I? Should be able to go pretty wide here. He doesn't necessarily want to block. He wants to just attack on the Champion Strength turn that comes through, but it is a lot of pressure when we have the Katarina, the Gwen, and that rear guard coming through.
Yes, this is a pretty nice curve here. We did miss the 2-drop. I mean, a Redeemed Prodigy would have been big. Would have been huge. But still, this is not a bad attack at all.
11 damage, right? Like, you can't just let 11 damage through, especially you don't have the champion strength in hand, you can play to your out, you can play to wait for it, but What Am I may feel that he has enough refill that it'll be okay.
Yep, and we have 2 portals in the list as well, or in the deck right now, so we'll have to see when What Am I pulls those. I mean, at the opportune time, could be huge as well.
Yeah, but Katarina leveled up, went on board. If Reroll can continue to develop and keep playing the Katarina, just rallying over and over again, What Am I then is forced to block. He's forced to lose some of this board, and is really not what he wants to see. But he's going to go in with some elusive, try and get some chip damage, because once again, did not find champion strength on 5 to go with that play.
Yeah, and you saw his reaction to getting this elusive. It does go back to hand, but he really kind of wanted a sticky unit. Ideally wanted to chump block Gwen.
Yep. Trying to find more that he can just stick to the board. It's not going to plan here for What Am I so far in his first series of the day. And Reroll able to put the pressure, a good mulligan, not finding the 2-drop, but still finding a lot of pressure. Right? When your first swing on 4 is 11 damage, that's looking pretty solid. You're setting yourself up to have this Gwen continue to pressure, and you're getting to rally. You're getting to attack on turn 5. You're going to attack on turn 6. You're probably attacking on turn 7. You're just going to keep going and keeping this pressure. Do not let What Am I breathe, because if he can, you know you can get slapped with that 8-mana spell.
Yep, that's exactly it. Just saying, hey, if the game plan of just removing your units worked last time, you know, obviously champion strength didn't come through, and there were spaces that could have been a loss, but What Am I will continue to fill up this board as much as he can, and we'll have to see if champion strength comes through for him. I mean, imagine bringing 9x of a card that you built around, and in the first match not seeing it a single time.
Looking like he brought 0 instead of 9 of them. Yeah.
Are you sure you queued the right card?
Did you put it in the list? Did you remember? Ugh. Alrighty. Well, Aloof, that's a way to get rid of top end. It's still good in this matchup, but again, you see him shake his head because it's not the card that he wants to draw. He's trying to fill up the board, he's trying to play for his win condition, and he's not getting there.
Yeah, Alan was mentioning earlier that something he worried about What Am I's list is the cycle just wasn't there. So if you're not finding these champion strengths, what are you finding? Well, a bunch of just small units that can kind of keep you alive for a little bit, but after a bit, well, you know, we saw what happened last game.
Yeah, finds a Hungry Dragon here. Or Wounded White Flame, actually, is what that one is. And then he's got the Fizz coming through as well, but he's going to have to block. I mean, or he can go down to 1, theoretically, but it seems a bit risky.
That sounds like something you don't want to do with Katarina and Gwen.
Yep.
Ooh, the Quietus here. That's a nice Quietus target.
Yeah, beefy one. 2-3, being able to clear that away.
And more pressure will be added here. We have the Elise in her wonderful skin. Oh, what a great skin. So we have a trade there. Get this Ephemeral out of the way because it really wasn't doing too much for him. And he's saying, I don't want to go down here, and saying, Nora stays alive, might as well. We are still just getting chipped away by Gwen, and with this Katarina though, I mean, this pressure is immense.
Yeah, I mean, really at this point, that Nora is going to have to salvage things for What Am I. He needs to find a lot of portals. He needs to refill this board, because right now he doesn't have much, and that Harrowing is still sitting there threatening for the next attack turn.
Yeah, how does What Am I get out of this? Oh, you see the reaction of like, well, come on, like, what am I supposed to do here? Like, this isn't what I planned, and you know, sometimes it just isn't how it goes, and we are saying this is What Am I's hardest match, most likely of the pool today. And of course, getting that first win of the day does feel really good, but it's not the end of the world if you don't get it.
Yeah, I mean, this Gwen just continuing to pressure. I'm looking at What Am I's hand, and it doesn't matter what he draws at this point.
It doesn't matter. Champion strength, please don't be champion strength. I'll feel a bit bad. Okay.
He finds 2 from the portals. I mean, he's starting to get some refill. Like, that is the bailout, is just getting kind of like full boards where he can keep blocking, but there's the draw. He's able to get rid of Harrowing. It's just too little too late. Gwen just snip, and there we go.
There he got it just now. Oh.
All right, but Reroll piloting really well on these decks, being able to push through, finding the wins before What Am I can get online, and Gwen just gonna snip away the first win. Reroll gonna take an early lead in Group D. A lot of high expectations for Reroll from our counterparts over in APAC. Pegasus saying this is the best guy that APAC is sending, and Reroll not disappointing in round 1, picking up a win over tournament favorite What Am I.
Yeah, very strong performance from him. Of course, I would like to see what the matches would look like a little bit more, but hey, it's hard when the cards don't fall in your favor. What are you supposed to do? I mean, we saw one of my they're lost shaking the head there, and he knows variance is real.
Yeah, I mean, you can just see it on his face. It's red all over there because one of my, he put all this prep in, and then the decks are just not playing how they're supposed to. They just look straight up bad because he's not drawing his win condition, the thing that they're supposed to do.
Looks like a deck I would play.
But what am I, he is a player who's consistently said that it's win or lose as long as he plays a beautiful game, that's all that matters. And yes, those games may have looked ugly because of the fact that he didn't draw his cards, but he was doing what he could to set up for the out. It just never came. I mean, any final thoughts on that match?
I mean, I didn't feel like I really get to see a reroll in the sense because we didn't see what happened with the champion strength. I did see, of course, I love the pressure that he put on, though. I felt like he understood what he was up against and how to win against it, and although we didn't see the other deck perform at its best level, Reroll had everything. Like, he knew what he was doing. It was very apparent that he had a plan as well, and executed it well, so good for him for sure.
All right, well, Reroll is going to pick up that first win in Group D. What am I? We'll still have plenty of opportunity to make it out of that group. There's so much more Runeterra to play, but I want to toss it over to the analyst desk to give us some insight into our first Group D match.
Thank you so much, Casanova and Silverfuse. And yeah, I gotta go to you first, Boulevard, because Reroll put on a great performance to get that 2-0. And you were talking about how you were really excited to see how South Korea was gonna perform in this World Championships.
Yeah, and I'd love to speak to Reroll's level of play there, but we really just kind of had non-games out of What Am I, right? One of the biggest frustration points in Legends of Runeterra is when, like, you put 6 champions in your deck and you don't draw any of them, and What Am I is actually cut it down to just really 3 win conditions in the champion strength. So if you don't draw it, it doesn't look good. And I found this very reminiscent of old Vandal Tree, where you get to gum up the board with all these Vandal City units, but if you don't draw the tree, you're in a bit of a rough spot. Now, Vandal Tree had Poppy to fall back on. When you went wide, you still had a win condition. There's no sort of similar payoff here for What Am I? Maybe the Vanguard Sergeant, but, not finding that, it's just, it didn't look good when you don't find the namesake card.
It is true. I mean, What Am I capitalized on the strength of these swarmy builds playing towards it, didn't get that to come through, and Reroll just bullied him out of the game. The pressure of the Vayne was so strong in that first game. The Laurent Protege with the harp on it, so it had quick attack and challenger, just ate the board. It was, as we anticipated, like the perfect counter matchup. One of the only players that was in a position to take down What Am I.
Okay, so when looking forward to the rest of the group then that What Am I has to face down, Alan, how do you think that this deck lineup is going to fare? Do you think he could run into the same problem of maybe not drawing the champions?
On that note, we knew from the start that Reroll was pretty much had the best lineup into What Am I. He was very happy facing him, and What Am I was an underdog based on the matchup tables and bans in this series. So like he shouldn't be too unhappy because the two other matchups, he should be the favorite one, given the bans and picks are there. Also, like last year we had a Nami gives, Nami takes. This year we're gonna have a Champions Strength gives, and it takes away. It just doesn't come. And the problem, some decks will come, the bundle ones, they don't have a cheap cycle like the Jinx version. You have Zaunite, you have a Ramash that can get to the champion strength faster. Like where the bundle one, they have expensive cycle and it's way harder to find it if you don't have it in your opening hand. And we can see like the mulligan that we will need to see it in opening hand, keeping it in those decks or hard mulliganing for it.
Yeah, just making sure you have it available when the time is right. Absolutely. Well, that's going to do it for our first 2 matches of the day. And you can see from the standings, we already got some front runners maybe leading the race so far, but we still have so much more to show you for day number 1 of the Legends of Runeterra World Championships. We're going to throw to a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to have match number 3. So see you then.
Welcome back, everybody, to the 2022 World Championship. Take a look again at this beautiful trophy that the players are competing for this weekend. Joining me is someone who has won a similar trophy before, Alan ZQ. Going to be on the desk together for these next couple of matches.
Welcome, everybody. I'm very looking forward. This is my first casting on the Worlds. It's gonna be a blast. And the trophy, oh man, I would love to have another one of those. Maybe next year.
Maybe next year. But for now, we're going to be focusing on our next match, our first one of the other side of the bracket. We are going to get Kaiser versus Kicker A, the two players from Vietnam having to go up against each other in the first round here. Very unfortunate that we're kind of getting two countrymen battling it out, but hey, the stakes are as high as they could be.
Yeah, like my money are on the Kicker. Based on the matchups and the decks they brought, I think Kicker is heavily favored into those. What do you think?
I don't really know. Sundisk is kind of like a weird read for me in this meta. I don't think... Okay, yeah, we're not... These are a little bit wrong here, but Kicker actually brought triple aggro through the qualifiers, kept the discard aggro side of things, and then sort of forgo the other ones for the more anti-control decks that we tend to see, like the Sundisk and the Zigzaglee, a little bit more like combo-oriented. And I know there's a lot of questions from us about whether or not Kicker can really branch outside of aggro, and I think he had mentioned that he really didn't get to do a whole lot of testing coming into this because he had to split away from Kaiser as they knew they were going to be in the group together and didn't want to test together because of it.
Yeah, I had it mixed up a bit. It's actually Kaiser heavily favored.
Okay.
And like I'm looking at the Sundisk, oopsie. Yeah, like the Sundisk is definitely an interesting choice. Maybe had some certain meta read, maybe they did some practice, maybe it's gonna pop off against some decks. We know there is a Rite of Negation. The Rite of Negation is excellent into all the Champion Strength decks.
I actually was hoping that you would have a little bit of insight into the Sundisk because Aragorn brought it through the qualifiers, so I was hoping that as an EMEA player you could maybe get me into that mindset of why Sundisk, was brought in the qualifiers and now why we're bringing it back into a more open meta, because Sundisk usually feels like a bit of a counter pick.
It's a comfort pick. It's not a deck that you're gonna see like players not playing the deck, they're gonna bring it. It's just something if you played a lot with it, you like it, and you're like aware of the matchups and you're mulligan. Besides that, the deck it's not the best, but definitely if you pilot it well, it can take a dub here and there.
All right, it looks like the bans are here. It looks like it was the Sundisk that was actually banned by Kaiser, and then on the side of Kicker, taking out that Bandle City Demacia, that Lulu Poppy. Lulu Poppy? Lulu Poppy.
That sounds right. Kaiser is getting ready, and we're gonna jump in. We're gonna have a FTR and a Seraphine Victor from the Kaiser, and we're gonna have Jinx.
Jinx Draven. It's
just Draven, yeah, just
the
classic.
Yeah, it's weird to look at this lineup and you see the Sundisk and the Zigzaglee, and then it's like, okay, yeah, the third deck, it's maybe, something along the lines of the Shurima. This was the staple meta for a couple of seasons ago, and I think usually it was like Shurima Viego that was rounding out the lineup, but after a couple of nerfs to that archetype, you just fall back on comfort, and yeah, it looks a little bit weird. It sticks out like a sore thumb in this otherwise Shuriman-focused lineup. But how do you think the discard aggro is going to fare? It was left open. It was Kicker's sort of signature deck through the qualifiers. Do you think Kaiser just wanted to leave it open even though it's a comfort pick, maybe get out of the Shurima style of gameplay that we're looking at?
So see, the discard aggro has like is around 40% into the Trundle, around 40 into Lulu. It's not looking too hot for the Kicker.
And we see the opening hands here. Rockbear Shepherd, actually one of the newer cards that have made it into a lot of the Shurima decks. We're going to be seeing quite a few of this card over the weekend. When you summon it, you advance your highest countdown landmark 1 round, and when summon a Rockbear. Now, so whenever you summon an ally, means that this is going to count down the Sundisk.
Okay, let's take a look at the most interesting part, because we see Telstones in the Kaiser hand, and there is absolutely no spell shield, no Soothsayer to protect your Sundisk. So this game might be over on turn 2, turn 3.
Is that just game over? Just
it is.
Sundisk
It
pops
is.
and...
No Sundisk, no win. Like Kicker should recognize that you have to hard mulligan for the Soothsayer in this matchup. There are 2 aftershocks in the deck, one from the Telstones, one from the May deck. And if it's gonna come down, we have a Rite of Negation to protect that Sundisk on turn 3. But then again, oh wow, we have aftershock top deck. You cannot protect it with the Rite of Negation anymore. And yeah.
Oh my god, okay, yeah, here we are, me and Alan getting on the desk together.
Yeah.
First thing we see is a Sundisk destroyed on turn 2, everyone. That is an absolute disaster. No reaction out of Kicker A though.
Maybe he knows something. Maybe he was ready for that. Oh, and the Soothsayer top deck.
Oh,
that's
now there's a bit of a
brutal.
reaction. We can see him kind of wiping his face. They're like, "Yep, this is part."
I mean,
of the
you
course.
didn't have priority to play this because Kaiser was on the even attack token, so you didn't have a priority to play it on turn 2. So the earliest you could play it was turn 3. So it wouldn't matter, but still a bit of a bitter top deck.
Yeah, which actually means that, like, you know, Kaiser top decking that Aftershock at the exact right moment. If it had come a turn later, it would have run into the Soothsayer. You had to spend quite a bit more mana, fight through a Rite of Negation to try to kill it. But now that it's gone, what is Kicker's strategy for the remainder of the game?
That's a very good question that I have no idea. Just try to kill opponent with the level champions, I suppose. Just try to level your Xerath and protect it. I think that's the only way. Just clean up the units with Xerath. But again, you are playing against deck that has so much removal. But we have Zonya and the Rite of Negation, so we have some good protection and we have another spell shield. But the problem is you don't have really proactive play, because the only thing you can do is just slap in the Endless Devote, and there is not much else.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting because Kaiser is a deck that is also kind of light on threats. This Victor is usually what these decks have to kind of pillar on and ride at home. And with the Roiling Sands on the side of Kicker and no other units, Kaiser's actually going to have to wait quite a while to get this Victor down, which is a bit of a problem because this is one of the more snowbally champions. You need it on board for quite a few turns while it ramps up.
So, talking about turn 4, why the Kaiser didn't play the Victor? Because he wasn't sure about the Arcane that could come down and just take down Victor without Mist Call. So what he wants to do, he wants to just trade off his Reggie, as we call him, the Financier, and just play some removal this turn and play Victor on a clean board next turn so he can guarantee the Mist Call.
You'd be happy playing the Victor into the Roiling Sands, giving it vulnerable?
Yeah, of course. You have Mist Call in hand. Like, you don't,
oh,
like,
yeah,
it's hard to take him down. Like,
it would have to be like an attack from one of these units, but there are going to be a couple of Rock Bears coming out relatively soon, which is usually not something that you think about when you're in the Sundisk matchup. They weren't playing any way to generate that earlier unless, you know, it was a Desert Naturalist format to take out the Thralls or something along those lines.
I mean, you're gonna get beat down if you keep passing like this. Those units are becoming real. Oh, this pass is definitely not correct from the Kaiser. Like, you could not pass there. You had to play something for tempo.
And it's worth noting that the Grumpy Rock Bear was recently buffed up to a 5/5, and now that Black Spear in Kaiser's hand, inefficient removal against the units coming out of Kicker. I mean, I know the Sundisk was destroyed. There's quite a bit of game left to be played, quite a few expensive removal spells in Kaiser's hand, but are you starting to maybe think that Kicker could actually take that back?
I mean, it's looking very good for Kicker. Like, we see a lot of protection. If he tries to play anything on the stack, we have Rite of Negation. For the champions, we have Zonya as a protection, and there is like no board for Kaiser, and there is not a real development. Like, there is only Victor that would get taken down by the Bear, by the 5/5. And the Victor is coming down now. That Victor should be last turn played. Now it's way too late for him.
We finally see the Xerath come down. A couple of landmarks have been destroyed, quite enough now as the Rock Bear levels in order to get the Xerath leveled up and online, but we will not see a level 3 Xerath coming out that turn. That is, or this game rather, that's completely off the table.
He's just gonna get beaten down by Monoshurima. I've never seen that in my life.
Yeah, these Rock Bears are coming in really big. The one new tech card coming out of Sundisk playing dividends immediately. Maybe this is why Kicker wasn't worried about losing the Sundisk.
Huh. I mean, I'm looking at the Kaiser hand and I just can't see the winning play for him now. It's really looking grim. Like, okay, you play... oh, there will be such a punish with the... So he's playing around the Zonya by playing the Black Spear first to just leave the Xerath at 1 HP, but yeah, there is a heads-up play to not leave the Xerath at 1 HP. Like, he could have Valfistic, he could have played Horror, Kicker knows it and he plays around it right away, protects the Xerath from dying. What he could have done, he could have let it through, and he could have just pulled the next turn with the... try to pull with the Xerath, and he could have taken more mana resource from the Kaiser. I think I would love to see the mana taken away from the Kaiser.
Oh, and so what happened here is the countdown for the Preservarium ticked down because Xerath was resummoned, so immediately popping that landmark and killing the Victor. This is looking to be 15, 14, I think just shy of lethal, about 18 damage potentially coming out of Kicker A on the open attack. Kaiser has a little bit of removal to get down, but Kaiser's got a little bit of pre-commitment here. You have to play Mist Call this turn.
Yeah. I mean, no, you drew the Barkeep, so I'm pretty sure he would just ignore the Victor and he would have went for the Barkeep. He would just let 18 go in, you play Barkeep and you play the game from there. You can pull out with the Seraphine. But now you are facing Lethal and there is Rite of Negation. And yeah, I think there is nothing he can really do to pull it, because he's gonna play defensively this turn, next turn he develops Barkeep, and then he's just dying to open attack. So there is just not enough time to come back. You are dead in two attacks, the absolutely best case.
And if Kicker A wants to, you know, this Soothsayer doesn't just protect your landmark, it also gives spell shield to all of your champions. So that's going to be just more mana that Kaiser has to commit to deal with the Xerath and the Azir down the line.
Remember that Aftershock on turn 2? How is... Oh, that's all Augur.
Okay, well, so things that I did not have on my bingo card for Runeterra Worlds. Number 1, Sundisk period. Number 2, Sundisk dying on turn 2. Number 3, Sundisk dying on turn 2, and that player winning the game anyway.
I mean, he's beating him down so badly.
Yeah,
you definitely do not attack with 1-3 because there is more damage coming from that one. But do you know there is a potentially ping? Because you played around that ping before by using Zonya early on the Xerath.
And it looks like we're going to take 18 damage anyway. Going to throw out a ping onto the Sand Soldier to save a little bit of HP here, but that's a temporary unit, and you need to deal with some of the more permanent threats.
Yeah, we're gonna see. We might see even Rite of Negation. I don't think he needs to. He can just keep it for the lethal for the next attack. There is too much mana left over for the Kaiser to just go with the right here. It's too greedy, and you are pushing just 3 more damage. I think you just keep there. Yeah, exactly. You just let it go, and you play the Preservarium. Yes, you cycle, and you just wait for the your next attack token to finish off your opponent.
Yeah, already down to 4 HP on the side of Kaiser. Has a little bit of healing, but it's really questionable about how important that is going to be.
I mean, there's just not enough time. Ooh, maybe we'll pull something from the Barkeep.
We'll see. It is going to get 2 cards here, as you have already summoned 1 Barkeep this
It could
game.
be Victor, right? Because the Victor died this turn.
Oh, that is true, yeah. So much has happened in this turn. Which would you prefer here, the Barkeep or the Victor?
Victor doesn't save you. Like, he might do some discounts if he flips. I'm not sure on the level up time. You cannot play the first Victor spell because it's like a new Victor, so you can play only the right side that it was just created. So
it looks like we're getting a hover of the Rite of Calling, so I guess going for a Xerath spell here, we do have the option to kill the Victor if we hit it. And it's Azir. No keyword singular gonna get you out of this one, Kaiser.
We're probably gonna see the overwrite with the landmark. We might see Soothsayer for a protection. Because you want to open attack and you want to cycle ASAP. I think Preservarium would be very solid play now. Next turn you could overwrite with the Soothsayer for the protection.
I really like getting the Soothsayer down because while you are playing against a deck that has a lot of pings, can clear out the Spell Shield, Rite of Negation paired with Spell Shield is such a strong combo because you have to put everything on the stack at the same time in order to threaten the life of that champion. And Alan, I don't see Kaiser coming back in this one. There's a little bit of draw power, maybe some random generation to still happen, but at the end of the day, Kicker's board is not going to be dealt with here.
Yeah, like Kicker has all the tools to finish the game. Well, like you have even the Azir spell that if somehow Kaiser would have cleaned up the board, he can just resummon the full board if there is no box, like that would be still lethal.
Yeah, and you know, with this Rock Bear Summoner still on the board, you know, we can maybe get down some landmarks or summon some units to continue the countdowns and let Xerath just continue to ping out some of the smaller blockers that Kaiser's developing here, as we see one come down now, but I mean, you
absolutely amazing passes. Like there is only thing you could play now is Soothsayer, just to make sure you can get the absolute value with the next turn with the Rite of Negation. But now opponent could just ping those down. Like you could actually start with the Soothsayer next turn if you really want to. But like if we continue seeing passes, oh, he's gonna try to take it down the Xerath.
Yeah, so and I kind of like this. I think Kaiser has the read that it wasn't a Xerath that was pulled off of the Rite of Calling. Otherwise, the Rite of Damage would have come out from the Xerath. Yeah, Rite of the Arcane would have come out. So you know that there's no replacement Xerath coming down for taking this one out.
That's why I wanted to see a bit earlier that Soothsayer to have a protection for that Xerath. Like you don't mind losing the 1-3 here, and just overwriting would be completely fine.
You are going to get this endless, or this 5-3, this Restored Devout on the next turn as well, because the Soothsayer did count that down thanks to the Rock Bear Shepherd. That's a reason that this little 1-3 off to the side has not been overwritten yet.
Oh, and we're gonna see the Piercing Darkness now. That probably gonna see the Rite of Negation. You do not want Kaiser to heal up.
Pulling it back, thinking about it, kind of mapping out the next turn.
I mean, you're gonna see the development, so he's thinking about keeping mana and he's thinking about his out. What he could do next turn, instead of using Piercing Darkness now, he could play the Tellstones into transformation, he could transform one of the Badgebears, try to transform one of the Badgebears into 1-3, and Vengeance another threat, and just block others.
Well, still be able to do that thanks to the discount from the Barkeep. 10 mana, which he will have next turn, is enough for Vengeance and the Transmogulator, but it's, you know, it's pretty unlikely to work out. Yeah, it's not enough. You're still gonna end up dying here, and we're actually finally overwriting the Rock Bear for a more impactful
Isn't this less
unit.
damage? Like, he would have gotten the countdown, right, on the...
The countdown's already down to 1. We're getting it on round start, yeah. I mean, you can go in with the Victor, but now the Quicksand... Oh, no mana for Quicksand, actually, so these attacks are just going to go through, even up the life totals a
Very
little
good
bit
from
more.
Kaiser, realizing he needs to apply some pressure.
I mean, there's no out I can think of. The Progress Day, all the draw power in your hand is just not enough. You're not going to have the mana left for it, and Rummage
You need
just...
to have Seraphine on board to deal with this, and there is no right of negation. Is 1 for better? 1 for than the 2-1?
There is, I believe, a Vile Feast still hanging around in the deck, so maybe...
I'm thinking about the thing is the damage threshold, right? Because your Azir is pushing 3, Devote is pushing 3, so you just need 1 extra damage, right? But then if there is a Vile Feast, it still bypasses that 4 damage that you create.
True, yeah.
So it's better to go for the 2-1, which deals 3 damage, essentially, because it's a Sense Soldier.
Oh, and we went for the Rummage, not finding anything here, just Acorn and Victor. Yeah, and actually here is the 1 damage ping. The Victor MK1 would have been enough to take out the Sand Soldier.
That did play around second Victor. That did play around second Victor, though.
But this doesn't leave Kaiser with enough mana for anything else. Maybe
just
we
looks
fire
like
another
lethal.
Raw spell here, but there's nothing that you're going to find off of the very few amount of mana that you have remaining, even with the back alley bar, to deal with a Rock Bear and a Spell Shielded Azir and this Endless Devout. This is looking like game number 1 going to go to Kicker A.
Okay, what a series so far. What a kickoff.
Yeah, and
we see Mono Shurima beating down the SI.
Never in all my days. Never in all my days have I seen a player lose their Sun Disc on 2, absolutely no reaction, and then just come back.
Look at this face.
That is,
he absolutely knew what's gonna happen.
That's a menace right there.
Wow.
Kicker A. So the Sun Disc now off the table now, and that was the deck that we were kind of maybe questioning the Kaiser to Kicker A on, because discard aggro was their signature deck through the World Championship qualifiers, and now, you know, FTR and Seraphine SI, maybe not the most ideal decks for you to be playing this into. The sweepers are something that you are a little bit more susceptible to than, say, like a Red Gwen or something a little more resilient, but this is Kicker A's comfort, and he's got survival skills in the opener.
That's pretty good. Survival skills doesn't block from the Vengeance, it only blocks from the damage stuff. But we see Seraphine, which is excellent blocker into discard aggro. We have Reggie, we have a Cat, we have Black Spear. We have all the tools the deck needs to deal with any threat that should be thrown at it. But on the other side, we see a good development into Crowd Favorite. Crowd Favorite, one of the best cards into this matchup. So we probably won't see any attacks. We'll see just development from the Kicker into Crowd Favorite. And the second Kaiser doesn't see any attack, he'll quickly realize that he needs to start shrinking the board because there is Crowd Favorite coming on the 4.
And Kicker A, playing the Draven's biggest fan. Draven is actually very impactful in this matchup. I mean, Draven's good in a lot of matchups, but in this one specifically, there are 2 Quietists in the deck of Kaiser A, and I think sometimes players, because it's been so long since they've seen a Draven, if they are even a little bit asleep at the wheel, might misplay into that Spinning Axe, saving something from a Quietus.
Well, player's not gonna misplay at this level. Come on, we're at World Stage.
Oh yeah, no misplays happen at the World Championship.
Surely not.
Here is Draven, though, Jinx in hand as well. Just everything continuing to come up big for Kicker A, and the hand of Kaiser just looking a little slow. Some units you can throw down on board, but not
really love not
effective blockers.
I mean, okay, so why he didn't attack with the Draven? He didn't want for it to get taken by my Mystic Shot, but then again, if the Kaiser should realize if there is no attack from the Draven, then it's crowd favorite 100%. Then there would be a Mystic Shot coming down anyway as an open to the Draven to make it smaller. Therefore, he should have attacked with Draven every time, because you cannot disrespect your opponent assuming he's gonna misplay.
Okay, Hex Obliterator comes in over Ruination. Obviously, the board's going to go very wide, but Ruination is really not an effective tool to deal with a deck this aggressive. You'd have to pass for a couple more turns, so taking the Hex Obliterator instead...
Wait, he had I didn't see. Did he have Ruination?
No, yeah, it was an option off the Reggie.
He could have played Ruination next turn.
No, next turn you only have 8 mana.
No, yeah, and he had Acorn
reduction from the Acorn. Oh, yeah. That's actually really important. I guess assuming that Kicker's going to go in for an open attack.
I mean, if you would have, like, imagine there's second crowd favorite coming down. You lose the game. You can't win without Ruination. Okay, now there is outs, but you have Hexobliterator for that 6-5.
Well, this is really important. Are you going to Vengeance or are you going to Hexobliterator? Because there is a survival skills in the hand of Kicker A.
That's true. Is this one-off?
Yeah, it's a one-of survival skills.
It's two-off in the deck.
Two-of, okay, yeah. So
yeah, we're probably gonna see the Vengeance then.
Big decision point here for Kaiser.
What do we... Okay, you need to keep mana. The problem is if you keep mana here, you cannot do anything else. I mean, he can't do anything else, so it's just pass into the Vengeance, yeah.
Yeah, and a Kicker only has one axe available, but would be able to hard cast the Vision.
He just gave away information, he has Vision in hand, because you always pull Seraph in here unless there is a Vision in hand. So there is a very good information for the Kaiser about the Kicker's hand.
And now Kicker, you've got a choice to make, and it is going to be the Hexobliterator. Is Kicker going to go for... Oh, pulling it back. Maybe rethinking things here.
Yeah, he realizes that the survival skill is the play, he's not gonna do the misplay, and we're gonna see probably an axe with the Vision on the Draven to push more damage, to take out Acorn, and to get some partial level up. There is nothing, no threat that can kill down the Draven. We see instant play. Excellent.
This is not a lot of damage and not a lot of board kept around for Kicker A. It's fine, you know, you have the Jinx in hand still. You've still got the survival skills as well to protect the Jinx, and there's no more hard removal like the Vengeance out of Kaiser. So it looks pretty likely that we are going to get a Jinx level up probably on the next turn, maybe a couple turns from now, and it's got a chance to at least stick around to get you that first Super Mega Death Rocket and the 2-card draw on the round start.
I mean, we're gonna see this turn Jinx, for most likely. You can protect the Jinx with the axe from... Oh, wow, and he tapped out. Well, that's a flip Jinx.
Yeah, even on the cost reduction.
Now sequencing is quite important. You have to start with the axe and then play Down Knight.
Yeah, don't want to draw the card. Of course, you would love to... I think Kicker A maybe just like thinking, okay, is there a way for me to get this... Oh, actually going to go for this.
Wow, he keeps it for the next turn. He just values the card more than leveling Jinx and rocketing this turn. That's very surprising. Okay, we'll see how it played. Like, he would have drawn 3 cards next turn.
Oh, Battlecaster, not a bad pickup, and there's no super efficient removal option out of Kaiser right now for that Battlecaster pre-combat, no Mystic Shot or anything along those lines.
He just valued that protection for Jinx way more than I expected. Then level up. For the deck, it's very hard to deal 4 without using 2 spells, unless something died and he can utilize the Black Spear. He can use the Hexobliterator that was pulled out from the Reggie. There is no main deck Hexobliterator, so you do not play around it. Oh wow, he plays it before the combat. He wants to play around the level up potential, but there will be a surviving skill coming down, preventing the kill.
Is there any particular axe target that you prefer here, with the survival skills likely getting discarded?
Probably on the 2-2, so have more damage output. Yeah. He's going greedy for the level up.
Okay. And this actually could be a lot of axes put into the hand if we do use the Whirling Death as well, because, you know, likely going to happen.
It also protects Draven, because if there is Mystic Shot coming down now, you can protect your Draven by playing Whirlwind.
True, yeah.
So this is might have been a better play than I thought. I would have went for level up Jinx, and it might cost have me the game. Now this is looking way cleaner for him.
Yeah, I mean, I like the idea of putting the trading.
And is this lethal? This is lethal because he can. Yeah, he can play the Whirlwind Death. Draven gets overwhelmed.
Yeah,
that's 8 damage.
Yeah, that's exact lethal, and no ability to.
And there's Rocket coming down on top.
Yeah, that as well. Yeah, Black Spear not active currently. None of the units have died yet, and there's no, sort of tricks out of the sleeve. Maybe actually, if I could get Time Trick into Mystic Shot before this Whirling Death resolves would save things. But you still don't have an answer for the Jinx, and that's going to tap you below Black Spear. Not that it really matters. She is still protected by the survival skills this turn. But
High Note as well, an extra out. I like the risky play here, just to go for to finish the game right now.
Kaiser thinking over their options, going into the tank a little bit. You've really only got 1 playable card in hand, and it's the Time Trick, so you might look at the options
and
first.
think about skip. Okay, that's instant
That's skip, yeah. These aren't any playable cards. You need to find a 2 damage removal spell.
It's not it.
Oh, no.
And that's gonna be lethal.
Yeah, Kaiser going down to Kicker A here in this match.
Kicker was, by my chances, he was heavily unfavored, and he just pulled it through.
I mean, yeah, the stats mean a lot, but when your Sundisk dies on 2, like the mental battle there.
True.
Totally in Kicker A's favor.
crazy, serious. Like, come on, I can't comprehend that we had just Sandisk beaten down the SI deck, and then we have aggro beating SI deck that's packed with all the removal you need.
It's so interesting how much this Rock Bear Shepherd changed the deck of that Sundisk and how you were able to really change out the composition and go for a beatdown strategy. It's something that we've never seen before, something I'm looking excited to see more of as the weekend goes on.
Crazy, crazy series. I absolutely love them. And Kicker played really clean over the series.
Yeah, that was impressive. And it looks like I think we are going to throw it over to our analyst desk to break things down just a little bit further.
Out in Boulevard, thank you so much. We got to talk about this match because there were some huge surprises that came through, especially in that game number 1. Let's go through the basics first. What is a Sundisk deck?
Yeah, so Sundisk is mono Shurima. We've got just the ability to tutor out that Sundisk on turn 1 when you only put Shuriman cards in your deck. The big idea is that you level up your champions, you accelerate that list to get the countdown through, and then when you get those level ups, you get the Emperor's deck, which is extremely powerful. What's funny is the Emperor's deck never happened because the Sundisk got immediately destroyed, and yet somehow Kicker was still able to find the win.
I mean, when it comes to the Sundisk, everybody remembers the metagame where it was incredibly top tier, and you had to have that landmark removal on turn 2 to beat Soothsayer, and that's what happened for Kaiser there. But then Kicker pulls off the mask and says, "You fool, I'm actually a mid-range Shurima deck," and goes for the beatdown.
I am the beatdown.
Using the new card, Rock Bear Shepherd. What an insane play. You get a hibernating Rock Bear, a landmark that after a few turns pass will eventually give you a 5/5, but its passive ability allows you to accelerate that countdown even faster and get the 5/5. Massive tempo was the name of game 1, and we even saw it on his face. Kicker was not worried at all.
No.
Yeah, on the desk, we were all like, oh no, Sundisk is gone. Like, what is he going to do? Instead, he just brought out this Rock Bear army and beat down in the qualifiers an aggro player, triple aggro lineup, and said, you know what, that's in my blood. You know, I might have brought a mid-range, but we're going to go a bit aggressive here. No worries, played it cool, and wow, we were all very impressed.
I mean, Kicker was like stone cold face like the entire time, except for one moment in game 2. It was turn 6, where it kind of looked like he was a little frustrated at the play he just made. What was happening there?
Yeah, Silver, I thought you noted it was during there was an opportunity for a Jinx level up, and he ends up not going for this level up. And usually when you're playing discard aggro, if you can level Jinx, you level Jinx. Like, this is just kind of a rule of thumb because you get so much damage from the rockets, especially with the change when you get it immediately and you just get that damage. But I know there was an opportunity to do it there, and he didn't take it.
Yeah, on turn 6, Alan mentioned it, if you were to use the Axe first and then draw, you're able to level up Jinx there, and that is a lot of pressure. Generally you do it, but it worked out. We saw the Draven top deck and was able to just put so much pressure on there. There's a world where the top deck would have lost him the game in some cases, but overall, still, you kind of saw the reaction, and he was like, oh, but, you know, brush it past, moved on, and made the right play, and that's what matters.
Definitely.
Yeah, sometimes, you know, the misplay takes you down an alternate pathway. Your deck offers you up the right cards to make it right, but overall, he's going to keep that in mind, I think, moving forward from the group stages, because if you start making small misplays like that, it's not going to come up heads for you down the road.
I mean, Kicker still put on a heck of a performance, especially just having to navigate some pretty tricky challenges for the deck matchups that he did have. But we've got another match now. We're flipping back over to Group D. As you know, our standings right now, we're kind of like getting 2 games out of the way for each group. We're gonna see a little bit of how these players are gonna match up against each other as we head into the latter parts of today. So there's really not a whole lot to talk about right now until we see how this final match in Group D is really going to shape up, you know, where the wins and the losses are.
Yeah, I mean, it's really just setting the tone for the rest of the day, right? Kicker's going to grab a win against his countrymate Kaiser, the 2 players from Vietnam, which has been historically a pretty strong region in APAC. And the fact that they've sent 2 representatives to the World Champion is awesome to see. You know, even kicker bringing a very unique lineup with running all these old decks. I was going to make a joke because he's one of our oldest competitors. He's like from the 1980s, and he brought a lineup from the 1980s as well. But it's working out for him in game one. It looks so good. I love seeing discard aggro. And
discard aggro is a classic. I mean, the players that piloted it way back in the day, put so many reps in, and it's muscle memory, baby. It's like riding a bike. And then the Jinx buff, getting the rocket immediate when she levels up, puts so much additional pressure on the opponent to hold key removal pieces, and that's what we saw in that Kaiser matchup, right? Even versus Shadow Wilds, they're like, well, I need to have Vengeance for Jinx. But when we look at the next match, we got Smooth Swallowus and Makos coming up here. And how do you feel about these bans, though? I'm down for seeing some PNZ Targon.
Oh, what do you think, Silver? This is a big.
Look at you for this.
That's a tough one for sure. Wow.
Yeah, we're letting through Red Gwen. That seems strong. I think we had the Aatrox coming up. And this is going to be, I think, similar to what we saw in the first set of today, right? We've got a little bit of the Aatrox pressure, classic Red Gwen, and hopefully some oddball flavor. I want to see the personalities of these players really shine through in their deck building, right? Their prep groups have all zeroed in, I think, on different takes on this metagame.
Well, I wanted to talk about prep groups a little bit too, because Makos, previously of Team Hydra, kind of disbanding, and I'm curious to see if Makos was able to still prep with that same group, because a lot of times in Runeterra, these teams are not just the name at the front of the team. They're a group of friends that practice and prep together. And if he's got players like 4LW at his back, Makos is going to be a threat in this tournament.
Well, we're going to have to see how that all plays out, because we're ready for match number 4. So we're going to go ahead and send it back over to Boulevard and Alan.
Thank you, Necra. I am joined here again by Alan. We're going to take you through Smooth Swallowist up against HDR Makos. Well, I guess formally it's still in the name. Makos not letting go of that team clan tag just yet. Alan, getting into this matchup, how did you see the bans going?
Well, we expect the ban from the Smooth being just cut, just the worst matchup for him to face, and the Makos think that probably should go with the Nora, with how it goes, and after those bans we should have pretty much close to 50-50 matchup, where Smooth should be a slight underdog going into.
Okay, so now this Vayne Aatrox build, I believe Smooth is one of the players on the 12 weapons.
Yes.
Do you want to talk about this a little bit?
Okay, like he brought 12 weapons, but hear me out. It's actually not bad as it sounds, because he went also with the Huntress, which allows you to utilize all those weapons for tempo, and then you have Roar of Ikatia. Many players then see that card, then see the utilization of that many weapons with Roar of Ikatia. It gives you so much tempo.
Yeah, I mean, we've got the Pantheon Varus, a little bit more of a known factor. That's something that we saw all throughout the qualifiers. I don't think there's anything super crazy coming out of this list. Divine Judgment, actually, an addition from the new expansion, 3 copies of the Unforgiving Cold, that sort of harsh wind style effect that has really popularized the Varus specifically throughout the World Championship qualifiers and now into the main stage event. Keeper of the Box teched in for the aggro. But other than that, I don't think there's anything too stand out to me about this list. Maybe you have a preference on like Eula or maybe a little bit more top end.
So, Pantheon of this list is quite interesting because with 7 mana, you can actually deal quite efficiently with the champion strength, because you can use on 2 units Unforgiving Cold, and then one of them you can hash. So, like, it's very gonna be unlikely that we're gonna see like a full board champion strength. It's usually 3-4 units, because again, against some decks, you need to block to just not fall down on the turn 4, turn 5. So, like, we have a pretty solid, like, 7 mana answers, card combinations in the Pantheon Varus.
All right, and yeah, I mean, we're not going to get to see the champion strength just yet. That was the ban for Makos. We can see it there on the screen, and of course, discard aggro taken off the table. So, we saw discard pick up the win. We see Makos getting it taken off the table, which actually, honestly, it's a little surprising to me that Makos brought Draven Jinx. Always more of a Draven Ezreal kind of player, even playing the Noxus Seraphine Ezreal through the World Championship qualifier to get to this stage. But yeah, it's a very aggressive lineup out of Makos. I would say probably the closest thing we have to triple aggro in this tournament.
I'm very surprised there is a Draven Jinx ban, because Smooth for sure anticipated the ban on the Poppy, and then 2 of other his decks are just getting farmed by Red Gwen by default. We'll see how it turns out for him.
All right, so we've got Elusives queued up for Makos in game number 1. This is kind of a weird one because it was one of the only decks to take a nerf. Sudden Surge going down to growing something from a 5/5 to a 4/4. Actually cut the card entirely from the list if I'm saying this correctly. But there are some new cards in here as well. We see that Winged Messenger in the opening hand, Purifying Flames, another card in here, Celestial Blessing. So quite a few new tricks added to this one. And actually, this is PNZ and not Bandle City. We've got Poro Cannon and, as you can see, Acorn and Teemo in here.
Listen, +1, +1, +2, +2 for Elusives. sign me up.
That's all it's gonna take. So Smooth kicking things off with the Vayne Aatrox. Now, who do you have favored in this match in particular? Vayne Aatrox up against the Elusives.
Vayne Aatrox against Elusives. This like depends on the Elusives opener, but usually Elusives put a shorter timer on Aatrox, so it comes down, do you have challengers to take down the Elusives? It all comes down to that. And we see one challenger already in hand, but there is also Rorificatia and 2 weapons with very powerful turn 3 if he decides to go for it.
Yeah, I mean, this is a tale as old as time, right? Elusives versus mid-range Demacia, that's something that we saw all the way back in Foundations, and it was a question of, you know, can you get your challengers down? If there's like even one protection spell coming out for one Elusive, it can completely swing the tempo of the match. But, you know, Smooth, as you mentioned, open to Challenger has the option of going Challenger Vayne or banking everything into Roar of Acathia.
This is the most important turn in this game, because you have to decide to go Broadwing into Vayne or you go Rorificatia with double weapon. This is by far, he decides to go for the removal option, and he's gonna decide. The problem with this play, he doesn't swing on 3. Where you swing on 3, you might have decided to go for the Rorificatia and just beat down the Elusive before they beat you down. I was more of a fan of going Rorificatia instead of the Broadwing into Vayne, but we'll see if this is better line for him.
Top decking a removal spell, almost playing more towards that. I mean, it is kind of like a low to the ground hand out of Makos. While they're going to go very wide, you're not going to see anybody get particularly tall here. I do agree that maybe the Roar of Acathia could have been a good line to try to race things down. But, I mean, Smooth is going to be able to play the Roar on his turn 4 anyway if he wants to.
If you don't develop Vayne now.
Yeah, if you don't play Vayne now, and it's going to be a question, you know, maybe just getting the Challenger down so that you have it. And actually, with the weapon equipment, I think this might be the Roar just so that you had an additional Challenger online when you actually get into your attack turn.
So we're not gonna see Vayne next turn, it's just gonna be the Bloodletters with the Aegis next turn with the Acathia. Because if there was a Vayne coming down, it would come down this turn. So he just wants to start taking out those Elusives.
And honestly, 4 units wide and only 5 damage, I think that's the best sort of roll that you're ever gonna, the best deal you're ever gonna get on the side of Smooth Swallows. But now we get to see the turning point. How much is Makos forced to block? Because right now, Smooth is still quite a few turns off of actually being threatened.
So let's look, what were the options for Smooth? He could have had Rorificatia into Vayne or Broadwing into Rorificatia. On the attack token, it didn't matter, like if he was swinging at turn 4 at the earliest, so the only difference was, do I get Vayne early or do I get Broadwing early? And he went for the Broadwing line.
I gotta say, I think I like this line a little bit more, getting these Elusives under control, especially with Esmus being the pillar for Makos here, having 2 of those on board. You just need to take out these supported units, getting Teemo off the board, as he is actually getting very close to a level up. We see the double arrows highlighted there at 10 out of 15 on the mushrooms in deck.
He might be slightly too slow. Like, the problem is, Elusives can control how often they want to block and how much damage they want to block, meanwhile outputting a solid damage themselves. So you might just lose the race here.
And Makos, you know, has another Elusive still in hand, has the Poro Cannon as well, and a decent discard target in the gem. But again, it's nowhere near a lethal amount of damage coming out onto Smooth on the following turn.
Yeah,
depending on what is top decked, you know, maybe we'll see Smooth push down to a 1-turn clock, but that's still a little bit of time to get back online, and there is, of course, the Concerted in the hand of Smooth.
It's most likely gonna be 2-turn lethal for the Makos, but we see there is 1 removal, so it might come down to actually 3 attack tokens for the Makos. We'll see based on the also top decks, and we'll see Concerted probably on the defensive turn, and we want to push as much damage as we can. We see a Silence and Suppress top deck, that takes out 1 Elusive.
And a weapon top deck for Makos. If Makos gets greedy and equips the weapon here pre-combat, we could see a huge punish with the Suppress and Silence. Oh, but Purifying Flames first, granting an ally in hand +3/+3 and 1 on board.
Yeah, I don't think he can greedy. No. I think you just you're gonna use the. Oh, he doesn't play it now. He waited for that Poro to take down that Poro. He knew that's gonna come down.
Yeah.
He didn't greed. Very, very clean. But I don't know if this is enough. Like, this is a scary board looking at you.
I believe this is 10 damage coming through, if I've calculated everything out. But again, 10 damage, really not that different from 6 damage. You're either dead on a 1-turn clock or you're not. You either have enough challengers to take out enough units or you don't. And at the moment, Smooth doesn't. You can see him kind of laughing to himself here, maybe trying to figure out how the next couple of turns are going to go.
You need to present a lot of damage next turn to the point where... The problem are those 2 non-elusive blockers. This is definitely a good output of the damage, this 2 mana worth of development for free. But is it enough?
Yeah, you can take out one Esmus here, you can Concerted the Poro, but even after that is all said and done, actually healing off of the Aatrox, so that, you know, sort of residual healing coming in really big here, as I think Smooth can actually clean up enough units to survive with this additional 2 HP. Of course, Make is still playing quite a few combat tricks, has the top of the deck to play for it.
The combat tricks are very scary here, because you need to make... I don't think you can grit on Esmus, you can take it out the same amount of the damage by killing Acorn, so there is no point risking Pale.
Also, just want to throw it out here, that is the first Aatrox of the World Championship to actually touch the field, so...
And he's about to swing!
Yeah, he's come down, he's allowed to go out, we've got the World Ender down to 10 mana already, and this is a lethal attack presented from Smooth, but, you know, really not worried about throwing away these lower chunk.
Look at that healing. It's so nice.
Yeah, it's weird, like, this unit does not have lifesteal. Maybe you don't often think about it as a way to actually have quite a bit of healing, which is something that, like, mid-range Demacia can struggle with, is actually getting down into burn ranges. And
You're already at 9.
Is main decking Mystic Shot.
I mean, is he alive next turn? That's a 3.
That's a good question.
5.
The gem will put
6.
This at
That's not
elusive,
enough.
I believe.
9. Oh, okay. Now he's dead. Is there anything? No, it's just concerned. Oh, he goes to 11. Ah, he might be alive.
Wait to see how this all lines up. I think the biggest unit you can take out is 4, which means that Concerted would not be enough.
I mean, you heal up of the Aatrox, no? Like how I don't remember the wording exactly on the Aatrox.
I believe he has
I think you should
something. Oh, so yeah, actually with a Concerted Strike,
you should go to 11. Like we'll see a gem for sure. He's just debating on which unit. It's
Yeah.
probably Esmus.
Oh,
He's just thinking about ordering.
Yeah, rearranging.
Just spread out the damage as much as you can to play around the removal. Esmus, just to spread the damage across the board. And then we have another combat trick in the hand.
Acorn up to 3. This is 14 damage currently coming
Yeah,
through.
that's
Concerted
his fine.
Strike. Yeah,
oh,
lives it.
and where is the combat trick? Did he order correctly?
Yeah, he's healing. He's living at 1 off of this play.
Wait, can't you play the...
I believe it only hits units
Oh no,
in
that's
hand.
plus
Yeah,
0, plus 2. Like, it doesn't buff the damage on the board. It only works for the damage in the hand.
Oh, and now
then we have some more healing.
Yeah.
Oh wow, he actually might pull it off.
Smooth, yeah, able to live at 1 thanks to all of this Aatrox. I mean, 6 life and now up to 8 back from the Aatrox.
All right, let's think about it. Purifying Flames, it replaced the sudden surge. Like, imagine if that was actually grow to 4/4. It was over.
Yeah, that would have just been the end of the game. It would have been quite enough damage for a Smooth Swallow. So, funny enough, the one nerf coming into the World Championship, we get to see it in play here.
Yeah.
And now, we get we get the level up, we get the World Ender.
Let's go, baby!
So, full disclosure, I have actually not seen Aatrox's level up before. I wanted to save it for World so that I could see everything at the first time. But yeah, this is going to be over. We get to see the animation play out.
We're going to see the World End.
All of these turned into their respective Darkins, 2 Geralt and a Zolani, and that 10-9 Overwhelm going to do it. And yeah, you know what? All of my Darkins now cost 5 less. I might as well throw out another unit.
It's so beautiful. Oh, it's so nice.
Oh man, we were asking earlier on the desk, who can stop Aatrox, and the answer, not Makos.
Yep, elusives, little those folks, nope.
I see Smooth wiping the sweat off his brow. There was definitely in a little bit of a rough position,
It's
but
really
able
hard
to pull it out at
deck.
the end, yeah.
Because, like, again, look at the 12 weapons. If you do not draw Challenger, you just die. There is nothing you can do.
And now looking back at it, Alan, because I think you had said that you wanted to do the Acathian Roar on turn 3. Did you prefer Smooth's eventual line?
I mean, that was Roar of Ikatia into Vayne, or it was Broadwing into Roar of Ikatia. Or in this particular, like, I'd rather apply more pressure by getting Vayne earlier on the board and getting that extra tumble discount. And he went for the more defensive line, which allowed him to remove more units, which probably was the ending, the winning play. The problem, if you try to go with the Challenger, there are often combat tricks that just prevent you from killing those units. So instead of, like, you can go for safe play, which is Race, and you can go for Challenger. And if opponent plays any combat trick, like Purifying Flames, you don't kill a unit, there's still a unit on the board, there is buffed up unit in the hand, and you are stirring more damage instead of just pushing more.
And now we're going into game number 2. We actually see a Zoe on 1 for Makos here, so all over onto the Pantheon Varus, and we see the Unforgiving Cold in the opening hand, one of the most important cards in this matchup, I would say.
So this is a very interesting matchup. The problem is here, like, you rely purely on good Pantheon keywords. If the Pantheon keywords will not match, like, will not allow you to go for lethal or to block, like, elusive with, let's say, sharps, or no, sharps, with like elusive plus lifesteal, it's gonna be very tough. Like it's one of the worst matchups for Pantheon to face.
I think Smooth has a pretty okay opening hand here. They're probably as good as you could get for the early game, just having this Keeper of the Box with this Weapon Master in order to equip it, get it on the lifesteal. And honestly, if you can get like a fearsome weapon onto it, the Sandborn Amulet, you might be able to either rack up that lifesteal in an impactful way or get some good combat tricks and units off the board for Makos.
You have already by default fearsome, so like you're looking for something beefy, like something that doesn't die to the elusive. The problem is if you want to strike here, if like opponent wants to actually trade here, because this is the unit that is gonna give you a trouble. So we see an excellent choice because we want to be this unit as healthy as we can. The problem is that we can't protect it with the Unforgiving Cult, we can't protect it with Pale. There is a world where if we see the pass...
we see Equinox here.
Like that would be insta-pick. Makos for sure doesn't see it. He would be thinking, oh, he found it!
Equinox, I guess.
He found it!
Maybe Trickster was up there, and Makos was just thinking, you know, do I actually just try to push more elusive damage? But getting the Fearsome and the lifesteal off this Keeper of the Box, you can see Smooth kind of grimacing a little bit there, going, ooh, did not like that play. Really wanted to ride this lifesteal through the early to mid game.
I mean, we see here the damage take. I'm not sure if you don't want to reduce amount of the damage presented by Smooth, because like if you look at the Makos hand, he doesn't necessarily have any non-elusive blockers, and in this matchup you need to block the non-elusive to just not fall off. So I would love to see a consideration about blocking with Flight, the 2-2, just to reduce the power over time.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we didn't attack with the Flight, and then we didn't block with the Flight. So what are we doing with this Flight, Alan?
I mean, I'm not saying necessarily it was correct to block, but just think about it. Like, count the damage that Shepard will do over time, and cut the damage amount of how many turns do you need to throw the lethal. And if there is a good chance that you're gonna have to block with elusive to prevent the lethal, then you should be blocking here to prevent the damage now, so you don't have to do it later. So you save HP over time.
And now we're going to get just, again, a 5-wide board from Makos on turn 4 already. Going to have to take all of this damage. But again, it is just 8. I mean, I say just 8 on turn 4, but when you're looking at 5 units, usually you tend to take a little bit more than that. Now the Shroom shuffled in, so maybe we will see a little bit more added up as time goes on.
Ooh, the second Zoe is actually pretty good. You just treat it as a stun. Like, it gives you a lot of time. It's also very good to push lethal if there is like a Pantheon coming down without spell shield, but having very annoying keywords.
Shepard's Authority offered up actually probably one of the better weapons for this matchup. You can't block anyway, so you might as well try to race your opponent down a little bit faster. Sandborn Amulet, of course, also an okay option. You know, it kind of takes away the agency that Makos has in where they want to block later on.
This unit is not getting blocked anyway, let's be honest. Like, there will be blocks on the Varus, if anything, but you want to push as much as the damage as you can, so you just select the Shepard Authority and then you send it full face.
And it looks like it was not the Shepard's Authority.
Well, the thing is, you are blocking Varus anyway in this matchup. You are not gonna be blocking Fearsome. And like, if you have a unit that's good enough to block Fearsome, like, it's most likely elusive. So it's not gonna... it doesn't want to block it. Like, you'll be blocking Varus, you'll be blocking the 3-4, and just pushing an extra damage would be slightly better.
I'm trying to math out how much damage Makos is pushing on the following turn with this Battle Bonds, with this Flight and the Pale. I think he's got the mana to play all of it. I'm trying to figure out if we've got lethal here. The Super Cool Star Chart going to come out, offering up Serpent Charger and
there's a stun. Strike. Stun is 8 HP. I mean, that's a 5 mana, gain 8.
Certainly worth a consideration at the very least on the side of Makos. None of the other options are really that appealing either. Like, Charger is not really getting through any damage here. It just trades for the Keeper of the Box. No damage.
You can select also 0 mana because it's a 0 mana save 4. So it's essentially you are saving here by spending 3 mana. You save yourself 4 more extra HP. So the question is, did you have lethal next turn if opponent has nothing?
And I think Smooth now starting to look towards this potential Varus level up over the course of the next couple of turns. We've got the Unending Wave in hand. If we can find enough momentous choice, then Varus can immediately just one-shot Makos. And once we're in combat, there's no chance to play the Zoe spell. All that's going to happen at burst speed might be an avenue to victory. And with Makos down to 6, this Varus level up could be lethal on the next turn if there's enough mana to get everything down.
This is not looking good because, like, he went for the losing play, I think, Makos, by not going for that. Because he could have flipped the Zoe this turn as well. And the problem with that, like, you don't have enough mana to push lethal this turn, and you are like, next turn you're just dying by not blocking earlier, taking just more damage. Because keep in mind that Shepard just pushed 5.
Yeah,
and it could have been dead. Like, you are trading, you just traded 4 HP, 5 HP for 4 damage if you attack with the Flight.
And it looks like Makos trying to line up for lethal here, probably going to have to throw... I mean, you could just do Pale Cascade. You don't necessarily have to do Battle Bonds, but no matter which way you slice it, you are not pushing through the Unending Cold. And because you don't have mana for both, there's just no shot at lethal for Makos this turn. But, you know, we're actually just going straight for Battle Bonds.
No, you have to present lethal. You have to present it. You cannot just let the opponent pass into develop, into swing into you. And yeah, we're gonna seek a clean Unforgiving Cold. Can we flip Varus next turn? What's the counter? I'm assuming it's 3. We see 2 targets, and there was 1 gem.
There's 3 gems now, and I believe Varus can flip.
It should flip. Triple gem on the Varus. We have 7 mana. That's perfect. That should be perfect flip.
Plus Kale, plus Guiding.
And there is no
shield.
Yeah. Yeah, you just full send it.
And full send it is exactly what Smooth Swallowist is going to do here. We're just going to see all of these play out. The Varus level up animation coming in to interrupt the play from Smooth, who is just having a grand old time there on camera, while Makos looks very unamused, but... Oh, 2 shrooms. Oh, we could have actually, if a Mystic Shot was in the cards and enough shrooms came off the top, maybe
we see a guiding touch still there.
Battle Bonds Pale still only gets you up. Actually, Battle Bonds Pale, I think.
Not sure why we don't.
Lets you exactly.
What is he playing? Why not full
back
swinging?
for? Throw everything out there, Smooth.
I mean, I'm just trying to see what's in the deck that would be a punish for him. No, there's not a single card.
See the Battle Bonds come out. Gonna let Makos live at nothing. Zoe level up finally happens off of the Pale Cascade.
I mean, he still has the damage.
Yeah, this is still, I believe, exact lethal. Doesn't even need to target Varus one more time, though the option...
Varus? No, it's not fully charged bow. Okay.
Yeah, the impact going to come through for the lethal. So that Pato paying dividends, but Smooth Swallow is going to take it 1-0, or 2-0 rather, over Makos here.
Clean.
Very excited for that one. And those were some nail biters.
Yeah, that was very clean. I think there was maybe a bit too fast of a gameplay. Like, there wasn't players, like Makos didn't cut the damage he can output. Like, he didn't pay attention that he has no elusive blockers and he's trying to raise against Varus on board. If you try to raise Varus, you can just fall down. The second, like, if you go down to 7, the overwhelm just takes you over because you can't do anything about it.
Yeah, and Varus is the one with the defensive options, right? With the Unforgiving Cold. Elusives are really playing on Varus's clock here. He's the one that has total control over the pace of the game. But I do believe we're going to throw it back to the analyst desk to get a further breakdown of this match.
Thank you so much, Alan and Boulevard. And yeah, we got to talk about this one too, because like honestly, one of my favorite attributes of Runeterra are Poros. And I really thought the Poros were going to come out on top here, but something else clearly got in their way in that game number 1.
Well, it was very close. I mean, both of these games came down to inches, right? Game 1, Aatrox being able to heal through a couple of times, keeping people alive. And then I think Alan pointed out beautifully, Makos not fully counting the damage that he was going to take / deal during that second game. And it came down, you saw those mushrooms that come out at the end.
Oh my
Difference of 3 HP and a little bit of healing, like the Equinox early on stopping the lifesteal. It all came down to just little bits of healing that made all the difference in a very close series between Soloist and Makos.
I think that when you are forced to be the beatdown in a matchup like that, you maybe get too caught up in needing to just push through as much damage because you know that window of opportunity is going to close because of the Unforgiving Cold, because of the threat of just a big overwhelmed unit coming through. You're just trying to push the lethal. You're trying to push damage now and think about finding lethal a little bit later. But Smooth was having the time of his life, and he really stabilized. That's really all I can say. A lot of elusive decks I think we've seen over the course of Runeterra's history have a little bit more burn at the top end when they lose control of the board, but I think that, you know, Smooth was fully concentrating on just winning the board.
Yeah, something that I love about Smooth is he's a former meme deck player, and as also a meme deck player, I was really happy to see him the deck building that he put together and just see him go on top, playing pretty clean. And he, like I said, really strong deck builder. When you play with all the cards, you have a bit of a different perspective. And Yeah, I love seeing it.
Well, and one thing we got to see in this match too that was super cool was the World Ender himself coming through.
Come on.
Atrax coming through, ending worlds, not only showing that it can be a win condition for this Vayne deck, but also the healing being a defensive condition against the more aggressive decks. And this is something that Kane was never able to do for Vayne, that Atrax is, which is why this deck is so lethal.
I guess Ruben really knew what he was doing when he put this champion together.
Definitely. I mean, the fact that we've seen Atrax take over the stage, take over games, I do feel like we're just living up to the hype and the theme of this expansion so far. You guys got a chance to look briefly at the standings as well. We are a third of our way through our games, which means that everybody's at least played one. And so you can see like kind of where the cards are falling so far, but we still have so much more gameplay to see. So what are you looking forward to going into the later matches today?
Yeah, one of the big things for me is we have not gotten to see Champion Strength do what we expected to coming in. A lot of players, a lot of analysts, a lot of casters, we've been thinking Champion Strength is one of the best cards that was released. We expect it to do really well, and it has been absent. It wasn't even drawn in the triple Champion Strength lineup, right? So what is that going to do for the rest of the day? That's what I want to see.
I think that players that brought Champion Strength, especially like a resilient player like What Am I, is just going to say, well, good, I'm getting my bad RNG, my bad variants out of the way right now, and now I'm just going to be smooth sailing to victory. I think that Champion Strength is just, waiting and building up a little bit more.
Hitting the gym.
Exactly.
It's building the strength right now.
Yes,
You got it. Got to get the games first.
That's the part of the Champion Strength, is that it's also the big anime entrance of the Demacia squad coming through.
Anime training arc, I got it.
It's not strong enough yet.
Okay, we'll get there after the time skip, right? After this break, maybe we will see Champion Strength get a chance to come out in full force. After this break, we're going to be actually going over to two heavy hitters, because it's going to be Baya versus Kicker right after this.
everyone, and welcome back to the World Championships, where we've got this sweet trophy that these players are throwing down to claim. It's a fantastic prize, custom made, and the players are going all out in order to claim such a fantastic prize.
I mean, you have to. I mean, first off, Aatrox is trying to end the world, and if you don't claim the trophy, well, time's up for you. So
yeah,
only one makes it out.
But we do have our next match coming up. We've got Baya versus Kicker, and we're going to take a closer look at the decks these players have brought. Baya we had, and Kicker as well on the broadcast a little bit earlier, but I'm really excited to see how their unique lineups will go up against one another.
Yeah, I am also very excited to see it. And first off, we do have the Victor Affilio Seraphine, the back alley bar. Been very strong and often banned, but Baya has brought that and does have a new card in it. We have the... oh, my bad, this one does not have the Rustic in it, but generally, we've seen this deck before. It has been proven.
Yeah, it's a very, very strong list. I mean, a lot of players fear the Pursuit of Perfection. I can understand why it's being banned. And, oh, you're right. I'm not surprised. I missed it too. There's so many one-ofs in this deck. We do have the Caustic Riff here as well. But Kicker as well, representing Vietnam. We saw earlier this aggressive lineup, this beatdown playstyle that's feeding into his just attitude as a player has really come up so far in his first set.
Exactly. So the bans here, it's hard to say exactly what will happen, but I wouldn't be surprised if we were to see Baya expecting to ban this Jinx deck because he does have a little bit slower decks that don't really want to deal with the aggro. Also, too, we have the Mono Shurima, which we got to see a beatdown path from it earlier. Not something we were really expecting after seeing the Sun Disc removed, and knowing that this does have an alternate win condition, I mean, it makes it a little bit more scary into the Seraphine decks than what we expected earlier.
Yeah, if players forgot, right, if they're thinking, I can just ban the Sun Disc or I'll try to use my landmark removal on it, you have to remember that you have to contend with mid-range Shurima. And we'll see Baya reacting now with the ban here onto the Draven Jinx, not wanting to deal with that aggression.
Yep. Hey, I got a prediction right. Let's go. But we do see that the Red Gwyn will be getting through, and that was something that I was also expecting, but Red Gwyn is favored into both of these matchups. Pretty highly, too. So, really, Kicker needs to be looking at getting wins off of this Aphelios and Seraphine deck.
Yeah, it's going to be a wild ride. No matter where the bans land, players are bringing well-rounded lineups that still have strong options against their opponent. You don't want to just, oh, my best deck got banned, I guess I lose. It's, I want my opponent to pick their poison, and I get to really give them the business. I'm excited for Baya Seraphine to come through because that deck did get banned before, and it's just so much value against the Sun Disc, right? A deck that wants to outvalue with the Emperor's deck or outgrind you with level 3 Xeraths, just lightning zaps.
And we will see the Red Gwyn being the opener into the Mono Shurima. I'm quite excited to see this matchup. I assume that Gwyn gets to, yeah, it's gonna be a beatdown potentially, but the way that we saw the last Mono Shurima game play out, being able to develop those Rock Bears, maybe there's a case that there's enough blockers there. However, with this hand, no 1-drop at the time, no 2-drop, and that's off to a slow start.
Yeah, just getting a 1-drop attack is fine. Kicker actually going to throw away the right of negation from the opening hand, wants it to come into the hand a bit later to deal with the harrowing, but Baya actually gets the redeemed Prodigy. This is so strong. We saw this play get denied before with a double Make It Rain, but now we see the full assault. The Boisterous Host, the Redeemed Prodigy, and the Ghastly Band pushing through 2 more damage and a free Hallowed stack. This Rock Bear Shepherd came up huge for Kicker before, and it has to carry once again.
Oh, this is also the Ziggs Talia, so the more aggressive list, but still, though, missing some of the early drops. Saw, yeah, no Sun Disc here quite yet. So this is one that we would expect to have a bit more of a closer match with each other.
The Talia Ziggs, it's been, I think, the penultimate deck 3 for quite a long time. Players just love the tempo, the longevity, the potential for burn off of Ziggs, and even on Talia sometimes. So I can certainly appreciate it. And Kicker going for a fantastic tempo play here of the Desert Naturalist. It destroys one of the Roiling Sands here, and you're going to get another Rock Bear, a 5/5. And this combines with Rock Bear Shepherd's ability to accelerate the hibernating Rock Bear. So now we've got 2 5/5s with the attack token.
In prep, Biotech tested against Talia Ziggs quite a bit, and he felt like it was pretty weak. So I feel like seeing this deck, he would feel pretty good about seeing it. But as you said, Kicker off to a good start here. I mean, these Rock Bears are, they are chunky. They're ready to go, and we'll have to see if they're enough.
Yeah, I think that what Biotech's trying to do right now is just weather this early storm. You can just chump block down with all of your hallowed units, and they just pay off for you later on in the game. And as long as we keep blocking down, don't take too much damage, Biotech's just going to come back through with a harrowing play or just that Gwen, like you mentioned, Silverfuse.
Yeah, potentially. It is important to note that in this Ziggs net deck, we have 2 Rite of Negations. So Harrowing might not be that win. There's a possibility that it gets stopped. We don't see in the hand at the time for either player, but we'll have to see in a few turns what it's looking like.
Yeah, there is a lot of play here. We got Quicksand. The Hexplosive Minefield can be absolutely massive if Internal Dancers becomes a win condition for Bayattack. This Red Gwen list, we talk about the power of the Harrowing, but it has so many ways to approach any given matchup in any situation.
Yeah, we also see Katarina in hand too. I mean, this deck just allows you to put so much pressure on your opponents. That's why so many players have brought this deck. And we do see a couple Talia Ziggs, so still, it's slowed down a little bit here. I mean, hasn't really been able to get any of the damage in, despite being a very aggressive deck.
Yeah, Kicker had so much tempo, but when we actually look deeper at the game, he's got 10 HP. It's not looking so hot, and this is the part of the game where the landmarks start to clog up your board. You need these blockers versus Red Gwen because every single thing they summon becomes a massive threat thanks to the hallowed mechanic.
And we will see some more development here, and this will be quite a swing. I mean, Gwen still does have to weather this until then, and without really many units to go, I mean, this is a full board, and it's spooky. That's a lot of damage there.
This is finally the turn where Kicker's going to be able to force his way through. Bayattack's looking to sacrifice Katarina potentially just to hold back a little bit of this onslaught. I wonder how low he's willing to drop. Normally versus Shurima, you can count on them not having burn damage, but versus Talia Ziggs, they can burst you from nowhere.
Exactly. I mean, and 2, we do see 3 damage in hand, kind of, but as you said, you don't really want these landmarks that have countdowns to take up your turn. I mean, you do have the Rock Bear Shepherd to help with that a bit, but so it's not necessarily in 3 turns depending on what happens. I mean, there's a good amount of damage from there. I actually really want to see that now.
And Bayattack, you can see here, is kind of figuring out where do I want to put this damage. We can have the Boisterous Host and the Blade's Edge work in tandem to take down the 5/3, maybe just Glimpse Beyond on the Redeemed Prodigy to get some card draw.
Yes, the card draw is really important here. Was running out of gas. I mean, second Gwen, Blade's Edge, not going to do much here. We find a Vile Feast, and there is that Harrowing, and there is no negation in hand, so, I mean, I wonder if Biotech will ever go for that. I mean, I feel like if it's going to blow him out of the water, unless that's his only win condition, he's going to hold back on it. But if he draws a second one too, it'll be interesting to see the way that he navigates this.
This is going to be pretty tough, right? Like, Kicker's going for the Rite of Calling here, looking for a champion, recognizes, okay, now's the time where I need the Talia, I need the Ziggs to get a little bit more over-the-top damage, and it just comes down to whether or not, you know, Kicker is forced to block versus this Harrowing, because all of your ephemeral blockers go away, and Kicker is just opening the floodgates wide to take down this board. Goes for the attack. I love this. Of course, going to attack with the Katarina first.
Oh, so much damage there that you have to block. There is no escaping it. And still being chipped away an extra 2, going down to 7 health. I mean, that's the strength of this deck, is it always can find some damage from somewhere.
And so, yeah, instead of Harrowing, just goes for the swing here with the Katarina. If Kicker has, say, Quicksand or something, right, to take away the quick attack, punish the Katarina, she's going to come right back with the Harrowing regardless. And so now we have Gwen leveled up. Her attack skill gets upgraded. Now this is going to scale with her attack power. and we can play Katarina here to get another rally. Gwen is going to get double boosted. She's going to look for those Hallowed stacks once more. She borrows the extra power that the Hallowed grants to the first attacker. So Katarina is going to be huge, and Gwen level 2 going to be even tankier, and free lifesteal.
And Kicker's board was looking pretty great, but it is slowly being chipped away at, and you can see a little bit of worry there of like, is there a way out of this? Because it's becoming tougher with Gwen healing, doing plenty of damage. Katarina is just continuing to be a threat here that can't be answered. And at least from our caster vision, we know that the harrowing is also there too, but it's probably not even needed here.
Yeah, Kicker's trying to take a waiting play, has the Hexplosive Minefield, but still has chump blockers regardless. Baya finally finding a good target for Quietus, already sees the power of the Rock Bear Shepherd, wants to keep that under control. But what I love about this list, Silver, is that I was looking, personally, I thought the Harrowing was just going to be the play here, force Kicker to block down, but you can flex around with your win conditions so much. Here's the Minefield stopping the Gwen, now we just have a Katarina here. And Baya perfectly fine with letting this take down another blocker. Because of the Hallowed stack, she's still going to get pretty big. If she goes down, we have the Harrowing to come through. On your defensive turns, you get that rally.
Ooh, I love setting up for potentially, is it a future flock here maybe?
A future flock, just trying to keep the board clear, trying to get some blockers in case there's just a return open swing. But look at that, see, we don't get the blocker now. We don't get the landmark off drop the bomb either. This is where things get really clunky. We need to draw something to destroy this Explosive Minefield as well. There is one unleashed energy in Kicker's list that could do it at burst speed. Here's Blade's Edge. Baya been just slowly dropping these onto the Nexus, not really trying to set up any sort of removal, just slowly going for that burn win condition. Recognizes that Gwen directly targeting the Nexus is going to be the way to go.
Exactly here, just taking it slow, as you said. No reason to
goes for the Talia. Kicker with a big call out. I was wondering if you would go for the Unraveled Earth to draw one more card for Rite of Negation. But it's just going to go through because you're duplicating now the Hexplosive Minefield to get another stun on Gwen.
And Kicker's realizing, hey, my window is not very big. I need to put the pressure on now, and the only way I can really do that is by playing this Talia right now.
So Talia's going to be pushing through a lot of damage. Yeah, if Baya doesn't block here, this looks like it's lethal. So Katarina comes through. What are you going to do? Baya are you maybe forced to go for Harrowing just to have some blockers, just to have some defense? Then you're all in versus Absolver.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a tricky spot, and these two cards have been in hand for a while now. So really, Baya probably is like, okay, well, Resolver is definitely on the radar right now. I mean, that's what I'd be thinking if I saw a card in hand for that long and hadn't seen a level champion. I mean, it's a read that I would expect him to be making here, although we know the secret. We know it's not that scary.
Yeah, so has to pull the trigger, and I think from this position, you're put it on the stack, you're giving it away, and pulls the trigger on the Harrowing.
No negation. You can see the palm there. It's just...
Yeah, the worst part is that we don't get the rally here anymore, and Baya isn't necessarily going to have, you know, a way to present lethal next turn. I mean, we've got the Gwen and the Katarina, but if we, again, get the stun, it's going to be pretty difficult.
Yeah, and even if he were to top deck this another Harrowing, doesn't have the mana for it.
Yeah, so now Baya spent 10 mana to buy another couple of turns here, and now where things are going back over now. Can Gwen make it happen now that she's free from stun?
And she is putting down a lot of damage here. I mean, there is also that Mark of the Isles here, which you could consider using, but -4.
And will Baya try to push it here? Doesn't seem like a great idea. There is a second Gwen in hand. I do see that Thread the Needle, because Snip, Snip, Snip deals 2 for every 2 attack that Gwen has. So with a little bit more attack, I think that would boost up to deal 6. And he just has to try to take that risk here, perhaps.
I mean, yeah, there are a couple punishes, as we said. The quicksand definitely does it.
Yeah, there's still the Katarina, though, so this is looking pretty spicy.
Yeah. Well, we'll have to see what he does. Do you go for it? That is the question. I mean, soon the Katarina...
Oh, Kicker lets it through.
Yeah, no draw. Draws now. Interesting.
Just draws right away. Didn't want to react and give Viatak a chance to maybe put something else. Oh, the Unleashed Energy!
Oh, it's there! The one card that he was looking for will be able to stun up this Gwen.
Unbelievable.
Oh, wow.
Look at this. We can see you can destroy an allied landmark at burst speed. So Hexplosive Minefield going to stun the Gwen once more.
Yeah, wow, that is the top deck of life. That's exactly what you needed here. And I mean, the Katarina will still be able to get an attack in, but
this is still looking pretty good. Like we have the 0 mana Blade's Edge. We can just send that to the Nexus, attack with the Katarina. She has to be blocked. She's going to bounce. We have enough mana still in hand to replay the Katarina to play the second Blade's Edge here and just hit the Nexus. Viatak has been, over the course of the entire game, putting every Blade's Edge at the Nexus, and all of that chip damage adds up. Kicker found the top deck of the Unleashed Energy, but it just wasn't enough. Just a smidgen too much damage.
yeah, and I love to see that, just as you said, every bit of damage to face when possible. Knew the line that he has to take to be able to win here. He is racing a Talia.
Oh, the Hourglass to deny the bounce on the Katarina!
Just staying alive a little bit longer. And yeah, he's not going to be able to attack during the other turn either. This Talia, oh, we'll have to see this top deck. I mean,
Talia's going to be there. We have the Rock Bear hatching. That's going to be another 5/5.
do you think we could see an Absolver here that could just push through this damage? Caster math, but
if Kicker was able to find that Unleashed Energy when he needed it, we know that he's going to find the Absolver when he needs it. When you're playing at this level, you're channeling pure protagonist energy, and I can't wait to see this next draw.
yes, and we do see, Gwen's, wow. I love seeing the Thread the Needle come here and saying, hey, this Talia, she's looking kind of scary. I'm gonna go ahead and take her out, and that's exactly what needed to happen here, because otherwise this Talia could have presented lethal in some situations.
So now we've got Gwen and Katarina in play, and two big attackers, and the Absolver off the top. Was there ever any doubt?
Wow, but no, Talia still has a pretty strong board here. We'll be having
the Ruined Reckoner.
Wow, these top
Viatak.
decks are insane.
We've got to attack now. We're presenting 14 damage. If Viatak does not react to this, Kicker actually gives up the reaction window to be able to put the Absolver down.
Yes, I mean, we'll have to see what happens here. I mean, because once they take care of this Katarina, it's... Wow. Well, looks like we'll be taking the block here.
And all Viatak needs to do is keep this Gwen up. We've got the Ruined Reckoner. The Midnight Raid fleeting spell in hand can just be used here to send Gwen into attack. It was so fortunate earlier when Kicker was able to stun the Gwen, but Midnight Raid doesn't care about that at all. And it looks like even though he put up a valiant effort, Viatak is finally going to be able to squeeze through the victory with Gwen's snip, snip, snip.
Yep, not enough damage here from the Absolver with Talia.
Oh, it is exact!
Oh, it is enough!
My math! Forgive
but
me!
We have the Mark of the Isles,
okay.
We're fine.
Oh my god! They're doing math here in the World Championships. We just got breaking news. The players are performing mathematics.
Hey, I'm big on using the I. That is my best friend. That's all I do every round. I.
Yes.
You don't have that same opportunity here. As we said,
both players played their hearts out. Empty hands right there at the end. They threw down everything that they had. Back and forth gameplay. And Red Gwen versus Talia Ziggs. A matchup that I think that players weren't directly anticipating, but one that is on a more even kill than maybe we might have first thought.
Yeah, that was much closer. especially-
Biotech looks wiped out. He's like, oh my god,
Yeah.
I can't believe it.
That was so back and forth too. I wasn't expecting the amount of interaction between. I mean, we saw everything there. We saw the hourglass and we saw the needle. We just it was hard to keep track of it all.
Exactly. And now Biotech has to find the next win with this Pursuit of Perfection deck. We see the Rite of Negation as well in Kicker's hand. A great card to have in this matchup, but one that maybe just you can't rely on. If you just sit on it, you're giving up potential tempo, and in worst case scenario, the Rite of Negation isn't going to stop the amount of spells and value that Biotech is going to have.
Yeah, and generally this matchup is kind of a toss-up. There isn't really a true favorite here. I mean, either player could win here, so Kicker needs to be able to take one down to be able to keep his hopes alive of beating Biotech, but Biotech, I mean, we'll see what he has to say.
I mean, Talia Ziggs seems like it could be pretty favored here. You know, just big, overwhelmed thing. This isn't the Shadow Isles version, so no big vengeance to deal with that. Biotech's going to have to really, you know, manifest and invoke into some shenanigans here to keep up with the variety of threats. Sometimes, as we saw in that last game, just big 5/5s, if you generate enough of them, a value-oriented deck won't be able to keep up. And the Rock Bear Shepherd, the king of Shurima currently, is coming down to try to carry another game.
And is going to be dealt with right away with the Calibrum from Aphelios. Really smart choice there from Biotech, knowing that there's a lot of 3 health units in this deck, and being able to deal with something as valuable as the Rock Bear Shepherd, that was just a very heads-up and clean play by him.
Yeah, and so Biotech now feeling pretty comfortable, right? Once you get the Aphelios down, he's just going to give you so many ways to keep up with the board with the Calibrum, with the Gravitum. That stun, so important. And Kicker's now just scrambling, trying to get more tempo. But fortunately, we've got the Roiling Sands and Desert Naturalist combo. We saw this in the first game. The amount of stats you get right away would be enormous. And thank goodness that Rock Bear Shepherd went down, because there would be another Rock Bear on top of this play, hadn't it?
Yes, that would be a lot. And 2, we might see a landmark destroyed here. I mean, it would be at slow speed. That's why we didn't see a fast speed spell there. I mean, that would make that card pretty ridiculous if it was at fast speed. So we'll go ahead and see it now, saying, yeah, these Rock Bears, I saw what they did earlier in the day. Don't really want to deal with a whole army of them.
Yeah, I really like that play. You know that the Rock Bear is going to be an issue. You're just nipping that in the bud before it hatches at the start of the turn on the attack token. And yeah, 3 mana deal with a 5/5. Sounds like a fantastic trade. And now we've got Acorn coming through, going to get some discounts on the Sputtering Song Spinner if it's able to connect here.
And getting the discount on the Song Spinner is what you're looking for. It's a 1-of in the deck, it's the most costly card, and it's so valuable. So that is icing on the cake.
Now Gravitum comes through post-combat. I love that Biotech waited on that just to keep some extra mana open during the attack to threaten. Kicker, I think, feels like he's in a good position, right? You're saying, well, you stunned out one of my attackers, but I'm just going to keep developing big thing after big thing. It's only a matter of time before my opponent runs out of tempo here. Talia coming through, and this is so important, right? Because there's still the attack token to worry about with Talia's big stats and massive effect to just clear out a blocker. And Biotech is gonna go for the back alley bar play.
And I mean, he knows that Absolver, although a possibility, doesn't give Overwhelm this round because there's only 3 mana available instead of 4. So is able to kind of breathe a sigh of relief there for a bit, but this Talia is still going to be hard to deal with at the time. I mean, there's definitely possibilities from these decks being able to kind of pull out different things from Targon.
Oh my goodness, and now here comes Crescendum, going to generate a random
What are we going to get today?
2 mana unit to block with, and this is the break point. A lot of these back alley bar decks basically say, if I can play this on turn 6 and I don't immediately lose the game for it, I'm going to run away with it now. Every new card, and that includes champions that you haven't played yet as well, are now discounted by 1.
Yep, and being able to activate Pursuit of Perfection, one of my long-time favorite. Whoa, we have a double discount!
Double bar.
Oh, that is that is an extreme amount of value here.
Any other in any other metagame, you'd think this would be a meme, but Back Alley Bar has been a fantastic landmark for quite some time, and now that Back Alley Barkeep is a 3/3, it just pays for itself almost immediately. 2 cards generated off of that. We've got Strong Arm, for those of you who don't recognize that spell. Is that Sleight of Hand?
That's Sleight of Hand.
Okay, thank goodness. I thought it was Strong Arm. Sleight of Hand, so Badge Attack going to potentially take a card from Kicker's hand.
I was just about to mention it because I love that card. I love stealing people's cards. I love taking their win conditions, and it is an RNG effect, which I'm a fan of. But I want to see what gets taken, if anything does get taken, especially if it gets to the point where hands get low and then being able, like 3 cards left and you take 1. That can make a huge difference.
And this Aphelios massive right now, 5/6 with quick attack and lifesteal. I'm a little bit shaky on risking the Aphelios, however. I maybe would have wanted to put that Severum on a different unit, just because if there is the quicksand, he could go down.
Yeah, and also too, Kicker is holding a lot of mana here. I mean, there should be a lot to work with, and at least me, I would be worried about seeing my opponent with 6
he's
mana.
just going to make the Aphelios even bigger. Even if you have quicksand, I'm going to have enough HP to survive that trade, and now some additional threat thanks to Overwhelm from the Infernum.
Yeah, and of course getting some lifesteal there would allow him to go back to full health. And it just, the onslaught keeps on coming. And look at this hand with this Seraphine. She is going to level up so quickly.
Yeah, she's right on the border. Is that a Haunted Relic in the hand? We've got so much value, so much shenanigans.
We can see 2 stolen cards.
2 stolen cards. She's double dipping, and another Calibrum coming through. This Aphelios came down on curve and has been sitting here quietly winning the game for Baya Attack over the course here. And Kicker now trying to put as much damage as possible in play now with leveled up Ziggs and leveled up Talia. Just has to survive this turn, and Baya Attack's not done. 1 mana, it doesn't matter. Let's listen in. Beautiful sound. The sound of victory. Haunted Relic, it doesn't matter that Baya Attack has no board space for this. It's just all about getting the Seraphine level up. You know that he's salivating looking at this Sleight of Hand in the hand.
Oh, I am. I hope that is the next card that is played after this Aphelios attacks. Oh, we got the Heimer saying like, hey, you're attacking with your Aphelios, but I don't know exactly what the Heimer emote meant here.
Yeah, it's like, but what if I had Quicksand?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
But it's okay.
But
oh, the Caustic Rift doubled by Seraphine. This is a 2 damage AoE attack now. The Devout gets even more damage pushed through with the Aphelios Overwhelm. And now that that's gone down in the trade, Kicker has access to Rite of the Arcane just to take away 1 blocker. Fully setting up for the open attack here.
Yeah, and Ziggs doing a little extra damage here, but, you know, not much after that Aphelios healed up the Nexus. And Baya Attack saying, hey, just gonna make sure there's a couple more blockers here. I don't want to take a chance of dying to Absolver and Talia. I mean, this still is going to be a good amount of damage coming in, though, between Ziggs, Talia, and Absolver.
Ruthless Predator, Absolver.
Is that enough?
It could be. There's only 4 blockers versus 6 right now. Sputtering Song Spinner has something in store for us here. There's a lot of cards we can get off of this, you know, just something simple like a Guiding Touch, or maybe something even more impactful.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, with Seraphine and Song Spinner, anything's possible.
Yeah, and look, after everything's said and done, we've got 14 being presented with the Absolver. The Ruthless Predator was not used, so we didn't get a chance to, like, manipulate any of these blocks the way we perhaps wanted to.
Yep, and there's a potential that Aphelios dies here, but...
an Absolver for Baya Attack.
Wow, and that's double the value!
Extra stats. Electro Harpoon and Trail of Evidence. We're going deeper into the rabbit hole.
Will we, though? I mean, the Sunblast can save some extra health here.
Oh, this is actually a pretty hard choice. Do you go for value or just go for more HP to
Gamble
block
or
Overwhelm?
don't gamble. I mean, gotta do the math here.
If you're thinking that Absolver's coming through, you absolutely need this extra HP just to block down wherever that Overwhelm is going to go. You're going to put Overwhelm on the Talia, right? Because of her rock throw, she's dealing damage to her blocker naturally and has a much higher chance to just strike through. But still, so much value.
Yeah.
Show me what you got.
And of course, going to make adjustments. So saying, yeah, I can't take this much damage, even though I do have the Seraphine here.
Yeah, I was thinking about keeping the Seraphine alive to double dip, but I think that Baya recognizes that now that I've gotten the Absolver off the Song Spinner, I can change my blocks around. Why is she a 6/7?
Yeah, why is she? How did that happen?
She's the queen now, reigning over this Rock Bear, going to survive the trade. Kicker now only presenting 11 damage now, well short of the lethal. And if you don't knock down the Seraphine with 2 back in play, it's going to get pretty dicey. You can see here Baya still has Absolver returns fleeting in hand to grant even more stats all around.
And there are plenty of ways to buff out units here. We have the Sunblast Wigger coming in twice, giving 4 extra health, and we have plenty more in hand as well. Going to try to stop as much damage as possible, staying healthy, keeping, of course, we have the Seraphine alive that will continuously give value. And, I mean, at this point, this Pursuit of Perfection is getting close.
If it's not online already, I have not been keeping track, but if you've played 30 cards with unique names over the course of the entire game, 20 it's not even that big of a meme these days.
Yeah.
20 cards with unique names. You can summon a 30/30 Cataclysm, and with Seraphine and the right amount of discounts, that can be doubled to summon 2 big cats.
But there is a random negation in hand. But wow, both players are incredibly low against decks that both have a good amount of reach here.
And so Baya actually respecting the potential burn damage and takes down the Ziggs. And Kicker's going to go for the Rite of Negation here, keeping Ziggs alive and threatening a lot of direct burn damage is what he needs to win this game. And now with Rite of Negation out of the way, Pursuit of Perfection comes through. 22 unique cards out of 20 to bring through the 30/30 with Overwhelm.
And I love Pursuit of Perfection. I have been a fan of the Catastrophe before you could even play it. So seeing it turn from a meme card to in the World Championship, I think it's a pretty fun way to see just adding new cards, being able to activate this, and always kind of been in that PNZ Targon shell. And we will see it come in for a big swing. There is no quicksand to stop the Overwhelm here. So we'll see. No, that would have been the out there, and not today. Baya 2-0, starting off the tournament so strong, is in a great position to move on to the next day.
Yeah, Baya, I think, as we've said, is one of the favorites to get out of his group. Kicker put on a strong showing during his first set, but at the end of the day, it does still come down to these matchups. Like when you go up against Value, Aphelios, the aggro killer, Gravitum, Calibrum, and then Crescendum just to get extra blockers. It does so much when you don't have that direct removal and you're relying purely on, I have tempo and big stats, I want to force my opponent to block.
Yeah, I love saying Aphelios, like, you're going to stabilize me, Seraphine, you are going to end the game for me. And knowing, like, when to give that up. And also, too, I want to point out that there's only 2 players who brought Aphelios. And one was Baya and the other was one of my 2 players who are expected to potentially take it down. But after that game, we want to hear from our analysts, so we're going to go ahead and toss it to them.
What an incredible match. Baya is now going to be at 2-0 heading into his final game of the day. And after that game number 1, I don't know, I feel like Baya might have been sweating a little bit with how close that game went.
I mean, both players drew insanely well, and it just came down to matchups and who played better. Like, he was favorite in the series, and he just closed it up.
In game number 1 specifically, I was actually pretty impressed that Kicker was able to force out a defensive harrowing when that really looked like the only thing that Baya was going to have to close the game. But again, Baya was able to find the combo of a leveled Katarina and a leveled Gwen, which I think that and harrowing are the only ways that we've seen Red Gwen actually close out games today.
Yeah, well, it's actually very interesting. On the desk, we were talking about how so far Kicker has been playing and drawing like a champion. Now, the only thing that has been missing is now the lineup difference that went between him and Baya, because Baya was so favored in this matchup as far as the lineup goes. So no matter Kicker drawing well, playing well, Baya also drawing well, playing well, his lineup's better, and he's being able to find the wins in this way. And Baya is looking poised to make it out of groups and have a very solid tournament with this lineup.
I mean, it's nice to see that, Baya switched up the prep from last year into this year, made it a big point. When we talked to him even immediately after the qualifiers, that was one of the things we asked him, and immediately, right off the bat, he said, I know what I did wrong last year, I'm changing it up, I'm coming in stronger this year, and he is putting his money where his mouth is.
I mean, we have to be aware that probably the amount of the preparation Baya had is just way bigger than the Kicker was. And it could show in the deck building especially. Like Ziggs, Talia, he drew perfectly. You can't say anything about both those two games that he briefed, and the deck came short. There was it's just the deck strength. It's not there for the general lineup that's as strong as the Baya brought.
I mean, Baya just looks like he's had an incredibly strong lineup all through today so far, and I'm really excited to see what's going to happen as well, because Baya still has to play Kaiser and could close out the day with a 3-0. And so I think that's pretty exciting to kind of look ahead at what both Baya has to overcome, and then also Kicker. Can Kicker get a win versus Maddie 24 Mayo, because that's also another match that's still in the cards.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really big too, because we're seeing Baya playing the 3-strong deck lineup. This is one that I feel like most players tend to say is the best way to have success in a tournament is yeah, just play 3 good decks, man. That's the way to do it. And Baya has done that. He's playing them very well, and it is working. I think we are kind of seeing just the strength of this Seraphine list, Red Gwen. We're seeing the strength of Aatrox. We know that these decks are incredibly strong. Baya's a strong player. Is it going to continue? Yeah.
It looks very easily to execute those, but there is so much in-depth in playing, especially Red Gwen now. The mulligan, based on your attack token, if you go on odd, if you go on even, that's very different in specific matchups. Seraphine, there is so much complexity in terms of playing and decision making, and how risky you want to play, how much HP do you want to go down on. There is a lot of stuff that we don't see that goes through the player's head that you have to constantly make correct ones, especially if you are playing a bit slower deck and you have to play reactive to the opponent.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sorry, back to what you said, Cass, about the lineup composition. Kicker went the opposite, right? Instead of bringing the 3 good decks, brought 3 comfort decks. And now we're just starting to see that, sometimes that's not the way to go. You do need to still think about your deck composition, how they pair into the rest of the meta. You can't just go comfort all the time.
Yeah, we've definitely seen a difference in styles when it comes to the players and the preparation for the World Championships, but we still have another match ahead, and that is going to be between Reroll and Makos. And now this one's an interesting one because Reroll already has a win, but Makos is starting with a loss here heading into this match. Alan, what do you think the chances are that Makos can come back here?
So this is the matchup if both players goes with the bans we predicted, which is Katarina from one player and the Katarina from the other player. Then it should be coin flip. Both players should have equally 50% chance to win. But Makos has way more on the line because it's very hard to go through with the 1-2 record than 2-1, because it's still possible, I believe, based on the tiebreakers, but it's very hard.
He also has the hopes and dreams of Brazil on the line for him, Makos being the only representative from Brazil, which has historically been one of the strongest Runeterra regions. It has been a very good region in the Americas shard, and Makos coming in, trying to carry Brazil on his back, and now he has to take down Reroll to do it.
I think this is going to be a pretty heavy matchup, and I think that's why Aatrox is going to be infiltrating our set once again. So let's go ahead and send it over to our casters. We've got Skarzig and Silverfuse to bring you this next match too.
Aatrox is here, and so are we on the desk. Makos carrying the hopes and dreams of Brazil. Like Casanova said, he's attributed a lot of his success as a competitive player to that tightly knit community. I definitely consider it a hyperbolic time chamber of sorts when you want to get good at this game.
Oh yeah, Brazil has been a strong region in the Americas for a long time. They have so many great players, and they've worked together to just become better. It's a bit surprising that we only have one Brazilian here. I was expecting more, but hey, we could definitely see Makos could do it.
Yeah, I mean, Reroll already demonstrated that his lineup is very solid, and if Makos goes up against a lineup that beat What Am I already and is able to take the win, how is that going to affect the groups? There's still a lot on the line here, and this particular matchup, based on our analysis, Silverfuse, looks like a bit of a toss-up.
Yeah, this looks like a very close one. I mean, we do see we have the Varus deck, which Alan was saying that this was, we have the Vayne in Aatrox deck, and this one's interesting because it's a 3-3, where a lot of people have said, I'm just gonna play one Aatrox, I'm gonna slot in a Quinn or something there instead. And I mean, this deck's got an interesting rally in it. We were talking about where it doesn't, I mean, it's a little bit different in that sense, where the rally, like usually we see the Golden Ages and Relentless Pursuit isn't as common.
Yeah, just trying to get that rally just when you need it, right? The Vayne decks always love to rely on Tumble, but of course, we've got the tried and true, the red Gwen. We've seen this list show up in Win just on the back of Gwen, just on the back of Katarina and Harrowing, but there's so much more the deck has going on. Seeing the bans now, Reroll's gonna let the red Gwen through, where Makos shows a little bit more respect to the list. If Reroll's okay with taking the red Gwen matchup, I wonder what plan he has in store.
Yeah, that was one that I personally would have been afraid of, but I think Reroll is saying, hey, yeah, this Draven Jinx deck, if Jinx is able to flip, I mean, that could spell trouble for some decks that are a little bit slower.
Yeah,
so,
you end up just getting caught, you know, unawares. Even if you're running Aatrox and the Varus list, you've got some like backline access with Furious Wielder, etc. But if you just happen to not have those cards, then it's just too much of a risk to take to get a sort of free loss. So now that we jump into it, we've got red Gwen trying to throw down here with Varus.
And it looks like we have...
Turn 1 Bakai gets the +1/+1, giving away the prediction a little bit there.
Oh yeah, but hey, +1/+1. I mean, for a 1-drop, definitely take that. But
yeah, get some good blocks here. Makos is just chilling, right? Has the Elise version of Red Gwen, so having the extra fearsome blocker is going to be nice in this matchup. Boisterous Host just going to offer up the trade here, start getting those hallowed stacks set up early.
Yeah, getting ready for those Eternal Dancers. We haven't been able to see the card quite yet, but I love watching that card bring back. It's just reminiscent of other cards in this game as well.
It's just one of those cards that when you play it and it goes off, it feels like you're cheating, but it's pretty balanced as a 6-mana 3/6. Your opponent's always going to have it in the back of their mind to try to remove it. We've got double Boisterous Host now coming through for Makos, just getting a wider board set up. Ooh, and the Fallen Reckoner going to be huge here. These are the two other win conditions of Red Gwen that we really haven't seen on display quite yet. So hopefully Makos can really show us the flexibility of this list.
Yeah, and also too, Eternal Dancer is getting the point where it can bring back the Reckoner and say, hey, you can't block me now. It's one of the really sneaky ways that you can push through and win these games.
True, the Fallen Reckoner grants can't block to the weakest enemy, and that's permanent. And then when it dies, you get the Risen Reckoner in your hand, and that's going to cast a can't block once more. Even if you think you have enough blockers against a Harrowing, these Minotaurs have something else to say about it. Shadow Fiend, a card that was recently buffed, the Shadow Cultist, gives you another blocker in hand once you get some equipment up and running.
And we will be drawing some from Makos here, and we'll have to see what that is. I mean, because right now it doesn't really have great turns on curve, and that didn't really help him out too much, unfortunately.
Yeah, you'd think that Red Gwen, a deck that kind of wants to be very aggressive, would kind of lose out on the inability to push damage through early, but it's all stacking up and it's going to pay dividends later in the game. Meanwhile, Reroll hasn't really used any of the weapons yet. No champions coming through as of yet. Swinging Glaive is a great weapon, but without any good keyword carriers, we can tell Reroll doesn't want to commit that just yet.
And I like the attack here, getting more heroed stacks, and as well as putting, just saying, hey, you have to make the trade with me.
And that's, again, the Forsaken Bakai getting the +1/+1 and becoming a fearsome blocker is very key there. Pulls it off once again. Having these fearsome blockers denying the Phantom Butler and potentially the Elise from sneaking through a lot of chip damage early, and keeping the Shadowblade Fanatic alive is so key. Here finally comes the Swinging Blade. Reroll recognizes that I can't wait anymore. I have to pull the trigger, start getting some tempo here, and who knows if the Fanatic is just going to get big. And just when I thought the game plan wasn't going to come together, we have the Varus coming into the hand.
Played pretty quickly there. I mean, makes sense as the hand wasn't looking too great until we saw the Varus come out, and really both players have had a bit suboptimal hands here, so seeing the way that they navigate it, and I mean, some of it comes down to top decks, but also what players set up, what outs do they set up for is what's going to really matter this match.
Now, Makos has some options here. You can just play the Arachnoid Sentry to stun out the Varus, but I love this. Goes for the Shadow Isles, Tellstones, thinking about using the Crumble here. There's really no way for Reroll to stop this, and just takes the Varus down. This means that Reroll is going to get the Darkened Bow in hand, can still use this to push through a lot of damage this turn, but Makos is going to give up some of his Nexus HP just to take down this scaling overwhelm win condition that Reroll has just summoned.
Yep, once again, I mean, that Tellstones buff has been helpful for this deck. Being able to add that slot in is a great tech choice, exactly why Tellstones were designed. So seeing that work the way that was intended is fun. We will see a bit of damage pushed through here. 5, nothing too bad, but we've seen these games run pretty long, and it looks like we're actually going to see 8 damage, which is a lot more. I mean, 5 versus 8, yeah.
I would pay 1 mana for that for sure, Silverfuse. Makos was just hoping, you know, this Vile Feast is going to be fine, and I love that Reroll didn't just equip the Darkened Bow, kept up the momentous choice as a reaction to that to push through more damage. And now the Swinging Glaive is going to start generating the lucky finds. You get to distribute these fleeting keywords and buffs however you like, and we'll see where this Tough goes, or maybe even Fearsome to push through a little bit of damage that Makos can't handle.
Yeah, I mean, we did see, we'll see the Tough come through saying, yeah, we're going to make this a little bit harder to deal with. I mean, I
like that too, because now the 4 HP plus Tough to beat Ravenous Flock.
Yep, 2 Ravenous Flocks in the list, so makes plenty of sense here, especially because the hand has shown to be a bit bricked. Wouldn't be surprised, like, yeah, this guy's got some Ravenous Flocks there, so of course I'm going to play around it. Why not?
And now the Reckoner comes through. Fallen Reckoner, now that the Bakai can't block, Reroll uses the Shadow Fiend that was generated from the Shadowblade Fanatic as just a free blocker. A great way to keep up with tempo here. And now Quietus comes through, going to destroy the Swinging Glaive on the Fanatic. Has to keep these keywords under control, that not just the defensive potential, but that offensive potential as well. Going to put Makos on too short of a clock to get this win condition up and running. We've only got a few hallowed stacks now, no champions as of yet. Eternal Dancer is going to revive just a little bit of units. I don't even know what realistically it can bring back to put any pressure down.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a few hero stacks, but probably not just quite enough to get what we need to see. I'm trying to see if there are any outs here.
Yeah,
I mean,
think
Reroll's
the best
looking in a great spot.
You're trying to sacrifice the Reckoner at this point so the Eternal Dancers can revive it and maybe just put Can't Block on all of Reroll's board, try to squeeze through some damage, but the Gwen here is fantastic. We do have to be a little bit careful due to like Merciless Hunters in the hand. If she goes down before she's allowed to attack, it's going to be very detrimental. Reroll taking the opportunity now, recognizes how far ahead he truly is to just keep developing, keep putting on the pressure. The Ambitious Cultist generates a 2-mana spell, and we've got Pick a Card in the hand. These sorts of mid-range Shurima lists sometimes lack on value in card draw, so being able to shuffle in a card you don't need and draw 3 more is going to be so key for Reroll to scoop up this first game.
Yep, and trying to see, Makos trying to figure out, hey, is there an out here? This board is looking pretty full, and my resources not looking so great either.
Yeah, and you can see Makos is really being precious about this Arachnoid Sentry. Just wants to try to save it to stop a Varus or some other big lethal threat from coming through, rather than just using it for a mid-range stopgap play. You can see like the fearlessness of Makos really saying, I don't mind using my Nexus HP as a resource. When you know your opponent doesn't have burn, I love to just let them hit me, especially when they can't rally. You can drop down to incredibly low amounts of Nexus HP and still bring back the win.
And it is nice because you do have the Gwen that allows you to heal a bit more if necessary, but does have a good amount of room to play for still just because of the lack of reach. However, we do see an Absolver in hand. We're not quite to that spot.
Reroll is going all in, just summoning tons of units. Now that Makos is tapped down, we've got Absolver as well to maybe threaten the Eternal Dancers if they block incorrectly. So yeah, just a lot of damage coming through. Reroll knows that Makos can still pull out some kind of silly burst play. And has to put on the pressure and close out before a Harrowing or this Reckoner, right? The Ruined Reckoner now with the Eternal Dancers is a pretty strong line.
Yeah, depending on what it brings out as well. I mean, it should be, yeah, the Ruined Reckoner at 4-3 should be coming out.
Yeah, so now we're going to start getting the Risen Reckoner, the Fallen Reckoners working in tandem to put can't block on Reroll's units and maybe lulling him into a false sense of security here.
All right, and we will see the pick a card go through on that Merciless Hunter, going to try to find a little bit more strength to push through in the future.
And so now these fleeting cards are going to be drawn on a defensive turn, which means that Reroll is definitely expecting to be much more reactive here. We haven't seen the Unforgiving Cold yet, which is massive in this matchup. Even Rite of Negation would be a fantastic fleeting card to get, because even though Makos knows those cards are fleeting, he has to respect them. If Makos just says, well, you have fleeting cards, so I'm going to pass and force you to use them or lose them, then Reroll is still successfully buying another turn.
And we do see that Gwen come down, wanting to heal up a little bit, put a bit of pressure on. However, we've seen Katarina and Gwen be able to put so much damage down over and over again, and that's just not the way the cards have fallen this time.
Yeah.
And the Gwen, she usually looks pretty good, but right now, not so much.
Let's see. If I'm looking at this correctly, Silverfuse, Eternal Dancers gets buffed. Gwen shares that buff. The Dancers will bring back a Reckoner to put can't block on the Cultist. So then we've got a 3v2 blocking situation.
No, we actually have can't block on the Cultist already.
Oh, that's
right.
right.
The Akshan, which he wasn't really going to block anyway, but that still puts it down to 2 blockers instead.
And Gwen healing a little bit. We can see through the preview that this is 18 damage being presented outright, and Hallowed is going to be fantastic, especially with the Ruined Reckoner. We get the Midnight Raid. We can send the Eternal Dancers back in with 2 more attackers and another rep of can't block. Despite everything, is Makos actually going to be able to pull it through here?
I mean, there's a possibility. This deck, it's brought by 6 players for a reason, and that's because it's proven itself. It did great in qualifiers, and many players were like, yes, I want to continue bringing this, and it can just pull out wins out of nowhere. Anything's really possible with it.
Game 1 so close. The value is there. The board dominance was there, but at the end of the day, Reroll just doesn't have a way to stop all of this rallying because the Eternal Dancers was able to stick, and it blocked for extra value.
Yeah, getting a trade as well as creating additional trades potentially, saying no blockers, allowing Gwen to get some damage in and heal up.
Yeah, thankfully, because that Akshan came down to absorb the can't block, this Cultist now with 3-2 going to be able to block and take down the Eternal Dancers. So now it's just going to be Gwen going back in with the Midnight Raid potentially, because she's going to get buffed even further by the Harrowing, heal just a little bit more.
And both players are down to 6 health, similar to some previous games where both players are right on the edge. These, I mean, once again, a bit of a toss-up, but
because we have, only the Shadowblade Fanatic can block the Gwen. Once it goes back in with the Midnight Raid, Reroll can summon the Merciless Hunter here in order to get another blocker to put vulnerable on the Gwen, drag her down to the bottom of combat, and fish a lethal on the next turn. I think Makos is recognizing this.
Oh, and is able to tutor the Varus here as well.
Another big player enters the scene. Varus brings himself directly to your hand once you've played 3 Cultist spells. Momentous Choice has met that obligation.
Leveled up and ready to go.
So now we've got the big Overwhelm win condition. I thought that Makos would have been able to pull this off. Gwen's going to heal for just a little bit more, but there's not enough blockers for the damage that Reroll is now threatening. If there was just a little bit more pressure, a little bit more time, Makos definitely could take this. But now Varus is ready to come through, sniping with his darkened bow.
If Gwen had been leveled a little bit earlier, even just a turn earlier, that would have been enough.
Yeah,
but
no champion showed up for Makos this turn. And here it is, the unforgiving cold as well. But now we've got a 2v3 situation, and the Absolver going to put some extra overwhelm damage on top of Varus squeezing through. So very well played in this first game. I know that Red Gwen can still put up a lot of threat, and Makos sees the writing on the wall, just surrenders. He's going to take this into our next game. Reroll taking some notes, very humble, very methodical, taking down that deck, left it unbanned because he felt confident that he'd be able to get through there, not wanting to risk the Draven Jinx. We can see already how methodical a player Reroll is. He's trying to keep everything he possibly can under his control, and as we get into the next game,
yep, as we said earlier, South Korea, a lot of high hopes in Reroll, believing that he would be the next Yamato, be able to say, yes, APAC is a region that deserves respect, and so far he has been showing exactly what people were talking about.
And Makos has another chance to play Red Gwen, a deck that we know has so much explosive power, so much flexibility, and Reroll's going to try to take it down a second time with Vayne Aatrox.
And 2 Aatroxes in the starting hand. That's tough, especially with Makos getting a pretty low curve here. I mean, this is exactly where you want to be. And it even has the Gwen in hand for turn 4 in the future. This is looking like a great curve.
Yeah, Makos just needs to get hollowed stacks down. That means that the Aatrox won't be able to double dip. If that Spiderling or that rear guard gets big enough, Aatrox is still going to have to block it down and won't be able to heal as much.
And looks like we're just going to be clearing some units, saying I can't deal with the fearsome otherwise. We'll be giving a hollowed proc, and we will most likely be seeing the Gwen on 4 in the future as well. It does have the Vayne at least.
And now, you know, has the Vayne, so this keeps Makos from just open attacking, of course. Going to develop the Gwen here. I love the Vile Feast as well. Makos really looking to go
the
wide
Ravenous
here.
Flock. I mean, this is just removing Vayne. She's gone.
Removes Vayne, sets up an open attack. Now, if you open attack, there's only 1 hallowed stack. You're pushing 5. I think that Makos is going to try to go a little bit more aggressive here and set up the Gwen, because again, that's still a 3v1 scenario. This match, when you go up against Vayne decks, you know they're so built around keeping their units alive so they can equip weapons to them.
And we have the Condemn taking out the rear guard, saying, yeah, just Spiderling. If you open attack, it's definitely not a good play. We won't see Makos be doing that. I assume the Gwen will be getting set up now.
Oh man, and Reroll draws a 4-drop to play down and block just a smidge. And Makos not going to give up the free block with the Spiderling, even with the hallowed stack. You'd rather just swing with the Gwen, get your free damage. Since you already used the Ravenous Flock, I wonder if you would, right? Because getting through tough when you're relying on Ravenous Flock and stuff like that is a little bit hard. So if Reroll were to take that option, block the Spiderling, put some damage on that Ranger Knight, trying to play around the threat of second Ravenous Flock, but Makos just has the Reckoner, says, I don't care if this scout attacks me. I'm winning the damage race. Reroll already down to only 8 HP, and the attack token is coming back to Makos. The Ranger Knight Defector can't hold up.
And I love the no blocks here, saying, hey, at this point, I have lethal if you don't do anything. Of course, we do see the fish bot come through. But if that wasn't there, and there was no response to an open attack, that was just lethal because this can't block anymore.
And now this forces Makos to make another hard decision. Am I going to develop this Gwen and then attack? Am I going to give Reroll the option to tumble with the Ranger Knight or use another fish fight? We're now on 6 mana. Makos is just shy of being able to pressure through this Aatrox, and we saw how much work the World Ender did for Smooth Swallowist.
Yeah, this Aatrox might just be a little bit on top here. We'll have to see what happens, but the window for Makos might be closing just a little bit. It's still possible, but it's become a lot tougher now.
Yeah, we do have like Phantom Butler plus the Ruined Reckoner to maybe get a Midnight Raid through. The Ranger Knight Defector still can't block, so we're threatening 7 here.
And yeah, with the no block too.
And if Reroll, gets a little bit jumpy here, goes for the Condemn once more to shut off some of this damage, but says, no, I have Aatrox. You summon him, heals the Nexus for 2 right away, and now we've got a blocker.
Yep.
Here comes the Ruined Reckoner. Midnight Raid can buff this Fallen Reckoner. I love to see it. It's going to get boosted from the Hallowed stacks. Reroll needs to block this, so Aatrox is going to go down after healing a little bit more when he strikes, and then we have the Risen Reckoner to put can't block, and you can see Reroll's in a really tight spot here. Has second Aatrox at the very least.
Wanting to keep this Overwhelm unit too, which that's an interesting line because you can go between saying, hey, I want to make more things not able to block, or you can go for this line too and say, this Overwhelm is going to be more valuable for me.
Very smart read on the matchup. Knows that this deck is very weapon heavy, and the Ranger Knight Defector can't block, and you're going to essentially get your free Overwhelm regardless. Is confident now with a 1-drop, a 2-drop, and Gwen is going to be able to go very wide versus this deck. Here comes the Darkened Blade going onto the Ranger Knight Defector.
Wonderful. And something interesting to note that Makos is one of the few players who is running Noxian Fervor in this list, so his list has a bit more reach than a lot of these Gwen decks do. So seeing your opponent at 5 could feel out of range for some of these Gwen decks for a little bit. I mean, until the Katarina comes down with Gwen. But for Makos, I mean, a top deck could make all the difference here.
And now Makos showing a little bit more respect to the Ranger Knight Defector. Still scout attacking here, has regeneration. And because of Tough, it's actually lining up very well against Makos' current stat lines. There's still a Tumble in hand as well, so we can get another rep. Here comes Rear Guard, which can't block, and Aatrox coming down after the first attack and takes advantage of the scout. Reroll stabilizing now at 7 HP. Aatrox comes through, gonna swing and go back up to 9 HP, threatening lethal. Is this the moment where you block with the Minotaur, try to put can't block on the Aatrox?
Oh yes. Love to see it for sure. And the glimpse will be coming down here as well to help refill that hand a little bit, or at least I would assume.
Ooh, this is beautiful. This also denies the 2 healing from Aatrox striking this spider. 2 cards to draw. What is Makos looking for, Silverfuse?
I mean, we talked about that Noxian Fervor earlier. I mean, unfortunately, Gwen is not leveled for Makos yet. After that, I mean, there's a harrowing, really.
Oh, yeah. He is getting the attack token back.
But
fully
not
attacked.
enough mana.
Oh, no, not enough mana. Shadow Isles Tellstones maybe comes through clutch again. Gets a nice crumble down. And Reroll also showing that there is a little bit of reactivity in the hand. Still has that Condemn.
I think Eternal Dancers here could actually be a big pickup, though. It would summon back the Reckoner as a 4/3 and make another can't block.
Ooh, that was the line that Makos was really trying to zero in on the first game, and if it were to come through here in game number 2, it would be absolutely massive. And so Reroll is forced to deny this card draw using the Condemn. So this means that this is one less reactive card. We have to take down the Eternal Dancers if it's the natural top deck. Let's see it here.
And what's it going to be? An Elise.
Ooh, an Elise and the Risen Reckoner now. Aatrox can't block. Elise summons a Spiderling. We've got a 5-wide board plus Hallowed stack shared with Gwen. What can Reroll do here?
Yeah, something to point out is a lot of players had cut this Elise for Katarina instead, and personally here, if this was a Katarina, I'd be feeling a lot better.
That is very true. Elise as a one-of is just for the sake of having a better early game. You're kind of accounting for aggro, but now we've got a Redeemed Prodigy in this list, which Makos actually doesn't have. He didn't really have too much time to prep, but when you're strong with the red Gwen, maybe you're just a little bit fearful of messing around with that recipe, right? So
yeah, you know it's proven it's been proven, you're comfortable with it.
And a lot of players, too, they cut the Phantom Butler for the Redeemed Prodigy. So by keeping Elise and Phantom Butler, he has a little bit more of a fearsome angle. And I like how that maybe lines up against certain like Seraphine decks a little bit better as well.
And some of the decks too that are just playing a bunch of small units and then playing that champion strength as well, like what a Mizeless, for example.
And so Fish Fight comes through. That does still allow Aatrox to heal, and Makos not going to set up the Elise. Doesn't want to give Reroll another chance to set up a unit. Recognizes that this is lethal. There is only one fast speed spell that can deal with it, and Makos clears up.
Wow.
Game 2 brings us to a Game 3. He's breathing a huge sigh of relief. You know, got 2-0'd in that first set, is still trying to hang on in this round robin of the group stage. Red Gwen finally comes through. Reroll decided to ban Draven Jinx, and so now Red Gwen takes that win, and we'll see. This is very close over here. Technically the closest set we've seen so far.
I was gonna say, it's our first 1-1. Everything's been 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. And we're finally seeing a third game that is going to determine who gets the set.
And after everything is said and done, Vayne gonna try to take it down versus these elusives, the Teemo, Zoe, Yuumi. This list, you know, has kind of been very strong in the metagame recently, has been just a fantastic ladder deck, because if you aren't playing something that directly accounts for this deck or is trying to counter it, it can just run you over. During the set with Smooth Soloist, however, we did see that stabilization of Aatrox is so important in this matchup, but Makos gonna try to push through some damage here with Zoe on turn 1.
And I love the build of this deck. I mean, I love the one of Yuumi slot in here. I loved using the Winged Messenger and being able to buff that so consistently. I just like seeing someone say, hey, we got some hand buff cards and we have elusives in this game, and I want to take advantage of that. I thought it was a really unique perspective on deck building that not a lot of players had really dipped into.
Yeah, the Purifying Flames has the potential to line up so much explosive damage in a deck like this, and Makos, you know, in those first 2 games, we saw the draws be a little bit awkward. Maybe he was saving up his good RNG for this game right now. Reroll has a challenger unit with the Fleet Feather Tracker, has a Broadwing, has a Laurent Protege, is going to be doing his best to keep these elusives under control, and so Makos has to get too big for them to handle, equips Draconic Bands to Zoe. She gets +3/+3, Fury, and she's now technically a dragon.
I mean, Zoe, she's a Celestial, she's a dragon, she can really be whatever she wants to be. And, I mean, seeing her as a 1-1 is already scary enough, but as a 4-4, very hard to deal with.
Yeah, that means that she's going to survive against this Tracker and the Broadwing, and we can start putting our resources down elsewhere to protect our other elusives. Teemo comes through as well, 5 damage being threatened. Just unblockable and generating another super cool star chart potentially with the Zoe.
Yeah, and Reroll, a lot of his interactivity has been through challengers, and when you get bigger than the challenger, then you kind of lose the interaction. I mean, it's in the current hand. I mean, definitely has some things to draw later that will help with that. It looks like we'll see the Blinding Assault, trying to be able to, once again, develop some challengers to try to take out these elusive units.
That's basically all you can hope for. Do I draw enough interaction to keep these elusives under control? And Makos is saying, do I draw enough damage output to overcome, you know, this game, end it before I lose control of the board state and it's too late? Because Vayne is just chilling now on the back line. We've got Ranger Knight Defector coming through. We just need a weapon, and suddenly the game plan opens wide open here for Reroll.
So something interesting here is that looking to buff the Teemo versus the Zoe. For Zoe, you pretty much know she's going to stay alive, and I was kind of questioning on the Teemo buff because as a 2-2, Teemo is still dying to most units in Demacia at that point. So having to use buffs to save Teemo isn't really what you're looking to do in most cases. Like, yeah, he's a good card, but Teemo is not really a true win condition in this deck. It's kind of a side thing. If you get a Shroom here and there, that's a little bonus damage, but keeping him protected doesn't matter near as much as keeping the Zoe protected.
Mm-hmm. And also, now that Zoe is potentially just not going to go down this game, there's that weird creeping alternate win condition of the Zoe level up, sharing keywords, pushing through more damage. Fowler's going to get a nice double dip here with Scout and Challenger to hit down Esmus. Will Makos let this through, or is he going to try to protect with the Mystic Shot? There is another Esmus in hand. Maybe he doesn't care about this one.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I mean, it is a good amount of value in this deck as the elusives, but to be fair, we see more challengers in the future. So the assumption is, hey, if I Mystic Shot that, then this Hawk is going to come through anyway.
Ooh, Winged Messenger with the +1/+1 from the Chime. So
That's
now
a
it's
good hit.
already set up and ready to go. It has the special power. It's empowered. If it has at least 3 attack, it has elusive, and that's already come to fruition. 2 enormous elusive units in play. It's very hard for Reroll to kind of take these down with the early mid-game challengers that this list normally relies on.
And one of my favorite newer cards, not this last set, but previously, the Combat Cook is always a force to be reckoned with here. I mean, as a 6/5, being able to equip the weapon and just put a lot of pressure down. I mean, as much as I think the elusives not in a terrible spot, Demacia is doing what it does best and saying, I'm going to put a bunch of stats on the board, and if you don't deal with them, you're going to die, or you have to go under, which is what the elusives are trying to do. And the elusive decks don't really want to block, so the more pressure Demacia puts on and forces the elusive deck to block, the better for the Demacia deck.
And so Makos is forced into going a little bit wider to stem the tide. Goes for Star Chart and picks up a Serpent. And notably here, the Combat Cook equips the Shepherd's Authority. Knows that I can't block elusives anyway, so I'm just going to put as much stats down as I can. Threatens 6 here, keeps the Veins safe. Slowly but surely, she's scaling up as well. And now Makos put back on the back foot. Serpent comes through, and honestly, what's the best top deck? I'm thinking that if Makos floats this mana, can we get like a Purifying Flames to come through to buff this Esmus? It feels so bad to land it on the flight because once it shuffles itself back into your deck, it loses that buff, but there is also a Poro Cannon.
Yeah, there isn't anything that I feel like you're like, yes, if I draw this, I'm going to be in a great spot. 13 health is still a good amount of health to be at. I mean, you'll have to have multiple attacks in still.
And there's the gem going through on the flight. Reroll finding the Condemned to take down Zoe is so important. That was the biggest threat Makos had in order to kind of win this face race that's developing here in game number 3. The flight can draw a card, but after you've already attacked, drawing the extra cards in a deck like this doesn't have enough impact. We'll see if Makos is going to try to set up these Draconic Bands on another unit once more. Do we put it on the Serpent and maybe try to challenge? If Makos is forced to adapt to Reroll's game plan in that manner, it might be game over.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate thing is, at the end of the day, you need to look at what allows me to win, not what allows me to lose slower. And so you have to, as a player, be able to identify what are the lines I have the options of, and then which one has the highest win percentage. What is my out? If I draw this, if I play this, and I can set up this to draw this. There's a lot to go through the mind of these players right now. And as you were saying, yeah, if you put on the Serpent, you might be able to make a favorable trade, but does it win you the game is what you have to figure out.
Exactly. Reroll is on 1 mana tumble, has the Ranger Knight Defector, is going to scout rally here. Such a wide board. Reroll has enough mana to even throw down a Broadwing if he chooses, and Makos at 9 HP. Does not have the necessary blockers. Has to try to make something happen by boosting this Cultist. We now have a 4/6 in play. Silverfuse can tank this Ranger Knight Defector and hopefully get one more blocker besides.
I will release them from their
The
pain.
line of play that Makos has to hope for from this position, I imagine, is Purifying Flames with the Poro Cannon to push through so much damage, and Reroll has to come up empty on interaction.
I think that's close to the only thing you can be looking for at this point. I mean, there are not many options left, especially after this attack coming through. I mean,
the +1/+1 from the catch means that Ranger Knight Defector doesn't go down, gets a value trade instead. And now Makos has to use the attack token here. The Esmus buff going onto the Serpent to take down the Ranger Knight, pushing through a little bit more damage, and then still has to block at least 2 of these to stay alive.
In twilight.
Saying I'll take down whatever I can here. a bit surprised to see the 4-1 attacking, because I feel like you need it for the blocks on the swing back.
Yeah, I guess just with Valor coming through, Makos might just be attempting to force Valor to get this trade rather than dipping onto the Esmus.
Seems to be the case here. Still a really tough spot to be in, does get some trades, but only has 2 units up to block, and on top of that, the attack token is going to the other side.
Yeah, see the at least the scout unit goes down, so Reroll can't just tumble and rally once more, but the Protege still gets to eat the Esmus for free. The Shepherd's Authority paying massively here, so much pressure coming through. The flight is down, Reroll's gaining the attack token. We've got an open attack with Vayne and the Combat Cook. The Protege is going to pull the flight to the side, and Makos is relying on Mystic Shot.
Yep, that is it. That's the only interaction from hand here, and we'll have to see. Does Reroll decide to go for this open attack or continue to develop? I mean, does know 3 cards in the hand, 2 gems, as well as the weapon. After that, I mean, we see the Poro Cannon there, so we know that if continues to develop, depending on what the weapon is, though, too.
Combat Cook. Oh my goodness, hits the upcycled rake.
Wow, that is...
I thought Reroll would just play the Aatrox down and say, okay, now I heal for 2, and I strike, and I heal for more, I tumble, I heal for more, but says, I'm going to end the game now.
Yeah, I mean, I like being able to set up for this Broadwing, too. I mean, if, you know, that is the case, but we do know about this Mystic Shot, so it might just be able to delay it just enough, but there's a tumble in hand. So...
Yep, Mystic Shot comes through onto the Combat Cook. No buffs there to avoid that. Make us down to 1 HP. The board is empty. Reroll now has the tumble, and so Makos has to play at least a Daring Poro here
I mean,
to get
the
a block.
game's over. That's it. I mean, can't block both of them.
Absolutely. Does that, yeah, because we tumble with the rake and we scout, and there's too many attacks coming through. Makos fought well, but there's just too many attacks. Game after game, we've seen these lists that try to be very one-sided, right? I want to do a strong win condition and end the game. These Vayne decks also have that ability to say, well, as long as I get Vayne set up, I can also ignore you and put pressure on you. But with Demacia, they have the reactivity.
Yeah, and Reroll, I mean, glad to see him performing so well, especially after being so hyped by South Korean players and general APAC in general, so it's great to see the performance there.
And there
well
it
played.
is. Reroll taking us to game number 3 and managing to clutch it up after taking Draven Jinx out of the equation. It seemed to be the right call, and you can tell he's very confident, and as we already said, one of the favorites to get out of this group. And if he's already demonstrated, right, that his lineup is good versus What Am I, one of the overall favorites for Worlds, and so Reroll just demonstrating that, yes, my lineup can do wonders against other people within my group. It looks like he's on a fantastic trajectory here, Silverfuse.
Yeah, I'm so excited to see him continue to play. I feel like he's played very clean. I mean, there hasn't really been too much criticism for his play. It's like, yeah, I see why you're here.
Yeah, the South Korean powerhouse region that Boulevard called it, and we're going to get a little bit more insight about what they thought about that best of 3 as we head back over to the desk.
Thanks so much, Skarzig and Silverfuse. And yeah, what a treat to reach the halfway point of today, where we got our very first 3-game series, and it felt so close.
I mean, it was. The problem with the elusives, it feels a bit short. It feels close because it's missing crucial card, the sudden surge. That was slightly nerfed. Makos decided to take it out, and it hurts. It hurts the deck. Your lack of reach, like that the whole play was before that even if they tried to kill your Esmus with Challenger, you could protect it, you could grow it to 5/5. Now you cannot do it anymore because it's not in the deck.
We've seen matchups that look close sometimes, where like you get your opponent down to, you know, a small amount of life, and like on paper that makes it look close. But then when you look at what's left for that player, they're just completely gassed out, and there's no universe where they can actually close through that last 3 damage. And I think that's what we're consistently seeing out of this elusive deck, which I believe is now 0-3 on the day.
Yeah, I mean, it's the difference, right? Makos playing the red Gwen, this when it gets gassed out of resources against the end, that's the 20 damage it needed. It punches through, like even through some, like a fair bit of Aatrox healing, it was still able to get through there, right? But then we look at this elusive deck, and yeah, it is missing just some extra push. It's very consistently been within single digit, with sub 5 HP that these games are being lost at, and that is so painful to go down 0-2 here for Makos. I think there is still a chance for him to make it out of the groups. This would require a lot of, you know, tie breaks to come through. Reroll has to finish out the day 3-0 for that situation to even come up, but Makos his fate is no longer in his hands, right? Like, he has to get that last win, but he also needs a lot of other factors to happen.
Can we mention how well is Reroll playing? Like, I haven't seen a single like weird or bad blind from him. So far, very clean. I feel like he didn't ban. We expected a ban from the Katarina one, but when I took a closer look at the list, and there is actually missing the best card in the cut Gwen. It's the new card Prodigy. Yep. It's the powerhouse that the got, and like Reroll spotted it and just ignored it completely.
Yeah, no redeemed Prodigy, no ban. Instead, getting rid of the discard aggro, which could go quick enough to go under some of Reroll's decks. I can understand that ban coming.
It has the high rolls.
Yeah,
he wanted to avoid. He'd rather go take it down to just outplay my opponent, play it consistently, and just take it down, and then avoid any potential outplay.
How does Prodigy change the deck that makes Red Gwen so powerful?
It baits removal that's destined to go towards Katarina, and it ramps the deck faster, and it's pretty much the best comparison is like Catalyzer for Darkness. It's such a powerful turn to play if you don't remove it. If it gets to attack twice, that pretty much seals the game.
So I guess not having that powerhouse card really can tip the scales. I mean, you saw the standings there, Boulevard. We've got 2 players right now. They're just leading the charge in their groups, and that's going to be Baya for Group C, and of course Reroll for Group D. Do you think they could just take it all the way and secure 3 zeros for the day?
Absolutely. I think that Reroll versus What Am I still has to happen, and that is something that could.
That was one of our first games.
Oh no, that
Reroll
was
versus
Smooth. Yeah. Okay, yeah, no. Throw that out the window. Yeah, I think Reroll and Baya are definitely well poised for the 3-0 in that position. I know that like What Am I is the second player in the group that we're looking to sort of come back on the rest of the day and make it back to a 2-1, and you know maybe then we get a 3-0 and a 2-1. But Baya's group, I think, it was the one that looked the most cut and dry. The most Baya attack is making this out potentially with a 3-0.
Well, is one of the big things we talked about kind of at the top of the day is Baya, What Am I, Reroll. These are 3 players from the 3 regions that we kind of expect to see some of the top of the tables. Reroll specifically because we were hearing from Pegasus that this was, you know, the guy. This is the guy from APAC that you need to watch out for. And, you know, the fact that he's in the same group as What Am I, there's going to be that congestion, but we've seen good plays from each. What Am I, we only got to see the no champion strength draw, so we're waiting to see more from him, but both Reroll and Baya playing fantastic.
I mean, we can see the preparation diff. Like, it's just, I think it comes down, like those games, we have a lot of 2-0 because of just straight up preparation and deck building. We have the new expansion that dropped, the players didn't have that much time to prepare, those who prepared got rewarded.
And these are not the decks that I expected to see out of Makos. Makos a big, I mean, Frostbite mid-range is not what we really expected, but Makos has always either played pretty much mid-range or Noxus Control. One of the few Noxus Seraphine players coming in through the World Championship qualifiers. So to see the full switch to something that I would say is the only triple aggro lineup in the tournament, this is not what I wanted to see out of Makos. And it is not paying off either.
Well, there's one more game for Makos to potentially get a win under their belt, and we still have 6 more games for the first day of the World Championships here for Legends of Runeterra. So we're going to take a short break, and when we come back, heading back over to Group C.
Welcome back to the Legends of Runeterra World Championship. Gorgeous Aatrox trophy for our view, but I'm Casanova, joined by Boulevard, and we're going to be taking one of our early kind of elimination almost matches. It's not quite guaranteed elimination, but it is high stakes. It is Maddie 24 Mayo versus Kaiser. Both of them lost their first matches, and they are in a very tough position going into this one, Boulevard.
The stakes could not be higher, Casanova. Nobody wants to be the first player eliminated or effectively eliminated, and we've already seen that out of Makos now. It's more or less out of his hands whether or not he continues on to the top 8 tomorrow, and now one of these players is going to find themselves in the exact same boat. It is not a situation that I idealize.
No, not at all. We're looking at Maddie's first deck here with the Jinx. This is one that we thought was going to be an incredibly powerful version of Champion Strength. We've seen some bans thrown at it already, but just having so much draw, you won't run into the problems that one of mine was having with finding your 8-cost spell.
And I'm so glad we really haven't gotten to touch on this deck yet, and you know, there are bingo cards running around for Legends of Runeterra Worlds. Lucian was not a champion.
No.
That I don't think anybody expected this champion to show up. So the fact that this is a one-of in this list, yes, it's just a one-of, but the fact that it was brought at all over some of the other more powerful options that you have in Demacia, like there's no Vayne in this list, the premier Demacia champion of the tournament. Instead, we're getting Jinx and Lucian and all this, and this isn't even the kind of Jinx build that I expected. There's been some experimentation since the buff, but Demacia is not a region really that has been touched on, so the champion strength really breaking out some nice innovation from these players.
Yeah, it's some great prep from LATAM because I think a lot of people didn't have the Jinx version of Champion Strength on their radar, but it was brought by Maddie, and a lot of people since seeing the deck list is like, oh, that's strong. We're gonna look here as we're gonna go to Kaiser's deck. He actually brought FTR to this stage. We saw that he was someone who did favor this. He played it in the qualifiers as well, had success in the quals. I believe he went 5-0. He did, yeah, 5-0 in the quals, and now he's brought it once again to this stage. We'll see if it can actually pay off against some of these faster decks from Maddie.
Yeah, and I think I caught a new card in there, Wild Mysticism.
Wild Mysticism. I have not seen that yet.
A mana gem. It's one of they print so many Freljord, just 5 mana Freljord cards, gain a mana gem. I believe this is just one more of those. But it looks like we actually are going to get to see the FTR. It was left open, as was this Jinx Champion Strength. So we might get to see the Lucian, we might get to see the Jinx. I'm very excited for what the players have left on the table going into this match.
So I want to talk a little bit more about Kaiser's story coming in as well, because he was a player that was waitlisted. He was the 5th spot on the waitlist going into the APAC qualifiers into World Championships. He sat there waiting to see if he was going to get a chance to play. He did, and then he just spiked it. He went 5-0. He made it here. He wasn't someone with a lot of success. One singular top cut in seasonals. He went out in the first round. This is not a player with a lot of pedigree in the APAC scene, but he's come in here and he spiked the regionals, and now he's trying to prove it out in the world stage.
Yeah, when we even just look at the seasonal point total that Kaiser had, I think it was the lowest of any competitor in the tournament, even though APAC across the board had lower seasonal point totals for their ladder than many of the other regions. So it looks like we are getting into, nope, back to us. I thought we were getting into the game there for a second, but it will be. So back to Wild Mysticism. It's get an empty mana gem and summon a Feral Mystic.
Okay.
2/2 Overwhelm that becomes a 6/6 when you are enlightened.
Yeah, so, and of course, if you don't know Enlightened, because you haven't seen people playing Enlightened decks since Karma has been out of the meta for a while, well, you did see a Spooky Karma, but besides the point, Enlightened means once you hit that 10 mana threshold, once you have those 10 empty mana gems, you do get the bonus. And so Wild Mystic, a card that's probably never seen play outside of some very niche Karma Anivia decks that brought Freljord and ramped up a lot, is going to be kind of nice when you get it as a free addition to this ramp card when it comes in, and just you're getting a blocker as well as ramping. It's letting you do 2 things instead of a lot of the ramp cards that just kind of leave you bare and unsafe. Like Catalyst heals you a little bit.
Yeah, and it's worth noting that there are only 2 Catalyst in this deck. That one burst speed, Wild Mysticism, slow speed, so it's not like a Catalyst, right? You don't get a burst speed blocker out of this. This is not Eye of Naga Kaboros for Freljord. It is completely different, and it's a really curious choice. I'm really interested to see how this one is going to pay off, but I mean, looking at the other cards in this deck, you know, the Avalanche, the Withering Whales, like, I don't think this is a matchup where the sweepers are going to do you a lot of good.
No, it's not quite going to get you there. She Who Wonders is going to be an interesting one to have as well as your top end, but there's only 1 copy. This was something Alan was calling out a bit, is She Who Wonders being a very good win condition for this list in the current meta, and having 1 copy is a little bit risky, just like when we don't see Champion Strength, we have issues with that deck. Not seeing She Who Wonders can be a problem for this list as well.
Luckily, you do have sort of a pseudo second She Who Wanders players in the Buried in Ice. I think especially when we are looking at the amount of Aatrox that we see in the meta, I think that's why Buried in the Ice is still coming back into these Freljord decks. All you need to do is Buried in Ice and get those weapons off the units because they are obliterated. They will not resummon with those Darkens re-equipped. So if your opponent is trying to set up for a big World Ender, they've got all their Darkens committed to the board. Buried in Ice can be an absolute blowout card in those kinds of situations.
Yeah, and it is just the one copy. There is just that one answer, but it is going to help you in those niche scenarios where Aatrox becomes the World Ender, the game ender, which we haven't seen much, but we have seen one time so far today.
But not even just Aatrox. This is a good answer to Champion Strength.
True. That is true. That is a great point. It is a fantastic answer to Champion Strength to get rid of that buff, completely stall it out. So this is a good tech choice. It's going to help. I think probably that was the target more than Aatrox, but Aatrox is kind of getting a side effect getting stopped there as well. Let's take a look at Maddie's Conservatory deck. He's the only person who brought it to the final here. We saw it a bit in qualifiers. Some people made it through with it in qualifiers, but Maddie is the one bringing it here now in the final.
And this is a little bit of a weird one for me. This is one of Maddie's big comfort decks. They just absolutely love Tibulk. I believe we've even seen him run Catalyst Conservatory, the Shadow Isle version, in some grassroots tournaments in the past, but it doesn't really seem to mesh with the rest of the lineup, going double Champion Strength and then this sort of off-the-wall comfort pick. I think we're seeing a lot of players actually pay for their comfort picks in this tournament so far.
Yeah, and I mean, Maddie absolutely did against Baya earlier on because Baya just was able to punish Conservatory. Both of Baya's matchups were very good into Conservatory, and we just saw it play out. Felt like Maddie was not even able to play Legends of Runeterra when he had that going. On the other side, Kaiser, this is another quicker Champion Strength variation going with the Lulu Poppy. I think he's one of the only Lulus, if not the only Lulu version. So kind of interesting to see that pickup come through because Lulu has kind of had her time in the sun, but she disappeared alongside Poppy realistically.
Yeah, I mean, I believe there's a Lulu Jinx elsewhere in the tournament that we'll see tomorrow, but it's very different than this, right? That one is focused more on the interaction between Lulu and Flame Chompers, getting this sort of free, quote-unquote, 4-4 challenger, but this is just very traditional, very low to the ground. It's more akin to the Lulu Zeds or the Poppy Zeds that we saw way back. I don't even remember if we were into the season yet that was qualifying for the World Championship. That's how long ago Poppy was running around, and I wouldn't be surprised if this is the only Poppy in the tournament. She has long since been more or less retired, especially after the Bandle tree was reworked.
Yeah, well, there is one on the other side with Maddie, funny enough. Maddie does have a Nora Poppy. It's actually interesting that the decks kind of look similar between the Nora Poppy and this Lulu Poppy. They're both Champion Strength decks, and they do kind of similar things, right? You're looking to flood the board. Nora does it in a different way. Lulu is going to make it so when you play these small units, they're a little bigger. They're not disappearing as fast, whereas Nora's just like, I don't care if you kill my units. I will play more. And they accomplish the same thing through different ways, but it looks like we are going to get into that mulligan, and we will see FTR going up against, this is going to be that Teemo Jinx.
I am so excited to see this Teemo Jinx solution. I think this is a very unique deck, and we see Champion Strength.
Hey, we found it.
In the so I looked at it, and then it disappeared, and I was like, did they just mulligan Champion Strength?
He mulled everything away, and he got it.
Yeah,
so it showed up.
At least, I mean, we saw it in What Am I's hand a little bit earlier. Of course, it came to the turn that he did lose, so now we'll actually get to see what it looks like when you get to play with this card in the opening hand and play for it on turn 5 or turn 6 whenever you have the attack token.
Yeah, and it's going to come down to this deck does have answers on the side of Kaiser, whereas there's not many players that are having answers in their decks for Champion Strength specifically. A lot of times when it comes down, it will be winning games, but Kaiser actually may be able to completely follow it with, a Buried in Ice and stall it out.
Yeah, I am a little bit worried about the fact that there is only one Buried in Ice. There's no Ruination, and when you Buried in Ice, you have to win very shortly after, or at the very least, sort of close things out with It That Stares, because those units will resummon with the 4-4 buff and the Scout tag.
All right, we already have some action coming through. Maddie putting down Teemo. We got the Zonite into those Flame Chompers, and having that Champion Strength in hand, this is a good opener. You got 3 units already set up. We're moving towards that turn. It's going to be 6 attack, not turn 5, as we don't have that token on odds.
Yeah, and right now it looks like we're just kind of getting set up to get our board wiped by a Blighted Ravine. This is one of the things that you always have to worry about playing. Sort of a non-traditional Demacia deck, with units that are a lot lower to the ground, a lot less healthy, but we're going to see Vile Feast cleaning things up, and it might even be a while before we see this Blighted Ravine come out, as once this Vile Feast comes out, you're not really having any high impact.
Yeah, so we are going to reduce the size of Maddie's board. Maddie does have some follow-ups here. He's got the Vanguard on 3. He's got an additional 1 drop, and he does have Resolve to help a little bit, but it doesn't help against Blighted Ravine, as most of these are just going to be 1 health units. He could potentially just drop it to save Teemo for now, but that is just delaying, whereas maybe holding on to this for, you know, a Withering Whale, or when he's got maybe healthier units and he's trying to stop an Avalanche or a Blighted, could be a better position.
And I like what Kaiser's kind of lining up here. It looks like the Vile Feast is trying to be used to test for a Ranger's Resolve, because there are multiple copies of that in Maddie's deck, because the Withering Whale looks very appealing here. But instead we're going to fish a little bit and see, does Maddie care about, you know, actually throwing this down? I don't want to just lose all my mana for this turn. If Maddie goes wider, I want to be able to play the Ravine.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that is going to be the situation here, and it's just about how wide can Maddie get for turn 8, is what we talked about in the What Am I matchup, as well as like just setting up these champion strengths and these champion strengths decks. That is what you are playing for. You are just playing for this win condition, trying to get the healthiest board by that stage. And Maddie can completely fill up this board, but Kaiser does have some good answers.
I mean, Harsh Winds, I think, is a phenomenal answer, and it's one of the reasons that we still see Varus not only just coming out with Pantheon as sort of traditional pairing, but we've seen quite a few Shurima Varus in the tournament as well, just players that really like to get these Frostbite effects online too. I mean, there's a lot of things that it hits in the meta, right? We've seen it do very well against Red Gwen, the Vayne Aatrox, and of course these champion strength decks. It doesn't matter if you have the Scout tag if you don't have any attack.
Yeah, well, not having any attack is a big problem for decks that are entirely based on unit attacking. That is going to be the big thing. But we're just going to see an open attack on this turn. It is, of course, the Ruination turn. There are no Ruinations, but it is Buried in Ice turn as well. So if you do commit that champion strength immediately into a Buried in Ice, that's going to be rough. However, it's a 1-of in this deck. So do you have an idea why we're not seeing champion strength?
No, I would say that I would have loved to see it here, because this is not a situation where Kaiser, you'd only be going into turn 7. Kaiser would not be able to follow it up with an It That Stares that's going to clear out all of the landmarks. So I feel like if there was a turn to go for it, I think Maddie just deciding, like, this is supposed to be my game-ending card, and deciding that that was not a game-ending situation with it.
So this opportunity works. He can go for the rally because he doesn't have the attack token. This is another way to use this, and that's just going to be game. So Maddie actually did have a good game plan for this. This was cool. So I actually didn't think about this as kind of a line for the champion strength as much, right? Where usually you're using it for the scout and then you get another attack token. But you also get to attack twice. If you use it there, you just don't get the buffs.
It's this kind of thing where I think when we talk about, okay, you know, if you don't have the attack token, then you rally, we think of that as something you do on the opponent's turn, not on your own turn after you've committed the attacks. But because there weren't any impactful blockers on Kaiser's side, you didn't need the scout tag. You could clear out the board, see what they wanted to do. You got the Withering Whale out of your opponent. That was a huge mana commitment, and then the Blighted Ravine just Kaiser tapping out.
It was such a cool bait because it was on turn 9 as well. It allowed him to play Ranger's Resolve prior to playing Champion Strength, which let him stop all the clearing from that Withering Whale. And yeah, he had enough units where it was just an easy kill after the fact. I actually really love that play, like thinking about it more, and it was interesting to see it used in that way. And I think that is particularly good against a deck that is as controlling as this FTR list, and it had, you know, so many answers.
But Kassa, that's not what I wanted to see. I didn't want to see a champion strength on a non-attack token. I wanted to see the Jinx come in. I wanted to see the Lucian. I wanted to see more of the deck, but instead, just a very quick 1-0 start here for Maddie, and getting into the Conservatory game, which I believe has been one of the weaker points for Maddie throughout this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, this is the question mark, right? Is this going to get O2'd once again? Like, we kind of knew that Maddie's other list looked pretty solid. We were like, yeah, these look like good champion strength decks. If he draws it, he should win. We saw it earlier. It's funny because we've been talking so much about this deck, and it looked terrible when one of mine had it earlier because he never drew the card. But you see the power when Maddie giving us a nice little showcase, a nice little taste, a little nibble on champion strength to see what it can do, and it wins on turn 6. Now can Conservatory bring it home against FTR?
And we talked about the lack of She Who Wanders, the lack of Buried in Ice in this list, but just the raw It That Stares taking out the Conservatory could be a big issue, and really is going to force Maddie to maybe play this one a little bit differently, because there is enough ramp in Kaiser's deck that, you know, Maddie's not really throwing out spells every turn. You're not advancing this landmark while it's on field. You kind of have to just bide your time and wait and hope for a timely Riptide Rex, but Maddie's got to get the tempo online, and at the moment, Kaiser just doing a very good job of keeping the board under control.
Yeah, we're going to get a little pressure from Maddie right now, right? 4 damage pushing in. There's no response from Kaiser, but he has a Kindly Tavern Keeper, right? He's like 4 damage. Like, I just get to play a 3-drop and basically erase what you just did to me. And on the other side, yeah, Maddie can start to continue to develop. And getting Conservatory this early is important, but as you said, it's not going to be turboed through. It's not going to come that quickly.
And I don't even know if the Tibulk is super important in this matchup. I don't imagine you're going to be able to keep a wide enough board for the attack buffs to like come in super big. If we take a look at Maddie's deck here real quick, we're only seeing Mirai Warden. We're not seeing the House Spider alongside it, so the amount of go wide potential that Maddie has is a little bit more limited.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite a few spells, right? We're at 21 spells, only 10 followers. This is one of the reasons we saw, like, so many issues with his curves early on with the Conservatory, which I know this is the point of the deck. You are running a lot of spells, you're doing a lot of damage, but in this kind of unit-centric meta that's doing really well against Bilgewater and Noxus because of higher HP pools and a lot of interaction, there's a lot of issues that it's running into.
And this feels really bad, right? You're using a Culling Strike, 3 mana to take out a Tavern Keeper that is about to get set down to 1 HP by Kaiser's own Blighted Ravine. You're still losing your board here. Like, you've got the Mirai Warden follow-up, but the hand is just so light for Maddie, and even without a Field of Rush on deck, this Trundle is going to drastically change the way the rest of this game plays out and stonewall Maddie from any further aggression.
Yeah, and Rex does not feel good into FTR. Like, if a Field of Rush is played and you Rex into it, it's like, oh, alright, well.
But I mean, the Pillar comes down on the same turn as the Rex, and that just soaks up so many of those cannon barrages.
Yep. It's gonna soak up so many shots. Well, here we're seeing the ramp. New card. Wow, this is the Feral Mystic, of course, at this stage of the game, not great, and it will just die right away, but imagine if it was turn 10. It'd be so big and strong.
Unfortunately, I don't think there's a lot of control in Kaiser's group. I don't think this is something where it's actually going to work out in a way. Maybe if he was expecting more Shadow Isle Seraphine or something else that's going to like take it way to the late game. But Trundle now coming down. This is the card we wanted to see. And I believe the countdown for that Conservatory currently sitting at 5, if I'm saying that correctly. It means that we can hit it with the Idlith Stairs next turn.
Yep, we'll be able to break it. That is
it was 3. It's down to 2. If we
there's an opportunity then, but there's not a lot of targets.
We don't top deck enough spells unless we... Oh, okay, yeah. If we start off with the Arachnoid Sentry, then we could Blade's Edge in response if Kaiser even wants to go for it.
Yeah, it feels like when it's at 1, Kaiser is going to be less inclined, but it still doesn't feel like a bad turn to play at that stairs.
I mean, yeah, Kaiser might just hit that stairs to clear the board.
Yeah, exactly.
Deal 3 to all other units. Okay, cool, you got a Tibulk, you have 2 cards in hand and no board. What do I care?
Yeah. Exactly. I mean, that seems to be like, it just seems like an easy hit that stairs turn, and that just kind of helps your decision making across the board here. Like 5 damage. It's just like pitiful numbers coming out of Conservatory, and it just feels like this deck is too slow. It's not fast enough, and even against FTR, it's feeling too slow, and like, I don't know. It's certainly a rough spot for Maddie, but I know he's very good at this list. I know he understands it really well, so I'm hoping to see him be able to at least get a win with it. We don't want to repeat a Swain TF from last Worlds.
No, we do not. And, you know, there are a couple of decks that are on pace for the 0-7 record, I believe it was, that Twisted Fate Swain gave us in the previous year. But for now, Kaiser taking a little bit of damage here, getting down the Pillar rather than the Idlith Stairs. And even forgoing the Idlith Stairs entirely and getting down another Tavern Keeper, this will probably be followed up by a Catalyst of Aeons. I don't see a great reason to hang on to all of this mana. You're not really threatening anything at this stage of the game, but Kaiser going to pull it back.
I mean, the thing is Kaiser is in such a comfy position. He's ahead on board, he has some healing, and he has some really good response cards in his hand. So he realistically can, like, continue to pass and take small advantages. He doesn't really need to use the mana.
I am a little bit concerned now that Maddie has the second Conservatory. What a Riptide, like now Riptide Rex is actually getting to the stage where maybe you do something against, maybe not an FTR, but Kaiser doesn't have an FTR. Kaiser's board is going to remain pretty light, and if those Cannon Barrages are dealing 3 to the Nexus, that's lethal on an open board.
Yeah, that will get you there, and that's true. We are starting to lose a decent bit of HP. There is that Blade Edge that Maddie has been able to hold on to, and that's going to be really important because I think Kaiser is going to have a good time being able to deny damage to his Nexus, but you cannot stop a Blade's Edge. We're not playing Lissandra, we don't have a tough Nexus, we don't have anything to do that. We are going to take that damage, and Riptide will be enabled.
Yeah, there's not like some weird mechanic here where your opponent has to, you know, be at a lower life total than the turns. You can't out-heal what Riptide Rex wants to do. And it looks like Kaiser ripping off a Buried in Ice, just wants to clear the board and go for lethal on the next turn, which Kaiser's going to have an opportunity to play the Blades at... No, this isn't even on the next turn. It's going into Maddie's attack token. And that's going to resummon Tibulk unless you clear it out, which now Kaiser kind of walked into doing that.
Yeah, he has to play it that stairs now. I mean, it's just, you're guaranteed have to play it, which is very telegraphed, so interesting to see Conservatory come down unless Maddie's just going to be able to pop this.
It's going down to countdown 2 here off of this heavy metal. If Maddie does put this on the stack, yeah, going to take out the Kindly Tavern Keeper.
Oh, no, that's 4. Okay, yeah, sorry.
Oh, okay.
Our view is very close between 5s and 3s. It's very difficult to tell between 5 and 3s.
Okay, so yeah, this is... yeah, I have no idea what Maddie's doing on that one then.
It just seems so telegraphed, right? Like, this has to be...
Yeah, and because you have to start this off with a slow speed Blade's Edge, followed by the hit that stairs, like, you know that Maddie's going to have a very big board to soak things up. You haven't summoned a second Tibalt yet. It's going to take multiple shots to take all of this out for the Riptide Rex, and this is Maddie's last play. Casanova, it's not a great one.
Yeah, the Conservatory definitely felt weird on that turn. He's got Riptide Rex, but it's one Tibalt. We're not getting through the whole board. We're getting Trundle and we're getting the Pillar, but the hit that stairs is still going to be sticking around.
Yeah. Oh, actually, it can get killed by the heavy metal. It will be down to 2.
Yeah. But just the Rex on board, I mean, that's not enough. There's still HP on the Nexus
And if Kaiser really wants to, they can throw out the Vile Feast in response just to develop a blocker, and then the Trundle on the next turn, you know, pretty far from lethal. I think we're going to get down to a point where, you know, Kaiser's just sitting on, like, double Quietus Vile Feast and really kind of out of the threats for the rest of the game, but Kaiser is the one with the significantly better top decks.
Yeah, I mean, this is also effectively a 16 health Nexus based on the hand that we know, because we have this Catalyst that can be played at burst speed, so it's continually just safe for Kaiser, and he does take that line that you were talking about, just use the Vile Feast, be safe. You don't need to take 8 damage here. That Vile is not getting better.
What I do want to see out of Kaiser, though, here is, do you immediately trade the Trundle into the Riptide Rex, or do you pull it to the side with the Pillar, hit the Nexus with the Trundle, take another attack from Maddie on the next turn, and finish off the game with the Overwhelm in the future?
Yeah, I mean, that seems pretty nice. Just setting up the lethal is really, really good, and it feels safe. It does not feel super risky to go for that.
Oh, we got a Tibalt immediately out of Maddie on the 3rd Conservatory.
Oh, okay.
This is actually turning things around, Casanova.
That does give an opportunity, especially with certain top decks getting more damage coming through. If we can find a Rex and get a damage through, that's going to basically seal things up.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so we said that Kaiser has the better top decks. Kaiser has a better spread of good top decks. Maddie had pretty much exactly 3rd Conservatory and did manage to find it off the top of the deck.
Well, he got there, but it's not just enough, right? Like, you can't just get that Conservatory. There are going to need to be follow-ups. Are there any really big cards we should be watching for in this next turn?
Feel the Rush is sort of the obvious one, right? I think even just like She Who Wanders is the regen on She Who Wanders completely stonewalls the board, depending on how much damage Kaiser takes on the next turn.
We'll see what he can set up for blockers. I mean, right now he's just sitting on the Trundle. He can send this in and trade it with the Rex for damage. However, then you're down to having no units in hand. You only have a Pillar to set up as a potential blocker. It's a little bit spooky to be setting yourself up in that situation.
And Kaiser effectively doesn't have a hand right now. I mean, the Catalyst is pretty important because it means that you get to survive a second Tibalt swing, but there are no more Quietus targets now that Maddie has resolved a second Tibalt other than a 0 attack unit getting randomly generated off of Mirai Warden, which is not something great to be playing towards. There are no equipment in this deck. This Bladed Ravine, I don't think 2 health units are what you need to be worried about for the future, and if Maddie does want to play around the Ravine, can just play them on their own attack turn before going in with them.
All right, well, Harsh Winds will buy time. This is going to buy some space. It's not saving you yet. It is just buying you another turn, which we did. There are outs. There's plenty of outs here for Kaiser, and he just needs to get to them. So Harsh Winds basically was a non-factor. He actually doesn't even use it on this turn.
Yeah, which makes sense, right? You've got the healing to get outside the Tibalt range, you've got the Ice Pillar to sort of wait things out for another turn, but Kaiser did not look happy to draw that Harsh Wind. So like we said, there are a lot of strong top decks left in here. Even Vengeance isn't necessarily a bad one. If you can just get this Tibalt out of play, then what Maddie can do to win the game is something that is probably going to get cleaned up by a Bladed Ravine. Unless it's another Riptide Rex top deck for Maddie. Okay, it's Mirai Wood.
Yeah, Mirai not doing a lot.
No.
Not going to do much there.
This is what we talked about, right? Maddie not playing the Mirai into a Bladed Ravine, waiting until their own attack turn to get it down, and Kaiser drawing a second Vengeance. Actually not a bad top deck at this stage of the game, I would say.
Yeah, just keep dealing with the big threats. You have ways to deal with the small ones. You have Quietus, you have the Bladed Ravine. You have ways to deal with small potatoes, but now, it's going to be a matter of how do we deal with the big ones. We do have these Vengeance.
And this might have to actually just be Vengeance and Harsh Winds. You really can't afford to take 7 damage in this scenario, knowing that every spell is dealing 2 additional damage on Maddie's side, and while Make It Rain and Blade's Edge are traditionally control tools, they can hit the Nexus, but it's going to be Harsh Winds onto the Tibble instead.
Okay, so holding off on the Vengeance. A little risky into Rex, but at the same time, you know, there's a couple cards in hand, so odds are there is going to be an enabler, seeing as how there is just such a heavy amount of enablers.
Oh, actually, the Quietus gets turned on by the Harsh Winds. That is something that I overlooked.
Well, it's interesting because you have 2 Vengeances, so it's not like you needed that to deal with Tibble, but this does make use of a slow speed spell, which allows you to be more flexible with the bad speed Vengeances, and we do still get the Blighted Ravine through. Faces of the Old Ones is not what you want to see.
No, Kaiser is having an extremely poor time here in the late game, probably down to something around 23 cards in deck.
God.
Really hoping, not even just the FTR, like just draw a champion. Any one of them will do it. I mean,
anything.
Maybe not now that there's a couple of Disintegrates in Maddie's hand, but I mean, Maddie is just continuing to top deck what he needs in these scenarios, and Kaiser going to continue to give them the time to do it.
Yeah, I mean, the funny thing is he's got 4 champions and then 3 effective champions in his deck because he has 2 more It That Stares and a She Who Wanders. So he has so many, like, big bombs that he can play. Actually, sorry, that's not even correct. There's also 3 FTRs, so there is just a vast wealth of ways to come back here. It's just not it.
Oh, we are getting to a point where, okay, actually, Annie is something that can get taken out by the Quietus as well. I forgot there's a 0 attack unit that you just main deck. I always think of Annie as having 2 attack, but Maddie in a position to actually get the burnout.
But there's still so much healing for Kaiser. It's just like delaying the inevitable, but it's not quite inevitable.
The question is, like, what is the inevitable?
Yeah.
The inevitable Kaiser finally drawing Feel the Rush or even Tryndamere, or is it Maddie finding that second copy of Riptide Rex?
And there's an It That Stares, so there's at least like a
way to get Disintegrate out of our opponent's hand.
Yeah. But Maddie has drawn answers to it. Like there is a response. We're at an impasse. We're at a stalemate between these two.
We're actually at a point, and it's going to be really interesting to see how Maddie plays this. But if Kaiser were to play Feel the Rush right now, they would die to double Make It Rain.
Oh.
Kaiser needs to start kind of throwing out some of these heal spells while he's got the mana to do it.
That's true. There has been a Tibble. You have to be careful around this, and you're going to see one come through. We're going to get some damage onto the Nexus, and Kaiser might sniff this out as like, hey, I should heal. I should probably heal at this point.
It's getting a little dicey here, although, I mean, Kaiser can probably just wait until you see what the second card out of Maddie is, you know, saying, hey, if you do want to go for lethal, I will make you waste that card, and if Maddie does play the Make It Rain here, then these Disintegrates are completely useless.
That's true. It is going to get to the point where these Disintegrates will not work, and you need to find a way to deal with the threats that get played down. Right now, that Make It Rain would finish it off, but that's only if Kaiser taps below this Withering Wail or he rips it off early.
And even if Kaiser rips off this Withering Wail in response to the Make It Rain, it looks like Maddie is going to go for it. There's still lethal top decks, Blade's Edge, another Katarina generating a Blade's Edge. Kaiser is really running out of healing here, has already played through something like 30 life totals at this point. And it's getting down to the wire. Kaiser, though, at least now safe to draw and play Feel the Rush.
At least for now. There's a lot, like you just said, a lot of top decks. We thought the inevitable was Kaiser finding a win, but there is a Make It Rain.
Oh, if he gives Kaiser an opportunity to play the Blighted Ravine, then we are still 1 off of lethal.
And Kaiser can win with the Tryndamere.
Oh, it doesn't matter. The Make It Rain
comes out
to do it.
Wow, Maddie. Gonna take it down. It finds the winner Conservatory in 1 game. He didn't need 2 this time. Able to get it, but it was a grindy matchup between those two.
And that is not how you want to see Kaiser go into the 0-2 bracket at this stage. It's a heartbreaking way to see it done. We already saw What Am I have a similar story earlier on in the day. Granted, he's got a little bit more compact potential, but now whether or not Kaiser advances to the top 8, mostly out of his hands. But congratulations to Maddie pulling it back with Conservatory.
Look, Maddie looks stressed there too because he feels like he limped into that win. It feels like there was not a lot going for him in that Conservatory game. It felt like, oh, my opponent isn't even playing cards. like he's not doing anything, and I still can't kill him. Like, I can't find enough to get through. And I think that's got to be frustrating for Maddie, because the deck that he brought, he has a lot of confidence in, a lot of comfortability with, is not really working out, even though it found the win here.
Now, I think even as a competitor at the World Championship, you want the games to be entertaining. You want stories to tell people in the future about the games that you played at the World Championship. And this is probably one that Maddie's going to leave out of that history.
Yeah, it's definitely not one that I feel like was fun for him or fun for Kaiser, but at the end of the day, Maddie will take that W. He'll take it straight to the bank, because he knows he still has a chance to make it out of groups. He's got a potential to move on to day 3 and find a way to get, more money, even become the world champion. Maybe Conservatory does have better opportunities, and he just has not been finding the right draws. But let's throw it over to the analyst desk so they can break down a little bit of that match between Maddie and Kaiser.
Boulevard and Casanova, thank you, because you gave me the perfect segue to talk about the fact that Maddie does actually have a chance, because their last match is versus Kicker A, who is also at 1-1. So that looks like a win-in right there.
Yeah, exactly. I want to jump into the last game that we've just seen. There is so many cool lines that happened, especially starting at turn 8, where Maddie decided to play Conservatory into like pretty clear Eat Stair, where he could just follow it up after the Rex. He wanted to pop it with the Rex, but there is no reason to play it last turn. He could just play it afterwards. So he would have an extra attack bulk, more speed, and he would be overall more likely to win. And then we just went down to top decks. And then were in the spot where Maddie could have just passed until he has full hand, and he could have just thrown so many threats at the same turn. There is no way that Kaiser could have answered all of them. And if there is a moment that Kaiser decides to play any unit, like that's Tryndamir, that's FTR, he just dies. So all you have to do is just pass until you have 9-10 cards, and there is nothing that Kaiser can do in the spot.
You and passing, huh?
Yeah, you and passing, you and maybe forfeiting early. I don't know. Like, well, come on.
I know the world champion is also giving very, very shady advice to our up-and-comers. He's trying to clear the way for his year 3 Runeterra Worlds run. Just throwing out the bad advice. But I mean, that game really just showed, right, that there are very abstract win conditions that we can take advantage of.
Definitely. I mean, we gotta bring up something really, really important, though. I mean, that match did kind of pave the way for some really interesting storylines looking forward to the rest of the day, where we've got 2 players confirmed moving on to the final bracket on Saturday. That's Baya from Group C and Reroll from Group D, who are sitting undefeated in their groups right now. It's going to be a pretty photo finish, I think, for that final spot in both of those groups now.
These are players that we already had our eyes on, and the fact that they showed up with such a strong start to secure their spots means they have so much breathing room now to begin thinking about that top 8. And the other players now have to start thinking about their tiebreakers and trying to fill out the other side of that bracket.
It will be a very exciting to look to the next matches, because all of that, there will be on the line for the players.
I mean, when you're in a position like that, like, what's going through your head? You know, like, this is where it counts or your run's over.
Oh, you don't think about it. You just go and play your best game. Yeah. You don't think that you're gonna make it or not. You just have to play, because if it gets to you, if you start thinking about, like, how it's called, about the money already that's there waiting for you, it's all over. It's over.
Yeah, and then some players, they lose that hunger. They try to talk themselves into that mindset of, oh, well, I already made it this far, or I already got this much prize money, and you want to stay in the mindset of a competitor who essentially, the World Championship is already mine. I'm just here as a formality to claim it.
Yeah, I remember watching Alan on stream last year while playing in the World Championship, and he was saying, I'm going all in. I want first. I want the trophy. I want the title. There's no, second place. Who cares? I remember you taking a few little bit more risky lines and stuff because you're like, this is the payoff that I won. Who cares about second place?
I mean, the title and the trophy, that's all that matters.
I mean, the trophy's beautiful. We've all seen the B-roll at this point. You can see it behind us. You see it when we come back from breaks. It's gorgeous. Where have you put yours? Where is it?
It's behind me, shiny beyond the stream. You can check it out every time when I stream.
That's great. It's the best way to show off that you are one of the best in Legends of Runeterra, and we still have 2 more players fighting for a spot to just keep themselves in the running as well, and that's going to be What Am I and Smooth Swallowist.
Yeah, it's Swallowist.
He's swole.
Yes.
Swole soloist.
Almost there. Almost there.
He's swole and smooth, and he's up against What Am I? The bands are locked in. Silverfuse, do you think that What Am I is actually going to be able to clutch it out finally with champion strength?
I mean, if he draws it, he can.
We saw one.
It was such a brutal start, and we saw what happens when players do draw it. It's a fast game. If you're able to actually play it early on, you usually win the game. So if What Am I can actually draw it, develop the board that he's looking to get, I believe in him. I know he can do it. Hopefully all of his bad luck got out of the way, and he's going to have time to refocus and be able to play his game, and I think he's going to do great.
Given the balance and the deck strength, I think we give the What Am I 55% going into this matchup. We'll see how he performs and how the deck goes.
Well, there's only one way to find out, and that's to go ahead and send it over to our casters so they can break down all of this match action.
All right, well, welcome back to the caster desk, and no, you're not seeing double. It's Casanova and Talernova back at it again. I didn't make a bit last time, so I felt like we kind of owed it to them.
Bound to happen.
It had to happen. It had to go down, and now was the time. Before we go into What Am I versus Smooth Swallowist. What Am I? One of the favorites coming in. We only saw one match. Champion Strength never showed up, so now let's see if we get to see What Am I for real.
I mean, What Am I has already lost more matches at the World Championship than he has ever lost in a World Championship qualifier. Yeah. So I think that, if anybody's got the mental to come back from it, it's definitely What Am I. He's played and topped enough seasonal tournaments. There's no way he has a good start at every single one of those. And here we're going to take a look at What Am I's Lux deck. It is actually Jace, Lux, Seraphine, with Jace being the one that is a 3-0. But I didn't think Lux was going to show up at the World Championship either, Casanova.
No, I mean, it was not an expectation of ours, and the PNZ version of Champion Strength that we've seen that a lot of players are saying is very strong and they think is a top-tier deck is the Jinx version. But this is a slower, grindier version, and we know Jordan is comfortable going for these grindier matchups. He is known for playing Targon. He's happy to take these mid-range decks and take them into the late game, and this is one that can do it. We see the Aloof Travelers as a way to target the other Champion Strength decks, and so he'll do good in those specific matchups. But here, Swallowist going on the 12-weapon Roar of the Kathia version of the Aatrox Vayne. Definitely potential to brick, potential to severely high roll.
And that is how Smooth Swallowist was introduced to me. I was told that this is a player who likes to take the gamble, and we see him doing it here in the deck building stage. Hasn't run as many decks as he did in the qualifiers, where like with Seraphine was coming into it, the Pursuit of Perfection, where like you really have a lot more opportunities to play for the RNG of the game. Instead, taking a little bit of a more straightforward approach, but I think 12 weapons in the main deck is definitely something of a gamble.
All right, and taking a look at the bans now, this was the expectation that Alan gave me going into this matchup. He said he should expect Smooth Swallowist to ban away Targon, and he should expect What Am I to ban away this Poppy deck, and that is exactly what we are seeing. With this setup, Alan gives What Am I a 55% favor. I also personally think What Am I does. I always give him a little bump because I think he is just a top caliber player. So I think going into this, we should expect What Am I to be a favorite, but it's a card game and it's still close.
Also, Casanova, I do not see a champion strength here in the opening hand of What Am I post mulligan. So if you want to change your percentages, this is your last opportunity to lock that in.
Look, I see, there we go.
Okay, never mind. Yeah.
Hey, let's go.
Okay, well, you didn't say it before we got to the mulligan, so it doesn't count, but we are going to see What Am I start off with an Otterpuss. And I mean, what the prank? Is this going to just be something that you discard down the line or save for? What exactly are we looking to hit here?
I feel like we're rarely playing this out. I mean, I think it's mostly just you wanted another 1-mana attune so you can still keep the board big and wide while you can get to your champion strength, right? You're not worried about not keeping enough spell mana for the turn 5 attack.
Yeah, and maybe we'll see it come up a little bit later on, but for now, obviously, What Am I just wants to focus on getting on board. And we actually see, alongside the champion strength, we also see the Vanguard Sergeant, so if one doesn't work out, the other almost certainly will. But What Am I going very wide here? Nothing to play off of the Mare per se, but we do at least already have an Owlcat that we can get down.
Yeah, going to be a lot of cheap stuff. This is another big thing you'll see with the champion strength stacks. Usually these chump blockers, it's like, oh yeah, I'll throw away a 1/1 to block 3 damage. You don't do this here. You're just trying to get 6 wide, make sure you can play champion strength right away. This is going to be attacking on even, so it is one turn later. It's going to be turn 6 that we're looking for What Am I to try and finish this game. Right now, I'm not seeing phenomenal answers from Swallowist to deal with this.
And there's not a lot in the main deck. It's one single combat, one concerted strike, are really the only ways that you have to interact with units while something something is on the stack, and Condemn, while we see it in hand as a second Vayne, that's going to be full mana to play it into the attack token for What Am I?
One of the ways that Swallows can win this matchup is with those Roar of Acathia high rolls with a lot of the weapons, because it comes on earlier, right? It's a turn 6 or 6 mana play, right? So you can even play it as early as turn 3, and that creates enough pressure on the board that What Am I has to block, and then he doesn't have the tall board. But there weren't enough weapons in hand. It wasn't able to get set up.
And not only that, but we see What Am I with just, a full board, but still so many units left in hand to play, and the quality of the units on the board really doesn't matter as much when you are just giving them +4/+4 and Scout. If it's an Owl Cat, if it's an Aloof Travelers, I don't think What Am I is going to be too picky about it, but, even if you were worried about an amount of interaction from Smooth Swallows, you do have Spell Shield options if you want to start overwriting some of your units.
Yeah, and here we are. We're going to get a swing from Swallows to try and put some pressure, but because of this Mayor, there is the ability for What Am I to refill, and actually, regardless of the Mayor, he has a lot of cheap units and 5 mana that he can play with on this turn, because he doesn't need to bank additional spell mana. It just costs 8 to play the Champion's Strength, and he's going into turn 6. He's already got 2 banked.
And this is probably where we'll see What Am I fire off the prank. Doesn't really need to do anything else with their mana this turn. They're going to get down maybe 1 more unit, 2 more units, and as long as you bank 3 into the next turn, you're fine. And maybe just fish to see if Smooth even has an answer available, since they do have a pretty small hand at the moment. You've already seen one of the cards. There's just a few more to fish for. Tumble now going to come out for a rally on the side of Smooth, as I do not believe we have Scout Attack this turn.
Okay, so here comes the Tumble. This is big, just trying to clear stuff away, but as we mentioned, there seems to be enough refill for What Am I to set this up. It's still going to be close. Smooth Swallow is doing exactly what he has to do in this matchup, create a lot of pressure, use his resources early. He needs to just get stuff done before this turn 6, because he has to assume that the card is in hand and ready to go for What Am I.
And we see a Nora Portal actually get us the Xenotype Researchers. I doubt the buff is going to come up in this game, but getting something a little bit hardier on the board is kind of appealing. And now we see Vandal City Mare lined up. No, it's going to go to the Vandal Commando, which is important which one Smooth goes after here, because Sharp Sight is in the hand. If you can save a unit, that's not bad.
All right, well, there's the Vayne level up at least. It's just more power, getting the tumbles. It's really helpful. The problem is does this game end on the Champion's Strength cast? Does that end up? We're queuing up for Champion's Strength right now.
And I do think that's what Smooth is thinking about.
Yeah.
When he lined up the lethal attack, I've never seen a player look so upset to do that. Just head in hands like, okay, I'm not closing out the game this turn. We're getting into the Champion's Strength turn, and I really don't have good defenses against that. My entire board is going to get cleared, and I'm probably going to die to that. And still plenty of mana on the side of What Am I to replay a couple of units.
All right, well, this swing coming through, it is not going to end the game. Condemn is available as another way to try and deal with a unit, maybe get rid of the Mayor. Maybe you feel like you can reduce the board enough at that point, but the Xenotype Researcher was actually huge to get something that hardy. At 3/3, you're able to set up this block, and yes, it's going to get cleared away, but it's not clearing away extra units. You would hope this blocker would die and you'd get 1 more.
What Am I is only actually going to be able to play out 1 more unit this turn. Everything else is just a little bit too expensive. He has to bank 2 spell mana going into next turn.
Yeah.
So I don't know if 4 wide is enough.
Well, it's going to do a lot to clear this board as well.
But he's down to 2.
That's true. That is a big no.
And a Zolani top deck from Smooth, that's a large overwhelm unit if he can survive the turn.
If he lives and can play Zolani, that is a massive spot to be in because of this HP.
The 0 mana Owlcat in the hand though, but not going to play it. Instead, just going to queue up the Champion's Strike straight away.
You have to be worried about the tumble from Vayne as well, setting things up to be more because she's leveled up, so she's getting it right away. But What Am I? We were talking about the training arc for Champion Strength that wasn't strong enough yet for What Am I. The Power of Friendship, the anime training arc has been complete. It's played down, and here comes the first Scout Attack.
And yeah, Smooth can live here no problem, actually. You just have to block 2 of these units. You won't, you will kill one of them. You will lose your Scout for it, but I don't think they're all Scout. Well, no, sorry, Smooth will lose his Scout is the point that I was getting. I saw so many more Scout tags than I've ever seen in my life, Casanova, and I've cast a lot of Scout games. So it looks like we are going to soften up the board a little bit here. You really only need 1 unit to survive here so that you can get the Zolani down, and it would take another Champion Strength out of What Am I to survive, but it's not in hand and wouldn't have the mana to play it regardless.
Yeah, being able to get that down. I mean, he does have the Fort Demacia, the little mini Champion Strength. It doesn't let you attack multiple times, though, and it certainly doesn't rally, but it can help finish the game if he was able to clear a lot more of this board. But Aatrox, leveled Vayne, still alive for the side of Smooth Swallowist. He's got 19 HP. He's not losing anything here. Yes, there is another attack that's going to be queued up for What Am I, but a lot of it, in fact, all of it could be taken by Smooth Swallowist. It is 18. He could just take the full hits, keep Vayne, keep Aatrox, go for Zolani.
And this is the Nora Heimer build. All of the decks are so similar from what I know, it's hard to tell. So like there are pokey sticks in here. You do have to be a little cognizant of going down to one specific.
Maybe not one. Maybe not one.
Oh, maybe two is safe, but only 13 queued up, as Aatrox is a great blocker for this Hungry Owlcat generator, so not willing to just throw away our 5/6 when Aatrox is just going to heal and then regen off of it.
Yeah, and I mean, only presenting 13, that you certainly can just take, because that is not one.
I am curious to see how Smooth wants to play out this next turn, though. I mean, you have to be cognizant of the fact that What Am I could just have a second copy of Champion Strength and look to end the game on their next attack token. Even if they don't find that, like you mentioned, I think that this For Demacia might end up being enough. So Smooth has to find something here.
Yeah, and to be fair, this was the one unfavored matchup out of the entire pool for What Am I, but it was very close, and I guess that is playing out. This is a very close game. Smooth has the opportunity to play the Solani, find an opportunity to get that overwhelm, and What Am I almost was able to punch through, but Smooth just did a plenty good enough job in the early game to defend.
I think Smooth had a shot at lethal here. If you had played Zolani and then tumbled it in with a weapon, it would be at 8 attack. If What Am I plays For Demacia, the highest health blocker is 6. But that is kind of an all-in play, so Smooth actually maybe not taking the gamble this time around.
It feels like he almost needed to take the gamble, though. We are in a spot where Smooth is now down to 6. He is going to get outpaced as far as units hitting the board. He needs to find a way to finish this game, and we can see his reaction right now. It seems like he's maybe spotting this other line, or he's spotting that he's maybe not played for the win here. There isn't a line to him finding victory through these big waves of units that are coming through the portals.
And with a deck like Aatrox, there is so much to keep track of, Casanova. It's not unheard of for some of the information to slip through the cracks. Maybe not understand that like you do have access to a big overwhelm unit that could just be lethal.
And we saw him just take a look at the Solani there for a second. Of course, just equipping the weapon here, trying to push more damage through, but yeah, this is a rough spot. Smooth, I was feeling like at least there was an opportunity. Yes, we're seeing What Am I's hand. We know that that is going to get you through, but at the same time, you look at the list and there's not a lot of phenomenal answers to that line.
No, and we're actually going after the Grandfather Fae. Oh, no, we're changing around. Okay, yeah, we are going after the Grandfather Fae rather than the Bandle City Mayor. And Smooth, I'm trying to figure out what Smooth is trying to play for here, because your World Ender could get hit by Aloof Travelers, and I'm curious to see if What Am I actually just wants to let Smooth have that and will not play the Aloof to give them potentially a better card. But going to be losing most of the board here. Aatrox going to heal up a little bit for Smooth, going back to 8.
Now, I've lost track if there are more portals in What Am I's deck available, but I feel like that Aloof is still very valuable to play regardless. You want to be cycling through, you want to be trying to find opportunities to get, you want the Avengers to assemble, as you will, to pop out of all the portals and come hit the board, because you just need to fill up. And right now, What Am I doesn't have enough gas.
Yeah, and that's what Alan was talking about earlier in the day, that What Am I's deck is full of expensive draw, but you do kind of have to, you just have to get on board. And whether you want to play this unit or not, you might just have to do it so that you have a wider board to play for another Champion Strength top deck.
All right, well, we'll see. What Am I down to 2 mana? Not going to have a lot of options straight away, and the tumbles are going to keep coming through. This leveled Bane is just exerting so much pressure.
That is a rather large Bandle Commando.
Researcher! We said it was not going to come up. We said we didn't think it was going to matter.
And I was trying to figure out, when did this get +3/+3? Am I unaware of what this Mecha Yordle does? Does it buff everything in your hand? But no, you're right. You're exactly right. It's the Xenotype Researcher.
How big is that? It's an elusive that's 4/5.
It's not.
It's one off.
Lethal.
Yeah, it's one off.
But we mentioned Pokey Stick is in the deck.
Oh no! There are some opportunities for shenaniganry coming through from the side of What Am I in this game to finish things off.
And now it would be lethal if you draw the Champion Strength, whereas previously I think there were some questions about that.
Well, let's just see what this top deck is gonna be for What Am I. That's not going to do it.
Nothing I love more than late game 1-drop draws.
It's definitely not enough for What Am I. He's just going to go for this For Demacia. Give him the out of Pokey Stick going into the next turn as well on his draw. This is playing to a decent out if you're feeling like there is too much pressure coming from these tumbles.
And Smooth is going to be forced to block here, and I want to see how they want to play out more units here. Obviously, there's none in hand as an actual unit, but there are 3 cards that will generate them. You know, we've got a couple of weapons. We could play out the Reroll, we could play out the Harazi, or maybe even go for this Roar of Acathia to make a couple of Mirages. So a few options, but I mean, the only thing going through Smooth's mind from now until the end of this game is probably going to be that Pokey Stick.
All right, and this Mecha Yordle, I'm trying to, I actually don't know. This Mecha Yordle increases attack. This is the Battlecaster one, is it not?
Is this the one that doubles its attack every time? And does it double its attack and impact? Oh, it has
+2. It's +2 to everything else. So this is actually setting up lethal with the elusive. I actually missed this at first because I missed the thing at the top of the screen. This is that. It's like the Battlecaster version of the Mecha Yordle.
Okay,
yes.
yeah.
So this is actually threatening lethal.
Well, that'll do it. And it looks like Smooth is trying to set up for something here, just kind of equipping a unit.
Yeah, here it goes, the Mecha Yordles. I always forget these. I didn't cast enough Rumble.
Nobody, even if you've cast enough Rumble, you're not casting Mecha Yordles, you're casting Tumble.
That's true.
And it looks like we are going to get a prank onto the World Ender, but you're exactly right. There's going to be 9 elusive damage. Thank you, Cassie, and your infinite knowledge of Mecha Yordles coming in clutch here at the World Championship as What Am I is looking like, Smooth, what are you going to do? And we see the classic What Am I didn't think that was going to work out. What do you mean I won the game?
It's okay. I will take chat flaming us for not knowing a Mecha Yordle any day of the week. What am I able to find the lethal there with this Xenotype researcher buffed elusive?
You know,
you pulled from a portal. It really was the Avengers Assembly.
I've seen some Twitter conversation about how Nora is fine because the difference between the high roll and the low roll isn't that big of a difference. But right there, What Am I proved it wrong.
That was absurd. That was absolutely. That's the World Championship style match that I want to see.
Now that's a story to tell.
Oh, God. All right, well, let's take some time to reset. We're going in.
We see champion strength in the opening hand here for What Am I? You know, there's not a lot of 6-cost spells. I guess there's more 6-cost spells in this deck than you get in even something like Lux Jace back when that was kind of played. Obviously, we have the champion strength, which I don't think you really play for the Lux, but just assembly line and back-to-back.
So a very funny thing about this list, too, is we're running 3 of Acorn, which is going to reduce those 6 costs and make them so they're not actually enabling the Lux and the Jace. It's a very much secondary win condition to wanting to reduce the champion strength aggressively. Like, that is your target, and it's like, I don't care if I play my Acorn and I don't have it and I happen to reduce these other things. There's still powerful spells to play for cheaper. The champions are not as important.
No, and that's something I think people run into a lot with Jace Heimer. If you pick like a randomly generated Glorious Evolution and now all of a sudden your Vengeances are only 5 mana, your Piercing Darknesses, and you're like, oh no, I need a Jace to double this up, but now it's too cheap. Something you don't often say, but Smooth getting on aggressive here. The Darken Harp down onto this Elk.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that we're seeing with the multiple Aatrox draws, we saw one earlier that did pay off because of the fact that the healing was so necessary, but on your average draw, especially when you need to be the beatdown, you need to be the one getting underneath these champion strengths, we're seeing that be very punishing, and there's the third one. I mean, this is exactly the nightmare and why we see a lot of players going for the one of Aatrox instead.
It never feels good to draw any of your Darken champions. That you build the deck around being able to tutor them in a timely fashion, so when you just get them immediately and it replaces a different card that could have been in your hand, especially when you know that you need to be getting on board early and starting to put pressure on What Am I to force some trades to reduce the impact of a champion strength, which will be coming out on turn 5 of this game, and What Am I could be 5 wide for it.
Yeah, 5 wide, casting it on 5 attack token. This is why this card is so powerful. This is why What Am I is bringing 9 copies of the damn thing. It's because of this style of play. Is it going to get the job done? I mean, what do you see from Smooth? I see 3 Aatroxes, but there's at least a Tumble and a Condemn. Is there an opportunity here?
Not with how weak these units are, especially given that I don't think What Am I is going to need to be 5 wide. I mean, even the Daring Poros are going to push through 16, or actually, they're just 20 completely on their own. That is all of the elusive damage that you need, and with Smooth needing to commit 6 mana to this Condemn, also needs to find a 5 attack unit in order for the Condemn to even kill a Poro. Of course, you could do it in response. And you can see Smooth here on the bottom, I think, understanding.
Yeah. Oh, he just gets it. I mean, he does the tumble for the attack. He just paid a bunch of mana to hit What Am I's face for 3. It just doesn't, it's not connecting enough. We're gonna get that Condemned through, but Here it comes. This is actually, you know what's funny? It's actually going to be fully... Oh, no, it is 5 white because he's only got 1 mana left to play for. But I thought we were going to get 6 white almost, but we do have, you know, the Chompers, 1 Poro, Champion Strength.
And I believe that is just gonna be lethal. What am I with a very quick comeback 2-0. Smooth Swallow is going 0-2 on the 12 mana weapon version, or 12 weapon version of Aatrox. And you can see he is not happy about this.
Yeah, I feel like every time Champion Strength comes through, you need the like rousing music as everyone's coming together to take down their enemy, except for the fact that it's like, oh, it's turn 5, they're just killing. Oh, he's just killing now. Okay, sick. 23 damage on the first. This is a scout swing, by the way, just so you know.
You get another combat phase after this, and what am I? Pulling it back, you can see a little bit of zen in this player saying, okay, I'm back to 1-1. It is in my hands if I make it to the top 8 or not.
The stark difference of first series we saw with What Am I? Does not draw Champion Strength. His deck's falling apart. Second series wins on turns, well, 1 on turn 6 in the sense that he...
1 on the 3rd attack turn?
Yeah. And 1 on turn 5.
Yeah.
And 1 on turn 5. Like really just pushed it through there.
There are burn decks that have existed in Legends of Runeterra that would kill on turn 5.
Look, the old burn, the one that I put together with Gummy, the original burn, killed on 5. You didn't kill on 4 unless they were playing some garbage that couldn't even interact with anything you were doing. It killed on 5. That was maybe the most toxic burn has been, because there weren't a lot of answers until, you know, Targon and some other things came out. And this is killing on 5, and this is not a burn deck. This can continue to play the long game and still
it is
beat
a
you.
lot of self-replacing units to kind of gum up the board. We've seen this style of deck have success in the past. Bandle Tree, one of the most egregious offenders of the style of gameplay, but at least now we go to combat.
All right, well, What Am I has shown the strength of champions, and we are going to send it back to the analyst desk to break it down a little bit more, and for Alan to tell us why that card is so broken.
With that, I'm going to give you the floor, Alan.
I mean, okay, I feel really bad for Smooth because if you could see the player cam in the game 2, he was actually tilted because he missed very likely lethal on the game 1. Where he could just play Zolani, he had Tumble to follow it up if it wasn't hit by the prank. But just hitting the Zolani, if opponent plays even for Damacia, it's still pushing lethal. There would need to be something on top of that, and it's very unlikely that the deck has anything to deal with it. And he realized the second he played it, because he spotted the play, because after he played for two cards, when no longer he could afford the mana for that. So he just played too fast, which got him.
Yeah, if you play too fast, you're going to miss those key opportunities, those thin margins. And if you give a player like What Am I a few extra turns to cobble something together, he's going to find those percentages. Casanova said that What Am I was showing the strength of champions. He's also showing the destiny of a champion here. The deck is working in his favor to make him get out of this group.
Yeah, a big change from earlier on in the day where it went from, I brought 9 of these and found 0 of them. I know this card is strong. I know it can win me games. And we finally got to see exactly why he brought these decks.
Yeah, absolutely.
We have to keep in mind that, like often we see when we see the mulligans, some players do not keep champion strength and they mulligan it away, and they just get punished for that. I think this is like when your deck runs very heavy draw, or it doesn't run at all, you have to keep it. You are not playing Jinx version where you can just Ramash into it, you can just Zaunite into it, but you have to have it on 5. Like this is the exact example of the game. You just don't attack, you don't block, you develop your full board until turn 5, you play it, and it's next. Go next.
Yeah, and it is so critical that Vayne, a deck that is known for putting on immense early pressure and tempo, can't put out a lethal before turn 5. It's not that kind of deck.
I mean, it's too slow. You just see the medium damage scouts coming at you, and it's like nothing you can do.
Yeah, What Am I is exactly the type of player that we've said time and time again can identify these power cards, that if I can bring 9 of them to a tournament, then that is what I'm going to do. That's what's going to carry me to victory.
Yep, it's great to see a game plan be executed, and as you said, I love seeing that he identified this card. Many players said, yeah, this is a strong card, I'm going to bring it, and they brought 6 of it in some cases, or 3 of it, but What Am I said, no, this card is so broken, I am bringing 9, and he also said, hey, if it doesn't end up being that broken in testing, then I'll go to just powerful decks, but obviously, he decided, yes, this is worth it. I'm going to bring it. And I mean, I can't wait to see what happens in the last game for him. It's a huge one.
It's a really big one. I mean, just taking a look at the standings, we have 2 players in Group D right now that they get to fight for their lives. That first spot is already getting taken up by a player, so like you only have a second one left, and you gotta fight for it. That's for sure.
Yeah, it's going to be What Am I and hopefully, and Reroll's already confirmed.
Yes.
What Am I trying to make it out of the group now based on some tiebreakers, and as I said, he's playing towards every possibility. Xenotype researchers off a Nora portal, hits an elusive unit, but What Am I also kind of had the cognizance to pick up that Arena Mechacaster off of the Bandle City Mare, right? And then try to force something there. Having the extra attack boost and the correct order there at the end really mattered.
Yeah, there was a way to prevent the lethal if he played the tumble on the Aatrox, and it would force a block.
Just a little bit of healing there. Yeah,
he would get the healing off, but I think what he didn't recognize was the order that the opponent can play the elusive, which set up the lethal.
All right, well, maybe you got to see some of these players just slow down a little bit and really take these last few games one step at a time, because that's it. That's 8 matches down, 4 more to go, 1 more round robin to wrap up day number 1 here. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, last 4 matches of the day.
Welcome back to the Legends of Runeterra World Championship, rolling that beautiful trophy footage. I am Adam Skarzig Watson on the desk with Alan, our current World Championship, and we're here to witness history in the making. Our upcoming match is Baya and Kaiser. And Alan, I gotta ask, what do you think these players are going to be trying to manipulate about this upcoming matchup?
All right, so Baya is fighting from the winning position. He'll be just chilled, just getting the perhaps better seed. I don't think it matters much for him, but he'll be going into the series pretty chill. He's in. But Kaiser, on the other hand, he's fighting for life. That will be a very interesting matchup, considering that Kaiser, I believe, is an underdog based on the bans and the matchup tables.
Yeah, Kaiser coming from Vietnam, kind of already dropped a set. Very unfortunate. But when we take a closer look at Biotech's lineup, this Victor Seraphine Aphelios, the back alley bar value, got banned one set. He got to play it in another. Do you think Kaiser's going to ban this one out?
I'm pretty sure the Vayne should be banned out. It's the single-handedly the strongest deck in the game. The problem are, of course, champion strength, but sometimes they just don't draw it, right?
I wonder if he'll take that gamble. Maybe if they don't draw it, I can just brute force my way through. We know that when you go over to Kaiser's lineup, he's running a similar idea with the Victor Seraphine back alley bar. Opting for a value showdown could be the key, but when we compare Targon versus Shadow Isles, the value generation just isn't there.
I mean, the SI version is a bit too low value against the Targon. Targon just takes it over. I mean, of course, it comes down. If one player draws Victor into Barkeep, into removal for Barkeep, for opponent's Barkeep, that just snowballs. It doesn't matter what region you play, you just win most of the time from that spot. We're probably gonna see the FTR and Seraphine from Kaiser in play. I'm pretty confident Baya will be banning the champion strength, because like there is no point just losing to the potential hero unless his strat will be get more practice against champion strength.
I'm sure he's going to need a lot of practice during this World Championship, but you're right, Alan, Biotech trying to keep control of the best of three. We saw Reroll getting rid of the Draven Jinx, not wanting to deal with that nonsense. Biotech also not wanting to deal with the champion strength, just kind of taking the game away. Kaiser showing respect to the Red Gwen as well. We're going to jump into game number one. We've got Victor Seraphine versus...
That's a very surprising ban, because like he wanted to face the Cat Gwen with his Seraphine. That's the matchup that he was only favorite into.
And so Katarina Gwen being outside of the occasion just means the equation means that Kaiser just maybe is a little bit too afraid of that deck. Sometimes even if you know that mathematically you're favored, if you're unfamiliar with the matchup, you aren't confident in your particular deck build to get that win for you, maybe you just go with the ban and try to find your comfort elsewhere. Kaiser opening up with the Feline now, putting the Hexite Crystal into the deck, gets a free 2 damage on turn 1.
That's a very good opener from Kaiser. You have the early blocker, you have the Victor on 4, and we see a Black Spear pickup. That's a very efficient removal against the Damacia deck with the Vayne. But again, we have to keep in mind there is cards like Catch, it's going along with the Edges, which just prevents any sort of damage upcoming, like from Valfist, Black Spear, Mystic Shot. It negates so much damage.
Yeah, with PNZ and Shadow Isles, if you are able to force them to spend multiple cards to deal with your one threat, you just pull so far ahead. And what I love about these heavy weapon decks, there is the potential to brick, but it just gives you late game units you get to play. The Stratu from Darkened Harp just being a big quick attack, drawing you more cards. We know that Blood-Cursed Harpy is insane.
There was a very cool line on turn 3 for them Kaiser. He could went for the Copycat, and he had the Time Trick in hand. He could have went for this game, for the game plan of drawing Crystal. Again, you have Time Trick in hand, you would have double Crystal in the deck, having the Victor on the board. Playing Seraphine doesn't do anything, completely anything in this matchup. And getting a free 2-Cat instead that can actually block something, and getting the extra Crystal might have been the play for last turn. He would have one less mana floating, but he would have a way stronger board going into turn 4.
So I think Kaiser just trying to get the Seraphine down early, see what's in the box, right? Get that extra spell, get that extra resources, get maybe just one more blocker, but I love the line. We'll see if Kaiser focuses in on that Hexite Crystal, because we've seen these decks, you know, struggle to get that last bit of damage.
Like, this is the moment where Baya can just take, like, he could have a read of the Black Spear. Like, Baya historically knows that he doesn't play around the Black Spear very often, and he just gets caught off guard by it. And we're gonna see probably punished again by that. He just ignores the existence of the Black Spear. He could have taken the pass for the very good tempo swing, but he just took it. And you can see the disappointment face that, yeah, I should have played around it. I didn't.
Yeah, this gives Kaiser so much value now, right? Just gets to float more mana heading further into the game. With that Ranger Knight Defector out of the way, there's no more tumble, scout, pseudo rally shenanigans, and Victor maybe gets to come down in a safer environment and begin to scale.
We'll be seeing some Victor here probably. Ideally, you want to see quick attack and challenger, and just pray that you kill that Vayne next turn. Otherwise, it's gonna be looking rough because we don't see Barkeep. Like, the way you win this matchup is just by curving like Victor into Barkeep and getting those way more discounted cards and just snowballing from there, because you can just block it out early, sink in some damage on the turn 4 before the Barkeep on the same turn, and then go from there. We have Argument, and another curate is a Lifesteal. That will help him sustain a bit.
Lifesteal, fantastic pickup here. Just a little bit more of a way to drag out this game. Baya responding now. Has to think, do I want the Seraphine off the board to stop that long-term combo potential, or do I want to try to answer this Victor and threaten him to stop these keywords from going down? Here comes the fish fight. This is a one-sided strike now, so the Victor will not be able to lifesteal here.
There could be punish from the generated card from Seraphine. There is a lot of cards that can buff it up on top of the argument, and Victor could stay alive here. But unfortunately, the card that he got was a slow spell that gives the unit Frostbite.
Yeah, Baya is just putting the pressure down, putting the cards on the stack and forcing Kaiser to respond. The more spells and generated things that I get out of you in the early game, or less things that might come back to bite me late in the game when I really am desperate to push lethal. Here comes another Fallen Feline. There's still the option for the iterative improvement. If we can get a double or triple Hexite Crystal to wipe the board, Kaiser can take over this game.
I think this has to be game plan. Just just the crystals, and going for like the triple crystal in the deck, and just looking for the like double crystal with Seraphine on the board, and just pray that opponent doesn't remove your Seraphine. Like, the problem is we are going to the turn 6. The biggest power play for that deck is just Harpy with the quick attack weapon, and it's gonna be extremely hard to deal with.
Yes, we've got Caught in the Cold coming, just to put vulnerable on the Vayne.
That's gonna be a dead Vayne.
Damage here.
We're gonna have a high note follow-up, yep, to finish her off.
Beautiful. The random spell from Seraphine actually did come together here. You have to be able, as a player, to adapt to these extra resources and weave them into your game plan. So Kaiser has actually managed to keep things pretty even, and as we head into turn 6 and beyond, you know, the back alley bar becomes a priority for Kaiser to pull ahead in this matchup. Seraphine 4 out of 9 for her level.
Very safe play for Baya. The only good answer for that is Hex Obliterator, which Kaiser does not have in the deck. So Baya feels very comfortable playing the Harpy here and gonna start swinging, and we see 0 blockers for Kaiser, and yeah, it's gonna be rough. So what he can do, he's 1 mana short. He didn't plan that far, because what he could have done was secure 7 mana and play Tellstones and transform his Harpy into 2/2 instead, and then he could solve the problem. But he didn't. Quietus.
Now Kaiser can buy a little bit of time. We have the Quietus now. You can destroy the weapon on the Harpy, maybe try to take it down. But again, even when you destroy the weapon, you still have to deal with the Harpy's, you know, the actual body of the unit, right?
Yeah, but at this point you just take the damage. It's okay. And you just play to win. The problem is you don't have Crystal, and you'll probably need to progress the next turn. Oh wow, he's blocking.
Sacrifices the Seraphine here. Oh. Do you take 12 or?
I mean, okay, so there is a play. You can block here, and then you can follow up with the iterative, copy his 1-drop, and then that 1-drop is 3 damage. So basically, you disable whole opponent's attack.
Hopefully Kaiser sees the line, decides to just take 6.
It's not just 6. I mean, he sees the line, but he didn't want to use the Seraphine.
I think from this position, especially with so few cards in hand, we absolutely need the Seraphine to be alive to double down on whatever value that might be drawn out of the list. And now the Harpy alive as a 6/1. This is so devastating because once a weapon goes on the Harpy, it fully heals itself if it were to go down while equipped.
It doesn't have a weapon, so if there is no catch, and if he tries to rally here, it's not gonna work out. But we see a top deck Defector, which he can utilize to rally.
I wonder if he's going to take the safe play and just directly equip this Darkened Harp we see in the hand.
I think he can take it slow and just play one drop to fish for information. Oh, he decided to just play the weapon.
Okay, and that also tutors the Aatrox. We now have an 8-1 with Scout. This forces Kaiser into a very sticky situation. Attacks with the Acorn first, just as a passing play. Wants to keep a little bit of mana open, see what Baya is thinking of, and here comes the tumble.
There was a different play. He could have played the Tailstone, then attack with Acorn, and then he could transform on the stack Harpy. Because he could have discounted the spell from the Tailstones to 5 mana.
And now this blood-cursed Harpy is running roughshod over Kaiser's board. It basically eats the weapon in order to fully heal itself.
Oh, it's not gonna
stout unit.
It's not only gonna eat weapon, it's gonna eat that Seraphine as well.
Yeah, now you are forced to block. Kaiser left with 1 Piltover Tailstones in the hand.
I mean, the plan is progress day. That's his all-in play at this point, if he committed to this. Looking for probably a Mystic Shot this turn.
Yeah, we have now the burst speed draw, because Harpy's coming back through with the attack token. Baya just thinking, do I want to respect here? There's only 2 cards in the hand. Do I want to just scout? You might as well. 8 mana open, Aatrox in hand. Here comes the progress day.
I mean, there is no possible outs. Oh no, sorry, Crystal. He played Time Trick, he could have pulled Crystal from the deck.
And unfortunately, Kaiser comes up empty, and the blood-cursed Harpy, the unsung extra champion in this deck, just took so many cards and resources from Kaiser, and that's the big strength of that card, just the pressure and the amount of resources you have to dump into removing it. Magitek looking very confident and cozy, just like you said, Alan.
Yeah, I mean, when you are from the winning driving seat, like what you gonna worry about? You are just playing for the practice at this point and for the nice, juicy 3-0.
And now Baya gets to play his own Seraphine deck.
Oh, that's really fun to watch.
The last time we saw this on the stream, he played Aphelios on curve, and that value carried.
Oh, that's such a disgusting hand from Kaiser.
Oh, but
if there is Victor on top, now with that miscall, that's gonna be absolutely insane. You pass here, you don't pressure with the cat. Like you want to press. Like the thing is, if this cat is not dying and you top deck Victor, you really want to utilize that a miscall. Pushing the damage here is not as important because you won't be pushing that much damage.
Especially against value Targon, we're going to be seeing a lot of Severum and just potential healing generated off of Seraphine and her fam. But Fallen Feline's going to push 2 damage. We'll see if Kaiser is, especially after that last game, how impactful the Hexite Crystal would have been. Maybe he's getting a little bit of tunnel vision, wanting to get that powerful card on his side for this matchup.
Buff players recognize that it's just passing until turn 4. Then it just asks, do you have Victor? No, you don't? Oh yeah, I'm gonna pass as well. There's a lot of passing until turn 5, and it's usually the best play is just Fan Club into Barkeep, and the game starts.
Yeah, this game is going to explode. Once the back alley bars come through, Baya has 1 more turn to draw a back alley barkeep just to keep up with the potential value generation.
He has Aftershock. It's not much about the value, it's about tempo.
Okay.
Because value, you'll get value, you'll have enough value. The problem is, okay, that's a bit too early, Seraphine, definitely in this matchup. You don't want to, even though she's not dying here most likely, you don't want to drop her that early because later she'll be for free. It's not like you're saving mana. You'd rather play her 7 mana spell even and just follow up it with Barkeep than to play Seraphine.
That is true.
She doesn't do anything here.
Yeah, if you play back alley bar into back alley bar, we're starting to see a lot of these 2 mana spells become 0 mana, and Kaiser had already pushed through a little bit of damage with the Feline. I think that you could certainly take 4 here.
Yeah, definitely. Next turn, we're gonna see the Barkeep. Fortunately, Baya has an Aftershock and answer, but there will be a second Barkeep coming down, and Baya doesn't have his own.
And because, Baya doesn't have tons of mana floated, we use the Aftershock in response, and it still sets things even.
Oh wow, and another Aftershock. So if there is any Barkeep drawn by Baya, it's not gonna stay on the board for a very long time.
And so players just, again, respecting the back alley bars, don't want them to stick around and give value. A random card generated. I see a Zenith Blade now for Kaiser to take advantage of. Some Overwhelm maybe coming into play later on.
Oh, that's
but
for Victor.
without the back alley bar in this matchup, it does certainly come down to Victor, if you think.
Yeah, definitely saved up for Victor for potential lethal later on as just a cheese win. But this will be very grindy. It'll come down who levels up Seraphine on the board, and with the barkeep on top. Like Seraphine on her own with after leveling is not as that big of a threat as after having it after barkeep, having at least 1 mana spells.
And by attack, also we see the Pursuit of Perfection in hand. Again, we saw a glimpse of that Cataclysm at the end of his other set. Just a big 30-30 with Overwhelm, potentially doubled with Seraphine with enough discounts.
There is a win con, exactly, Reggie into Glorious Evolution. That would be excellent play. We don't see it. Ooh, Celestial Impact, that's an answer for the barkeep. Okay.
Another Obliterate, you can use it on a unit or a landmark, a little bit of healing.
Definitely epic. There is no. Oh wow, he went for the
Shock Blast. Okay, so now that Baya Attack has this wide board, it looks like he is thinking about a very aggressive beatdown strategy.
I think he was planning with the Shock Blast to come down if opponent plays second barkeep. But then again, do you prefer Shock Blast or would you rather remove the landmark? That's the question. And I guess he wants to go a bit more aggressive if you see another barkeep, so you can slam Shock Blast on 2 free units.
Yeah, we saw this earlier from Baya Attack as well, where he let his opponent just bounce a Katarina, right? Knowing that once I kind of get a hold of the tempo, you just won't be able to play that 6-mana slow skill. But because we have the Mystic Shot and the High Note here, plus blockers, Kaiser still has mana open to play now. This back alley bar going to generate 2 cards from the back alley barkeep that it creates, as well as getting another 3/3 on board to keep fighting.
I was looking forward to get this gem just because of the cat. So what's the game plan for Baya? We can see Moonsilver, we can see cat. So all Baya needs is 1 barkeep, Seraphine leveled, and he can play double cat with the Seraphine. So that's the general plan now for the Baya for sure. You're gonna keep your Moonsilver, you're gonna try to get Seraphine on board, and yeah, that's the problem. You're 1 barkeep down. So your combo pieces are not gonna be easily assembled.
Tempting prospect off of the back alley bar.
It's a Seraphine proc. Like, it wasn't very likely to hit, considering Baya has very few followers in the deck.
Yeah, tons of spells, of course, that wouldn't hit. Just a little bit of progress. And now, does Kaiser go for any sort of shenanigan here? Maybe offering up the trade with this back alley barkeep, going for a miss call, just generating tons of cards and trying to make it happen.
You want to play Song Spinner as soon as you can. Like, you don't want to generate random cards. You want to, basically, Kaiser should be looking for emptying his hand.
Okay.
He can play Song Spinner as soon as he can. So probably Cat. Cat looks very clean. You can utilize maybe Sonic Wave. Sonic Wave probably you want.
I like saving the Sonic Wave Resonating Strike with the Zenith Blade. There is still a Victor combo kind of cooking here for Kaiser. Meanwhile, Baya Attack has, you can see, a very reactive, very responsive hand. He's just looking to remove things, and Kaiser still gets a little bit of love from these units before they go down. Seraphine, once again, 4 out of 9.
It's more important to level up Seraphine than save it up for the later, most definitely. And we're gonna probably see take a Sonic Wave so he can level up to get his cat sooner.
Oh, but uses the Spell Thief to get Aftershock to answer the back alley bar. Baya Attack is, again, has shown wants to keep as much of the game under his control as possible, and so is getting rid of this value, wants to be able to stay on top of the opponent's mana here.
I mean, Barkeep is what allows you to do crazy things with the Seraphine. Like, removing that is absolutely a must, especially if you see that, okay, if opponent has 2 cards, 3 cards, sure, you can leave it there. But if opponent has a full hand, I definitely don't want to hang out.
And with, oh wow, the Ballistic Bot coming through, a little bit of extra pressure, never hurt, just a little bit of slow burn is going to keep scaling. If, you know, based on all this random generation, we start getting like Camo Cloaker or Sumpworks map that may, or Ambush, right? It maybe does become an elusive threat down the road. And
you play so many generated cards that you get the value out of the augmented in the more grindier matchups. You get a discard value. You get on top of that card that Ignition that allows you to play Cat sooner, and it allows you to level up Seraphine. So bot does a lot of things in a deck. It serves similar purpose to Clamp Wamp in the SI version of the deck. A PNZ version of it.
Right, just having that extra spell is very important. And Kaiser fishing now. Wow. Ooh, the time trick picks up the Hexite Crystal and gets the back alley bar. By attack contained the first two, and it looks like there's enough tempo here to play this one down without any repercussions.
Oh, for sure.
Gorlith, the unscalable.
I mean, look, listen, we see Disintegrate. He can answer 2 cats. That's crazy.
And now the Shock Blast. This was picked up earlier from the Ferris Financier. Seeing a little bit of play here, trying to head off the Seraphine before she levels up. Takes out a 3-3, lines up very clean.
Does he gamble with the Mist Hole? That's the question. 50-50 to hit Seraphine. Oh,
ooh, Kaiser goes for it. Let's flip the coin. Which one do you want, Alan?
Oh, I would take Barkeep. Yeah, easy. Oh, it's like my homie.
And the defective swap bot being added to the hand.
Yeah, definitely over Seraphine.
Swaps its stats with another unit. So by attack, if he goes for the pursuit, the swap bot can become a 30-30 instead. Unbelievable.
The question is, can he answer double craft afterwards? He would need to have exactly 10 mana, and he does. If Baya goes for the cat... Oh, wow.
Gorlith, the unscalable, swaps its HP with the Nexus. So now Kaiser only losing 1 HP, but now there's a 0-13. And Gorlith is formidable. That means it's going to strike using its HP rather than its power, and it cannot be blocked with anything that has less HP. Kaiser threatening 13 damage. By attack has to remove this.
The really cool thing is, you develop units, you develop threats before you play Crystal, because now if opponent doesn't develop anything, you can keep developing and then slam Crystal, opponent will have no blockers. So it's important to queue up your threats first, and we see Stun Burst. It just turns off the unit. You have just, yeah,
you just silence it, deal a bunch of damage, and so this weakens the Gorlith, but also takes Formidable away from it for this turn.
I mean, it kills the unit pretty much. It's just a unit that doesn't do it. You just dealt 1 to yourself.
It's almost like a stun, right? Just keep it from hitting me this turn. Kaiser responds with a Hexite Crystal, still threatening a lot of damage to be pushed through here.
Really good play on the stack, so you are allowed to push more. Oh, he doesn't go for it. So he's keeping it for later. Interesting.
Oh no, but Kaiser actually still puts out the Gorlith, not recognizing that it can just be blocked for free.
Huh.
Perhaps Kaiser was trying to bait something here, thinking if you just block this way, maybe I push through a little bit more damage along the sides, but by attack's board is still being cleared, and that's what Kaiser wanted all along.
Ooh, so he wants to finish it off.
Moonsilver discounting the Pursuit of Perfection, slowly but surely by attack trying to put together that forbidden combo.
Can he play this turn?
I didn't get a glimpse at what the progress is for the Pursuit of Perfection, but it's got to be close. By attack with no champions yet, if I'm recalling correctly.
Ooh, we have a Drum Solo top deck that might be big. Will we see a Seraphine draw? We have Aphelios, that's pretty good, and Telstones is not too shabby as well.
Okay, now we're back in business. Aphelios is known for his ability to essentially 1v5. If your opponent is trying to run a board-based strategy with Calibrum and Gravitum, he's going to hold down the fort.
I think there is a cool line Baya can take. You need to keep your Telstones for your next swing. You need to look for the playing a cat and transforming your another unit into another cat. The problem is just when opponent will be playing a Vengeance or just some sort of removal on the cat, then you transform the other one unit into it on the stack when it's attacking, so you can sneak in the lethal. The problem is we see a Disintegrate that was created, which will cross the plan.
There's a lot of answers here. It's not looking too good. By attack really falling behind in terms of resource generation. Again, has a lot of reactivity, but when you don't put on pressure versus this back alley bar, this third one that was found, it always has the potential to run away with the game. Here comes Time Trick offering up delicacies for Kaiser to take his choice of.
Would you like a left Seraphine or right Seraphine?
And it looks like he's a right Seraphine gamer, because she is 7 out of 9.
Maybe.
That looks like a decent Seraphine. And it's gonna be very rough for Baya to defend from this spot.
Yeah, we still have the Hexite Crystal and the Reveler's Feast, which would be the new spells to level up Seraphine. I wonder if we could get a double up on the Reveler's Feast. It is a new card from the World Under expansion to be an AoE buff, and Baya is forced into the pursuit of perfection to summon the Cataclysm here with the attack token.
Kaiser can take it.
We have defective swap bot, we have the...
Yeah, that's one, and he can transform another unit into it. He can transform Gorlit into that as well.
Baya just smirking, shaking his head, sees that this card was generated from back alley barkeep. There's no way to predict a card like this. It will become a 30-30, and the Cataclysm becomes a 4-3.
That's such a cool play. Like, it's so devastating. You kill opponent's unit and you just yoink the stats.
Yeah, beat boop, give
you don't get the keyword.
Green numbers, and then the Gravitum, you've got to stun here so that this thing doesn't swing on you next turn. Baya has so much responsiveness, but there's just not good targets.
He can just transform his elusive into 30-30 and it's lethal.
Okay. That'll be Kaiser's
Kaiser
next
is
attack
figuring.
token.
Oh yeah, it's still Baya's run.
I know, there's so many cards flying around, you don't even know who's going to attack, but...
Yeah, he's just gonna wipe the board with the Crystal probably here. Just play just go for the flip Sera, and yeah, Crystal up.
Yep.
Wait for opponent to... Oh, I'm surprised he goes for this line.
Ooh. Huh. Yeah, just goes for the Tellstones into the Aftershock.
I think 30-30 elusive was more tempting than killing Aphelios.
Yeah, I mean, that's just such a swag play, right?
I mean, you could kill Aphelios anyway.
Yeah. There was maybe Kaiser thought that the Tellstone was going to level Seraphine or something, but...
Maybe he forgot that he already played one Aftershock,
yeah.
But it was not Tellstone's Aftershock. There is often players are forgetting about that.
So now with the monkey business coming down to level the Seraphine, we have access still to the doubled up Hexite Crystal to wipe the board, set up for lethal here on the open attack. Even with the stun 30-30, I think it'll do it. Gorlith hits for 4, 7, 9, 10, and then the Reveler's Feast. We can just sacrifice the stun swap bot. That's going to get doubled by Seraphine. That's going to be an AoE plus 4 damage. Hopefully Kaiser will see this line, and there it is. Ooh, uses it on the tough unit. Yeah, deal 2 to an ally.
That's a board.
So now we've got High Note and Crowd Pleaser, right? And the Hex Splitterator to wipe the board.
It's lethal on my screen. Just play Song Spinner. Like, how often don't you get lethal here? Oh, that's not it.
Let's look one more time.
It's not it, but you pick Ruinous Path. Onto the Dusk, okay, that's draw. Sure.
All right.
Oh, he went for recall on the Seraphine. Okay.
Interesting.
Wait.
Keeps the lead and follow.
Huh.
So I wonder if Kaiser is thinking, I can lead and follow to get the Gorlith back, replay it to reheal it, make a bigger additional threat.
I think he just misclicked. I think there's no point overthinking it.
There was a lot of really good options there.
Or he just clicked too fast. I think he wanted to play the recall Seraphine.
And now back alley Bar. Barkeep gives Mind Meld. We've got the Swole Scout, another Tellstone as well. A lot of fuel for Baya here. Just needs to get one more blocker here. Honestly, you can just let the Gorlith hit now.
I'm surprised.
Just block the 30-30. Kaiser letting it go.
I'm really surprised he's not pressuring at all Baya. Like, he could have went for the cycle this turn, he could have removed the Barkeep, and he would still have mana for Vengeance this turn.
The Zenith Blade that we thought was marked for Victor is going now onto this swap bot. Build your own Cataclysm.
There are ways to deal with it. You have double Tellstones, which solve the problem. You can just transform it into Gorlit. You can transform it into your own Barkeep. It's better to transform it in your own unit because it forces for opponent to Vengeance your own Gorlit. I mean, eventually he has the answer for that play, but he goes for it.
Yep. So here's the Tellstones.
Oh, he goes for the stun
Helios. Okay. Picks up the Gravitum, and now we have the Hextech Transmogulator to get out of this jam.
And we're gonna see recall on the Gorlit, or we're gonna see a Vengeance on the Gorlit. Just pick your poison.
Yep, just transforming that down.
Wait.
Oh, and by attack.
I think
oh,
he thought for a second. Yeah, I thought maybe he thought that he's transforming into Barky for a second and just hover there the card, but
yeah, so
that should be the game.
Kaiser destroys his own Gorlet the Unscalable.
I think he missed the recall part.
Yeah, and that's going to be the surrender. Kaiser taking game number 2. Getting the Seraphines, getting the back alley bars allowed him to generate so many different threats, a variety of options to pressure Baya, who was kind of trying to play a reactive game based on that hand. And there's really no way to keep up with the amount of different things that Kaiser was able to employ that game.
That was absolutely disgusting draw. That was really like one of the top-notch draws from the Seraphine player. Like to see.
And so now for game number 3, we're going to see once more that back alley bar Seraphine deck versus Feel the Rush. How do we feel about this matchup,
Look at
Alan?
Like, both players, they're just hand-picking the hands. What's going on?
The best hands. We got the Catalyst on 5. We got Trundle to hold down the fort. By attack can just pass and pass until Fan Club President into back alley bar.
Yeah. Oh, and the Victor on top. Wow. I would have kept the Fan Club though, probably. Because it's a very good curve into Barkeep, and there are plenty of good 5-mana spells into the matchup.
Yeah, and this is going to be a matchup where By Attack is, going to play Ferris, hopefully find that Celestial Impact, things like that. Gravitum does a lot to keep you alive in this matchup, just to stop one half of
And
Feel
he
the
got
Rush.
Sunburst, the absolutely goat of the matchup. You can take down Trundle, you can take down Tryndamere. It's just remove a champion card. Really good.
Yeah, the silence plus that damage is so key for getting around that Tryndamere level up. And Ballistic Bot hitting the board early means this is going to be a consistently scaling threat that Kaiser needs to worry about. Faces of the Old Ones comes through, activates. We also have that Catalyst now.
Would you like to ramp?
I would absolutely love to ramp. Actually going to play the Mysticism here. You get the ramp and also a nice little 2/2 as a bonus.
Yeah, and after if you take some damage, maybe some healing. Just a casual 12 in the hand.
This Feel the Rush is going to come down way earlier, I think, than By Attack is really anticipating, especially with the back alley bar.
The bigger threat in this matchup is She Who Wanders, because it just takes away your whole hand, like it takes away all your threats and it takes away your champions, which is really problematic.
And
if
how
you
many
drop
It That Stairs is Kaiser on?
It That Stairs, we're gonna have 3 It That Stairs.
Oh my goodness, the back of the bars, it's curtains.
One She Who only.
One She Who Wanders, 3 It That Stairs. Going to try to line that up with the back alley bars. And if By Attack doesn't drop them down, not putting on enough pressure means that Feel the Rush is going to come through. Taking a pass here.
Yeah, so this is a clearly... Do you have a Trundle?
Yeah, 5 mana up with the Sunburst. Kaiser wants to respect. I wonder if you just let this go and play the Catalyst.
I think the Catalyst is okay, because you can just back it up with the Tavern Keeper. Now you have to plan when do you want to play FTR, because now if you follow it up next turn with the Trundle, you are staring at what, at 8 mana, and then you can follow up with the Pillar into the FTR, and that could just close the game for you if opponent has no removal or just one card that can remove.
Yeah, even at last World Championships, Feel the Rush ended up being this wild card pick that really lined up well into that particular metagame. Caught a lot of players off guard that weren't accounting for that deck, and Kaiser has been, steadfastly piloting this Feel the Rush. Got a little bit greedy in one matchup, was punished by the champion strength, and now is trying to run it back here and stay alive in this group. Game number 3 versus the favorite By Attack.
He decided to take out the bot with the Ravine probably now, yeah? He's gonna take it slow.
Yeah, you don't need to float mana here. We're going into round 8. As long as you can float 3, we have the Feel the Rush next turn, and then sets up a beautiful open attack once you get that token back. And it lines up beautifully with the Trundle to still get 3 mana open.
It's looking very clean.
And By Attack doesn't want to respond to the Trundle here. Just goes for the Hex Core upgrade. Gets Elusive on Victor. Just a little bit more pressure coming through now.
So he doesn't respawn because he's playing always Barkeep here.
Yep.
Like it's never anything but Victor. Barkeep. Oh wow!
Wow! And the back alley bar actually makes Kaiser play the Tavern Keeper. Wants to keep up on board, wants to put down some pressure. Now that there's no more mana left, is confident that he can swing in with the Trundle as well to get a nice little trade here with the regeneration. So this is going to delay the Feel the Rush, and I guess Kaiser's okay with that, saying, I'll just play it on my attack token.
The problem with that is, like, you know that you see the Gravitum in opponent's hand. And like that's why you want to develop the Gravitum, the FTR, on your own turn. So you don't have to deal with that.
So here comes the Ice Pillar. Trundle is leveled up. We're going to get a refund of that 8 mana. Vulnerable goes over onto the Victor. That means that Kaiser will be able to drag him out next turn if he stays alive here.
I mean, he can't really deal with Victor without losing Trundle here.
Pickpocket comes through. Another little value generator, and now Victor is leveled up.
I mean, the reason why he played it because he wanted to pump the Victor damage, so he cannot trade with the Trundle efficiently. That's why not a Barkeep first, but the Campunk, because obviously he would just go with the Campunk here, with the Barkeep, because it's just way cleaner here. Yeah. Oh wait, that's Baya's attack token. I'm tripping.
It's very, very tight here, where players are trying to play around when they're getting the attack token, trying to float enough mana here. With Feel the Rush, this is where things get really tight, right?
So what he did here,
put pressure on.
Okay, so Kaiser didn't have a read. I completely missed the attack token. So the reason why he didn't play second Barkeep because he was very scared of Dead Stairs, and Kaiser didn't recognize that he has the second Barkeep because he exactly went for the 6 mana pass, because he didn't recognize he can bluff Dead Stairs here, and just it's way more powerful than just playing the Tavern Keeper.
And so now with 2 bars in play, by the time That Stairs comes down, Baya will have gotten way too much value. Here comes Ferris Financier scooping up a monster harpoon.
Isn't it just a dead Trundle? He can kill Trundle next turn with that. He can stun another one. He can clear almost whole board next turn. The problem is with playing Tavern Keeper, you cannot play second one because you have no board space for the Feel the Rush. But then we see a pretty nice for that board.
Buried in Ice now means that you still aren't threatening lethal. It is a nice little stopgap measure. And I wonder if Kaiser is just going to go for the Feel the Rush, absorb the Gravitum, and just try to survive one more round.
I think you just it's too vulnerable. Like if you go for this, you can just die next turn. You just Buried in Ice, opponent has to override his stuff. Next turn you play Feel the Rush defensively, and then you open attack. Then you don't have to worry about Gravitum. You have to just deal with opponent stuff throwing spells at you, but that's way better than playing it now. Because now you open yourself into a lot of punchlines.
Yeah, especially after that second back alley bar came down, we've got a lot of random cards in Baya's hand. You have to be aware of as much as you can. Gravitum comes through to stop Trundle number 2. We still have Tryndamere beautifully swinging in, taking down this Victor. This is super important as well because Tryndamere still gets to swing true and level up, and now this scaling threat Victor will go down. But I mean, with 2 bars and an Aphelios still in play, Baya probably doesn't feel like he's under too much pressure from this position.
I mean, there is only a consideration of Atro, and that's pretty much it. And if you can answer the Atro, and he's gonna be playing probably Piercing Darkness soon. The question is he gonna play? Is he gonna be going for the kill on the Tryndamere, the second level up bar, or he's just gonna deal with the Trundle 10-7?
That's hard to say. Now that the Tryndamere is leveling up, the Sunburst loses a little bit of viability there, but with the discounts, you don't feel as bad, right? Of having to dump a bunch of resources into these bigger units.
Next turn he can just kill the Trundle with it. It's not like it's a big deal. You still remove a big threat from the board. And you are like, you don't worry about Tryndamere because he's not pushing enough damage. Trundle is a bigger threat on the board than the Tryndamere.
Did you, what do you think about Baya actually sacrificing the Aphelios here too?
I'm trying to figure out what his game plan is, but he's just assuming this Aphelios will die to anything and he can't protect it, so he might as well just give it up on it. So what I'm thinking, that next turn we'll see probably Sunburst on that 10-10 with the Caustic Reef, the new card. We're gonna see Piercing Darkness now on that. And like, what's gonna happen? Tryndamere will pop next turn, Trundle will die, and Baya decided just to go for outgrind and not worry about killing his opponent. So he just decided to full trade, not worry about the board, and go from there. Also, like, there is a lot of cards, just not only AoE, but also like Shihu, Edead Stairs that can come down. Edead Stairs will go, of course, for the Barkeep Destruction.
Yeah, and ironically, because Biotech has so many spells in hand, you know, if a Shihu Wanderers comes through, it's not going to wipe all of the threats out of the hand. We've even got Pursuit Perfection. Not going to be super great in this matchup, but if Seraphine comes through and you can get 2 of them, you're also getting blockers for the Field Rush.
So I would be very surprised if we don't see Sunburst open on the Trundle now. Ooh, wait a second. We see Spell Thief. How would you feel about 10-10 Seraphine?
Spell Thief. Biotech is calculating. You can go for the Spell Thief. It is a new spell. Feel the Rush would certainly be a new spell, discounted by 2. It is possible, but you don't get to pick your option. Throws it down. Is FTR in those options? And there it is. Feel the Rush from Spell Thief. Immediately put out onto the stack.
That's more fun play, but like the correct play is actually going with the Sunburst. Because like, the Birdie Nice is too big of a punish, and like you just die next. I mean, you don't die next.
Even at this moment, Alan, we're still all card gamers at heart. You cannot turn down a play like this.
Yeah, it's a cool play.
So Biotech is gaming right now. Feel the Rush taken from the opponent. We're gonna get some 10-10 champions coming out of his side. Here comes Seraphine, leveled up.
So you can ask, like, there is only one of Birdie Nice. How can I know he has it? You can tell basically how many 8+ mana spells is there in the Kaiser hand based on the Trundle's last attack token. So he knows that there were exactly 3 8+ spells. So it's either one of them was Pillar, so he has 2 extra. So it's either Edead Stairs, Shihu, Birdie Nice, or Field the Rush. So there wasn't much options. Or another Tryndamere. So there wasn't much options that was going outside of the Birdie Nice.
And so now with Buried in Ice coming through, Biotech tapped out of mana. Kaiser setting up a beautiful open attack here.
He's looking, because he can push 6 damage, no, he can push 4 only to the face. He's thinking about some Caustic Reef, like casting just spells with the Seraphine in this turn.
But yeah, doesn't put any of those spells on the stack with the leveled Seraphine. Not going to get that doubled up effect.
And it's just pass. There's not much else to do. And we're gonna see open attack lethal threat from the Kaiser. Is there any answer?
From the top of the deck, by attack, what do you got?
Nothing.
This is gonna be fun.
Unbelievable. Yeah, there's
if he went
here.
for the... No, he couldn't have the one.
Yeah, the Tryndamere hasn't leveled up yet. It's just going to survive the damage and keep swinging. Trundle is enormous.
Yeah, there's just nothing in the Baya's hand that can answer that.
Yeah, I mean, the Spell Thief Feel the Rush was just a hilarious play. I can understand completely why you would go for that, but the world champion Alan does say, you know, gotta go for the Sunbird.
I mean, you have a safe play. You have a like, you can just play. You can play this Field Rush later, and you win anyway. I think you could have cleared the board. Like you could have left only Tryndamere on the board that you can deal later with. And like already we've seen two Trundles, 1 Tryndamere. Like at this point, you would be more likely to see like some Edead Stairs, Shihu, or Birdie Nice. And he didn't have mana for Field Rush, so I think going for one of those would be just slightly better than going for the Field Rush. But again, he's guaranteed going into top cut, so I can't blame him going right away for the play.
I mean, you've got to make a memory, as Boulevard did say. And as well, Kaiser still trying to hang on, right? That Feel the Rush doing a lot of work. Surprisingly, Shadow Isles Freljord control deck is something that can line up if your read on the meta is correct. And we will have to see if it continues to pay off throughout this group stage.
Yeah, most definitely. Kaiser now has a shot, right? Or he's not in yet. He has a shot at going through, right, as the rest of the group. So we don't have a definitely second person going out. And yeah.
We'll see a little bit more about how these tiebreakers are lining up as we head back over to our analyst desk.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I'm so excited that we get a chance to talk about this match a little bit because, I mean, another 3-game series, and Kaiser was able to get the reverse sweep. So what was really setting him up for success there?
So it was mostly the start of the second game, right, where we have this Seraphine mirror, which is something that we didn't expect to see a lot. But back alley bar is easily the most pivotal card in that matchup, and Kaiser found one and Baya didn't. And sometimes it just kind of is that simple.
And it really brought, well, some cards that surprising when we got to see a Catastrophe lose its stats and become a 3/3 instead, which was really cool to see.
Okay, you know, actually, I'm glad you brought that up.
Yeah, I know. All he wants to do is talk about this.
Qualifier. I'm looking at all these ones in the Seraphine decks. Wow, there's a lot of tech cards you could have in here. Where's the defective swap bot? We've seen it in the past as a counter to Scion. Taking this 10-6, turning it into a 4/3. Okay, I don't have to worry about that anymore. There are a lot of tall units in the game right now. It's why we see aloof travelers so much. Why aren't we playing defective swap bot? Kaiser doesn't even play it. Kaiser randomly generated it.
He's like a sleeper agent, and his like trigger word was defective swap bot. He's like agent swap bot reporting in. Here we go.
Hey, listen, all the players have been talking about variants that can happen, especially in Legends of Runeterra. So maybe sometimes you just get a little lucky and get exactly what you need.
Yeah, we saw the Xenotype researchers earlier, and that was stunning.
It's always fun to see these big plays, and I think what was really most exciting too is that Kaiser is able to go out of this tournament with a bang, right? You know, Baya already confirmed, locked in for making it to day number 3, but unfortunately for Kaiser with 2 losses, it was always going to be really tough to come back.
Yeah, so Kaiser going to be able to find a win at the end here, you know, making memories at the World Championship. You don't want to come in and go out 0-3, but he came in off the wait list. He had not initially qualified for the regional. He was 5th on the wait list. Makes it through, makes it to this stage, takes down Baya, one of the tournament favorites, in one of those fights. I mean, that's the way to go out if you're going to go out of the World Championship, is go down swinging, not going gently into this calm night.
And we know that Baya is one of the favorites, not just to make it out of the group, but potentially even to win the entire tournament. So if Kaiser's singular win in this event was against, you know, potentially the future world champion, that's, you know,
we take those.
I lost to the guy that won, or I beat the guy that won. You know, I'm the what do you call it? The unofficial world champion.
Yeah. By proxy? I don't remember. There's some vocabulary there that it's not coming to my mind right now. But I think one other thing that's really important to note is that Byattack has done better than his last attempt at the World Championships.
Yeah, this was a big thing that I wanted to shout out, is Baya really wanted to outperform what he did last year, right? He went out in top 16. He wasn't able to advance through the group stages. He's already done that this time around. That's going to be a huge point of pride for him, but I know he's not done. He wants more. He wants the win. He wants the title. Coming in with 8 seasonal top cuts, being a seasonal champion. Boulevard, you were saying this is a player you've been so excited for this year, and Baya is still putting himself in that position to try and take more, find that win.
After his performance last year, there was a lot of talk about, you know, unofficial player of the years in mind for EMEA was Byattack, you know, getting that seasonal win, making it to the World Championship, just consistent performances throughout the year, very comparable to a year that like What Am I had, you know, maybe not as flashy, not quite as many tops, but does have the win and now locked in for top 8, something that What Am I still has to fight through.
Yeah, he's exactly where he wants to be, has plenty of time. He has a full day to prep for just whatever he expects to do well tomorrow. So, I mean, he has to feel good.
Yeah, and when we look at across the way at Group D, where What Am I is waiting, we have a lot still to cover here because this is not really fully set in stone yet. Our next matchup is going to be Reroll versus Smooth Swallowist. And while Reroll is coming into this one with a 2-0 record, Smooth is out 1-1, and we also have What Am I that is also sitting in that position. I mean, like this could get really interesting if Smooth is able to take a win here when it comes to tiebreakers.
Yeah, I mean, this group is really tight between all of these players, right? Smooth, we saw playing really solid early on. He had a rough fight against What Am I. What Am I found what he needed in the draws, but Smooth also made a couple small misplays that could have cost him dearly. Reroll has been playing, you heard Alan say it earlier on the desk, we've been talking about it, so clean throughout. This should be a really solid matchup. I think Smooth has made very few mistakes. There was just one that shined through. I think he still has what it takes to take it to Reroll.
The problem, though, is that those mistakes, they came at very pivotal moments. And speaking of pivotal moments.
There we go.
That was perfect timing there as Aatrox makes another entrance, but I mean, just continuing with that conversation, does Smooth have a chance to be able to come back and get that 2-1 at the end of the day?
Oh, absolutely. It'd be wild to get up here and say no. Right?
Oh,
No, Smooth is
No, he's gone.
Just surrender for the EV, save the mental, whatever.
Yeah, I would say it's pretty much a toss-up here. I don't look at the deck list and say, wow, this player is definitely favored from what they brought today. It feels like it could go either way, so it's going to come down to draws and who plays the best.
Also bans. I feel like that's been something that's been really interesting today. I feel like most of the time we have seen what we have expected players to ban, and in other cases it's been a little interesting.
Reroll's been changing Alan's mind on what the ban should be on some of these, actually. He's been seeing what Reroll bans and been like, you know what? Yeah,
Maybe
that was actually a fantastic ban. Yeah.
We're going to get into all of that and more as we do head into our second to last match in Group D. Let's send it back over to Skarzig and Alan.
Welcome back to the desk, everyone. We're about to jump in Reroll, a player that's already playing like a champion, versus Smooth Swallowist, who is, I think, based on just the face cams, the player that's having the most fun during this broadcast today.
Oh, I don't know if he had much fun, not serious.
I mean, do we really count that the champion strength came through? But now he gets to beat potentially the player that beat What Am I? That's got to feel good.
Yeah, definitely. The reroll. That he could beat the reroll now. We'll see. 3 times the charm. Maybe third time I got the reroll ban right. I am assuming he'll ban Nora this time, and Smooth will take out the action. But again, so far at the bans against reroll, we expected action, and so far it has been taken out. By far, really frightening deck against most of the matchups for players.
And of course, Red Gwen, the old standby. It's such a solid foundation to build the rest of your lineup around. If you get to play it, you feel great. If your opponent bans it, you get to play your other decks, and it also feels fantastic.
Can I put your mind to one detail? Because if you look at the Red Gwen, there's like a small detail. Red Gwen never played Mark of the Isle, and we Reroll and our group came to the same conclusion. Mark is amazing in this meta. We got 2, he got 1, and both of us, obviously both of the groups, got the free on of Prodigy into Red Gwen. Like all those cards, just are recognized by the best players.
Yeah, if you can identify those strong, overlooked cards, you have such a massive edge, especially in an environment like this, where the players have been prepping for, just a little over a week. And if you can find those powerful cards to include in your deck, you get so much time to practice with them and truly appreciate their power. But as the players are in the head-to-head, we do see the bans coming through. Swallow is going to be on the Varus, still has his champion strength deck, and Reroll once again gets to play the Red Gwen.
Yeah, I think Reroll might have brought the strongest lineup. Straight up. Okay, we see the Varus, that's actually Varus.
Yeah, it's the Varus Akshan deck, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's Varus Akshan, right. Just a bit of the regions mix up. And then we had from the Reroll, I didn't notice that. What did we ban?
Yeah, and so Reroll now going to jump in with the Vayne Aatrox, a deck that a lot of players have said is one of the strongest, has bullied its way into all of these lineups. We've seen Aatrox time and time again not just be a game-ending threat, but being able to stabilize these shaky positions and slowly but surely bring you back into a game to find those winning ideas. Smooth Swallowist, again, also now on the Vayne Aatrox. If I'm not mistaken, is this the first Vayne Aatrox mirror we've seen?
I think second.
Okay.
So what's the cool part about the Aatrox? Before you just played PNZ just for the weapon. Why would you play in PNZ when you can just play Aatrox? Like you got shot to the deck and play the weapon on top.
Yeah, the Darken Harp is one of the strongest Darken weapons. It just was in the wrong region. And now Aatrox solves that problem and gives you a big body to boot. Reroll summoning his flock of birds, 2 Fleet Feather Trackers and a Broadwing versus a solo Vayne. And now here comes the Darken Aegis.
Whoa, the silence is absolutely disgusting.
Silence and Suppress destroys the weapon. Smooth grinning, actually his tech
Look at the smile.
Target.
Look at that smile on the face.
There is no better feeling of running one of Wild Tech and having it line up against what you wanted to.
I mean, you just killed 2 cards and you traded 1 mana for 4. I mean, you are looking very hot so far.
And now Vayne is equipped with the Darken Harp. She has Quick Attack. She can just go in. Faithful Wolf Dog also getting a Darken Lodestone to carry around. Looks like a great full attack. Vayne gonna get boosted +1/+1 by this. Reroll finds a combat cook with Pot of Pain. With that Forge, it's a 5-3. Still gets a good block, but Vayne gets to start running roughshod over Reroll's board.
That catch will come pretty big time. To just trade off, or we keep it for the Vayne? Nope, we trade it off.
And now the +1/+1 coming in clutch. Combat Cook goes down, so does the Wolf Dog, but Vayne is on the board solo, and that's all you need for a deck like this. Force your opponent to block down. I have quick attack. What do you have to respond?
He might heal up the Vayne here and force a trade. Like, if we're gonna see equip on the way, exactly. So what he can do, he can just play Tumble on the Lodestone, heal up the Vayne and trade off. That's not gonna work it.
Yeah, you got to keep the quick attack on the Vayne now. We do have the Mistress here is a 4/4 with Challenger. You can put another weapon on that. But yeah,
I think you just collect the 6 damage. Like, you get always the 6 damage in. The reroll is never blocking, so you might as well take it for 2 mana. And you might just play Aatrox next turn instead of developing. Like, at this point, it's not more of a tempo; it's more of a value game.
Yeah,
or we might see Harpy.
We're getting into the mid game, right? We've got the Widowed Huntresses that can keep the board under control. Soloist has Aatrox now with the attack token, going to keep on healing. If in a couple more turns we could see World Ender or just Straw 2 being played out straight up. You draw 2 cards and they're discounted. It's absolutely huge in these mid-range matchups. If you and your opponent are just trading down on an even keel, getting 1 or 2 extra cards can be the difference.
So this is a very interesting spot because here Smooth recognizes that it's either Fish Fight or Condemn. Like, if you took here cannot block, it's most likely one of those. So he recognizes if there is no Fish Fight coming this turn, he has to respect Condemn next turn.
So just passes back, sitting very comfortable at 20 HP. Reroll has to take a lot of big risks to try to win this mid-range fight and crawl back into this game. Here comes the Fish Fight. We'll see if Smooth did pick up on that read after all.
I mean, look, both of them top deck. One of them top deck Fish Fight, second one top deck then answer to the Fish Fight, but then there is a Condemn, which is gonna be absolutely disgusting here. And that's at the Aatrox.
So after a key exchange of combat tricks, the Combat Cook remains on the field.
I mean,
Smooth now.
I think you're fine. You just play the 4-drop. You're discounting your World Ender, and you're fine. You're just gonna get another Aatrox soon on the board with the World Ender being like 0 mana at this pace.
And you can see here, Reroll did this gambit earlier, putting the Shepherd's Authority on the Combat Cook, saying that I want to attack with so much pressure, I force you to block. And you can see the aggressive slant that these Vayne decks really opt for. They aren't trying to be directly responsive. If you can force your opponent to block, it's the same as having a removal.
Not sure. Maybe he's thinking about which weapon he wants to equip.
Hand me a weapon. I got beast to put down.
So the he banks on Reroll not having 2 or 1 mana drop to get a Challenger, and instead he just wants to trade with Cook. So basically that was only consideration. Do I play around another unit, or do I just ignore that he might have another unit? Because he has a CC with 1 card, so he knows there are only 2 cards in the Reroll's hand that are invisible to him. So he just decided to go for the value because he knows he's winning the long game because of the World Ender being already 8 mana and it's getting just cheaper.
I love the Widowed Huntresses in this deck to be able to get your weapons into play very quickly with some tempo. You can use them to threaten, and Reroll also trying to keep up that threat level by equipping this Broadwing.
Check out, if Reroll passes, Reroll might have considered passing here, so he doesn't give the weapon back to the Smooth, because what can happen next turn, he'll just play Styratu and swing in. But because he has a Condemn, he can actually afford to attack here and allow Smooth to play the Styratu. So he's actually baiting him to play the A-drop.
And Smooth is hesitant now. After that last set, he was having a great time, got high rolled, recognized that he was giving those opportunities for the opponent to outplay. And when you're playing these board-based matchups, even if you're ahead in HP, if you can't keep up any threat on board, it is a loss.
So Smooth completely ignored the fact of the fish fight and condemn, because like if he traded with the 6-5, Reroll wouldn't be able to kill Styratu. And yeah, Smooth doesn't go for the Styratu, he just wants to go for the World Ender instead. Completely different line.
Yeah, the top deck of the Broadwing maybe changed that line a little bit, fortunately. We do have the Widowed Huntress as well that can get a weapon, and then the Broadwing also gains Challenger, can receive a weapon, and Smooth just trying to figure out, you know, how do I want these trades to go? What's the best?
Oh, he's just thinking, is there a fish fight or not? That's like he's trying to just bait out any mana he can bait out, and now you're just, oh, there is no fish fight. I'm chilling. I'm just gonna play the Huntress, and I'm just gonna take
beautiful.
a quick trade.
And now we get the Challenger and Quick Attack with the Huntress. A combination like this in a board-based matchup absolutely swings things back in your favor.
Absolutely.
And the Cook can't block, so that's 4 damage going through.
Look at this World Ender, he's coming.
The World Ender's coming. The Huntress is going to transform into Stratu, and then this Broadwing is going to explode and turn into a level 2 Aatrox.
And there is not much going for Reroll in this hand.
Yeah, even if he attacks here, Smooth is going to take this 6 damage gladly.
Yep. Reroll was looking pretty good, but the problem is he just got outvalued because of the Aatrox value generating.
Yeah, the weapons
and the Huntress.
Consistent threat. The Huntress allowing you to use the weapons immediately is so good. You don't have to take the extra action to equip those weapons. And the Darkened Harp, Alan, you talked about it, one of the strongest weapons. We're seeing it on full display here.
I mean, yeah, Smooth is onto something with the Huntress. Definitely very good card. It's very good into the champion strength. It takes out the units that you want to buff. Definitely good call to play this card. We missed it when we were prepping, but definitely something you cannot miss out.
And finally, the World Ender comes coming once again.
Oh, it's so cool. Yep.
No doubt about that. A 10-10 with Overwhelm and Challenger. And Stratu, the Darken from P&Z. When you attack, you're going to draw a couple cards and discount them.
Oh, just a little 10-10 Overwhelm and some 10-6 Quick Attack, yeah.
So Reroll still trying to hang in there. Jural gets enough attack to take down the Stratu, so it's just going to be a solo Aatrox attacking next turn. And the Harazi, that's right, the discount from Aatrox. And now we have the swing. Aatrox can just cleave a path now through Reroll's board, and there is the concession.
The plus EV concede? Self-mental, just go next.
Going next indeed. Smooth Soloist looking very satisfied, very chill that his deck did what it wanted to do. The Widowed Huntress technology, the Silence and Suppress technology.
I mean, yeah,
well.
that one-off just won him the game, straight up. This game would look completely different if he didn't get the Silence and Suppress. Like, we have to be clear about that.
And when you are at this level of play, being able to predict what the meta is going to look like, especially when you're adapting to a new set, identifying the key pieces that you're going to need is primo if you want to be the world champion. So now we're heading into game number 2. Reroll sticking with Bane, and Smooth Swallows now on the Vandal City champion strength deck. We've seen the highs and lows of this list. And no full mulligan. Looks like a keep. Oh, never mind. Champion strength now in the hand.
It's all good.
Live here from the studio.
I mean, you need to play like a champ and draw like a champ to become one. Like, let's be honest. Like, clearly he's in a good shape.
I love it. Yeah, the Junk Construct. You have an easy 2/2 that can attack and block when it goes down. You have the Portal to keep your board full. I love the inclusion of the Grumble Slug here to get the Attune, so that way you can kind of play on curve and play towards the champion strength at the same time. Here comes Grandfather Faye, putting an Hungry Owlcat in the hand. Just another great blocker. We've seen how these mid-range Demacia decks can force the champion strength to trade down sometimes, but Smooth is all in.
I mean, let's go over the game plan for this this matchup. So basically, Smooth never attacks, never blocks, turn 5, unless he's about to die. But unless then, just pass, play unit, champion strength, yeah. and you either win or not.
Exactly, because you can just play Champion Strength even if you don't have the attack token, it'll rally you. If you have the attack token, it grants Scout. You're going to attack no matter what, and Rerolls in the situation once more of Vayne trying to push through as much damage as possible. Here comes that 3-mana tumble, and Smooth is going to gladly accept another 4 damage.
With this hand you might block once, because you might wait for the... You have only 1 champion strength, it might not be enough. So we're gonna see probably champion for the Scout on turn 6 because of the attack token.
Yeah, and by trading away the Junk Construct, you also spend those next couple turns just naturally drawing towards your portal.
Yep.
Goes for the double Owlcat, right? Wants the spell shield, so important to stop the fish fights and the reactive spells and the condemned from actually clearing those threats before the champion strength resolves. Here comes Junk Construct. Smooth can actually just go for a Pokey Stick here, refill some mana with the Grumble Slug. Might just be it looks like it's just a...
We're gonna see probably Phase Sprout now. We're gonna see what kind of... he decides against. You can fit it anyway. There is no point not playing it.
Yeah, you can just save the Pokey Stick for whatever extra points of damage you happen to be missing in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah. And next turn we have the Resolve with the Champion Strength.
And we're going to potentially get 1 portal as well off that first Junk Construct, keeping the board nice and full. Here comes the fish fight, trying to keep this board narrow. Giral, can you hold the fort?
I mean, he's looking for Wonder. Oh, there is a Pix. Yeah, you just take Pix. And you don't play Resolve because it's not good next turn, and you just Champion Strength for 5 units, potentially 6 if you get the portal.
Yeah, and then you get the support from the Pix, boosting.
You play it right now, so you don't have to waste the turn for development because of the fish fight.
Beautiful, and Pix also boosted by Grandfather Faye.
Just casual 2-3.
Oh. And the portal!
Oh, just a casual elusive, no problem.
A casual elusive on top of Champion Strength. It all comes together. 8 mana, +4/+4 AoE, and Scout, don't mind if I do. The Hungry Owlcats once again have Spell Shield. There's no way to stop this. Reroll is getting rolled.
I mean, he's doing a quick math. But it's pretty hard to stop that.
Yeah, you had to maybe respond to the Champion Strength with Condemn before it resolved, but even with that, you're tapping out. There's nothing you can do. You can't even tumble with Vayne once.
Yeah.
And there is the surrender from Reroll. Smooth Swallow-Was incredibly satisfied with his gameplay. We can see there, he's been having a lot of fun, and you can see immediately the shift in mindset, the shift in focus. He had a lot more calculation and thinking during that set.
I mean, I don't know if this win doesn't guarantee him the go through.
Yeah, he beat Reroll. Reroll beat What Am I beat Smooth. It's going to be a triangle that we have to sort out. It's beyond my reasoning, but I know that Smooth, again, is very satisfied with taking down such a powerful contender, and you've got to at least say, I was able to take a game from the player that eventually advanced to top 8 or top 2 or or eventually won the world championship. So overall, Smooth showing us that there's a few cards that maybe did go overlooked.
I'm very happy that Smooth picked up his mental after the recent loss against What Am I, because that was very tilting for him, and he just played very cleanly over the series. We're very happy for him.
Yeah, and we're going to hear a little bit more about how that series went down as we head back over to the analyst desk.
Thank you guys for covering all of the action. Now let's break it down, because I mean, this is interesting. Reroll looks so good throughout today, but Smooth coming back with a pretty clean 2-0.
How are we supposed to evaluate these champion strength decks? Because we saw in the first match what happens when you don't draw it, and we've seen over the last couple of matches what happens when you do draw it.
But
is that really all it comes down to?
Yes.
That's it. All right, we're done. We don't need another segment anymore.
I mean, yes, it really is, right? Like, if you don't draw it, most of these other decks are just winning out on board, especially these like Vayne Aatrox, right? They're so powerful. It just kind of being consistent and doing what they do every single game, right? Being able to control the board, having strong units, having ways to strike your units with the Condemn, with the tumbles, everything, right? Super solid. You draw it, Champion Strength, the game's over on turn 5. Boom. You kaput, you're done. There it is.
Well, I mean, let's go back to game number 1 then. So you make a very interesting point that this was one of the first times we've seen Vayne versus Aatrox and just the two champions head-to-head going against each other. But there were some differences between the two decks of Reroll and Swolus. Do you think that came into play here for that game 1?
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the big things was the fact that Reroll is running 6 weapons, Swolus is running 12. But what happened was that Swolus was able to destroy that first weapon that Reroll had. And it's so important to have one, right? A lot of these cards are enabled by you having a weapon, by striking with these weapons. And because of the fact that Reroll lost his first weapon immediately, and he only runs 6 in the deck, it slowed him down so much, Swolus was able to run away with the game.
Oh yeah, it was so cool to see that tech choice. I mean, I love it when players identify hey, this is gonna be really popular, there's gonna be Dark on decks, Aatrox is new and he's very strong. You know what, Silence is suppressed, no one's been running this, but this one of, I think was a great inclusion. I mean, we saw earlier, that made the difference in the game, which, I mean, props to him. That's the deck building that we wanna see at players at this level.
Are there any other sleeper card picks? Because you've talked about a few of them, Boulevard. Give us more hot takes.
So,
what else do you think are players missing in their decks?
For this one, I think it came down to actually the Widowed Huntress. That tech card, being able to auto-equip the weapon and just pairing that with the Darkened Harp, it's everything that you really wanted out of Vayne, Quinn, Fiora, which has now been unanimously replaced by the Aatrox build. And not only that, but Smooth running the 6 unique weapons while Reroll ran 6 weapons total, we saw it come down to kind of a stalemate in the mid-game into, okay, now we're at the point where I have a lot of Darken in hand and you have a 4-3. Cool, buddy.
What do you do against that?
Cool buddy. That's how it is at that point, right? That is really where it was, and then the world ended. That was exactly how we end up. It's cool buddy, and then the world ends. That's really the expert analysis for this this matchup.
What a spectrum of how to end a game. I don't know. That it covers all breadths of that, doesn't it? I mean, this does put us in a very interesting position. We heard both Alan and Skarzig referring to this at the end of the cast, and you saw in the standings that we're going to have a few players that might be in contention with a 2-1, especially when we look at our final matchup for Group D to close out the day.
I am excited and also very oh my gosh, the stakes are so incredibly high. This is hard to watch because I really want all these players to succeed. Just making it to the World Championship is a big accomplishment, but when you're playing in the World Championship, you're not this is an accomplishment. You're I want to go all the way. I want to take it further, as far as I can, push the limits, go beyond, all that kind of stuff, and someone's got to go home.
Yep, every single game will count. Every win, every loss, it can make the difference. 2-0 versus 2-1. I mean, it could decide if you're going home or if you're making it to day 3.
Look, we know tiebreakers are very complicated, but when it comes down to it, What Am I has to win. That is what it is. He has to win for any of that to matter and for us to get to that point. So he has to take down Makos if he's going to have a chance.
Yeah, we have 2 more matches to round out the day, and it's heavy hitters on both groups. So we're going to take a short break to get ourselves prepared, and when we come back, 2 more matches to end day number 1.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the 2022 World Championship. My name is Boulevard. Joining me for the first time on the caster desk is going to be Silverfuse. Obviously, first time with me, not first time on the desk today. But we are going to hop straight into the action very soon of the last match of Group C. Maddie 24 Mayo up against Kicker A for a win and into the top 8.
Yep, this is the game that matters. This is it. If you lose, you're going home. If you win, going on to day 3. And top 8, huge accomplishment to be in the top half of the players. So this is going to be an intense game. Every single move is going to matter so much.
This is how I like it. You know, we're going to get into some weird tiebreaker math on the next match, but for this one, it's very simple. If you win the game, you go to the top 8. If you lose, you don't. It's nice and straightforward. And here we've got an overview of one of my favorite decks. I'm sure you love this as much as I do. The Jinx Lucian Teemo Champion Strength from Maddie.
Oh, this deck is nasty. I just love seeing, like, Champion Strength, of course, but seeing, you know what if I just play Poro Cannon with this? Poro Cannon has been a strong card for a while, and it's kind of fallen out of favor in some ways, but the way that this deck works with it is just, I think it's a bit disgusting. And of course, having Jinx as the alternate win condition too is great. And from the other side, we have Mono Shurima.
Mono Shurima Rock Bear Beatdown, I think, is what we want to classify this as.
It really is a Rock Bear deck at the core of it.
We haven't even gone to the movies yet. We've seen this deck play a couple of times, and I don't believe that we've gone to the movies yet. I think we just keep seeing all these Rock Bears chasing us out of the theater.
I know. I mean, they're so rude. I blame the Tellstones. It's the Tellstones' fault.
Oh man, the Tellstones, the Poro Cannon. You know, we are seeing way too much Poro Cannons, actually. When I look through every player's lineup, I'll see a Poro Cannon in a deck, and honestly, Silverfuse, it's starting to wear on me a little bit. I don't want to see any more Poro Cannons, which luckily, Kicker, no, I was going to say Kicker didn't bring it, but Kicker brought Discard Aggro, which of course still plays Poro Cannon, so we might get a mirror match of that a little bit later on. Silver, what do you like? So Sundisk is something we haven't seen for quite some time, and actually I think the last time that you and I cast together was the last time that Sundisk was the meta deck, and let me tell you folks, that was quite some time ago. Why are we bringing it back now? Is it just comfort? Okay, it wasn't banned, so this is relevant.
I think it's comfort, but also a bit of a meta call too. I think thinking that, you know, there's maybe just not the interaction there, maybe expecting not landmark removal. And also, too, maybe just liking the new card Rockbeard Shepherd, saying like, hey, this card's pretty strong and it looks a bit underrated, and we saw that come into play earlier, and maybe just felt like, you know what, this is the card Atelier Ziggs, not really there for me, but Mono Shurima and using Rockbeard Shepherd to advance that Sundisk was the way they were looking to go.
And I do want to point out that with Maddie's Conservatory deck being left open, there is one piece of landmark removal in there, the Scorched Earth, and that is the only landmark removal in Maddie's lineup. So maybe Kicker's Sundisk will be safe, or maybe we see it removed on turn 2 yet again, and then transition into the Angry Rock Bear Beatdown.
I'm just happy we get to, well, hopefully see Mono Shurima again. Like I said, I want to see the movies. It's been a while. And also, seeing, of course, the Discard Aggro too. I mean, I'm happy to see both those decks being played. And, well, really, all these decks are very original compared to most of the field.
There's no Aatrox in either of these players' lineups, right? And that's sort of one of the big talking points of the day of the expansion. This is the World Ender expansion, as we call it, as it is named in Legends of Runeterra. So the fact that nobody brought that namesake champion, and instead, some of the more unique decks within the tournament, like you mentioned, you know, this champion strength build, not the one that we're kind of used to seeing.
Oh yeah, and I think it's a great build. I think using Jinx and PNZ with the champion strength, I think that was just a really big hit there. I'm not a big fan of the Lucian, but I think the Jinx is great.
And honestly, good for her. It's about time that Jinx got away from Noxus, right? Like, she can go to other regions. We've never seen Jinx Demacia before. This is new and exciting for her.
She deserves it, really. She's been waiting a long time.
And it looks like we will be getting into that in game number 1 here, up against the Sundisk.
Well, let's see if we finally do get to go to the movies. I mean, it could happen this time.
I'm hoping so. There is no landmark removal in this list from Maddie that is in the Conservatory only, so there's a good chance, unless I'm like double checking, I'm like, maybe there is some random PNZ unit we're playing that'll generate something that generates an Aftershock, and we'll eat our words on that one. But for now, the Buried Sundisk is going to come into play, matched by a Teemo in probably the memeiest turn 1s in LOR history on the world stage of Teemo versus Sundisk.
Oh, I love it. It's exactly what I want to see.
Oh, and now Kicker A has Soothsayer on too with the attack token to protect everything, but...
Oh, that would have been very helpful earlier in the day, but it doesn't really matter too much here. Still 1-4, being able to block some of these units early on is not bad, but we're going to go ahead and develop the
Rock Hopper.
Rock Hopper, yes.
And it looks like it's just going to grab a Jury Rig here, a Scrap Scuttler, if you will. But honestly, the hand from Maddie, very light. We might have to look to the Jinx to really kind of bail us out of this one and get a very unexpectedly early rocket out of this deck.
Yeah. And
Never mind. There's champions.
Oh, yep. But hey, perfect timing because this Acorn will reduce it down to 7 instead, and that's exactly what you want to hit there. I mean, a Ranger's Resolve, it's kind of funny if you have zero mana left and you're like, eehee, I had a Ranger's Resolve for 0 mana, but at 7 mana we've seen this card do so much work, and now that it's in the hand, at 8 mana it already feels insane, but at 7 even more, and really, Maddie just needs to make sure he doesn't get beat down and he gets to play this on turn 5 and win.
I mean, Kicker's got the right of negation, but there is a decent chance. Oh, and an Inspiring Light top deck is actually phenomenal. This really sort of supplements the ability of Maddie to be able to sort of punish Kicker while they have to hold open this 4 mana by just going very tall on these units. I say tall, they're 2/2s, but they're elusive, and we've seen these elusives get out of control all over the course of the day, and honestly, could happen again here.
And this Inspiring Light actually protects it against Xerath, too.
That is a very good point. There's not been a lot of landmarks that have been summoned. The Xerath level is still quite a ways away, so we're not going to have that 3 damage. And now Maddie kind of nodding along here.
So, looks like he's in a great spot. Will have to trade 1 unit away, but still has 4 on the board. And is saving up that mana. I mean, are we going to see this right away? There's 2 elusives on the board, and they're going to have Scout and +4/+4. And there it is, dropped instantly. There is, what do we see in hand though? A Rite of Negation.
Yeah, this does mean Kicker's going to be down a mana crystal, though, and there are still a couple of Jinxes waiting in the wings for Maddie, and quite a few units to get through before Xerath ever takes aim at the Jinx. So, I mean, the Rocket's going to clear out a fair amount of blockers here also, but the Xerath spell top deck, very timely. If Maddie wants to level Jinx, he has to use the second Jinx in hand, and just sort of the big criticism of the champion, right? You have to all in on her.
Yeah, something interesting too is we talked about Teemo being usually not really played for the level up, but at the time, I mean, you'd have to use a Rite of the Arcane to deal with him, but doubling up mushrooms here, that's a lot of potential damage in the deck.
What's really funny is eventually, if things go according to plan, Kicker will replace his deck with the Emperor's deck. There will be no mushrooms in it, and then Teemo actually has no ability because there's no other way to get mushrooms in the deck. And here's some math for you folks at home. 2 times 0 is 0.
Oh, finally we got it right as casters for
yeah,
once.
that was an easy one. It was a bit of a gimme. We got to take it where we can get it.
Xerath goes ahead and removes the 2/1.
I gotta say, I love the animation of a unit getting vulnerable from Roiling Sands and then like the Xerath animation following the Roiling Sands animation to just shoot it immediately.
Yes, I love it as well. And we do see the first Jinx come down, and she can level up here.
Yeah, I guess, you'd have to use your second Jinx and discard your Lucian. It's a big risk, but it looks like Kicker's actually going to pull the trigger a little early on the Rite of the Arcane, hanging it back.
Ooh.
What are you looking at here, Kicker? Do you want to kill this Jinx? Usually, if you can, you want to wait for her to level so that your opponent has no cards in hand, but Kicker going to fire it off a little early and killing Sundisk to do it.
Alright, is this having to do with having the Rock Bear Shepherd in hand and saying, like, I'm going to get beat down if I chill here? The Sundisk is not going to level up quick enough, so I need to make sure I go more aggressive here.
I have seen some things in my time, Silver. I've never seen someone kill their own Sundisk. I'm still kind of like flabbergasted by the potential of this. And I mean, without Azir in hand, right? Like this is very far away from actually doing anything. Maybe you just want to free up the board space. You're going to overwrite it eventually with a blocker anyway. Or maybe, like you said, it is the Rock Bear. We've seen this card have very high impact over the course of the day. And now Kicker, after giving it Spell Shield, going to kill it.
Okay, of all things that I was expecting today, someone killing their own Sundisk was not on my list.
When we're talking about big plays from Worlds, if Kicker wins this,
Teemo too.
Killing your own son, not the Jinx, says I can deal with that one. Xerath is leveling here. Preservarium will tick down at the beginning of the turn.
So it has to be a level Jinx or else she would die. And this is pretty much saying you have 2 cards in hand and only 3 spell mana and hoping that she isn't leveling. But
I mean, goes for weakest unit, so it's going to hit Acorn here, just all of the elusives now out of the way. But I guess at 13, maybe you feel like you can afford to take the blockers and eventually you'll fight through the board enough in order for Xerath to actually take aim at the Jinx.
Yeah, and now we have the Poro Cannon here, so I don't feel like the solution's going to get a time to be played. Oh, I guess, nope, completely wrong here. And I guess we're going to discard a Jinx or a Poro Cannon, one of the two.
I'm trying to math it out here because if you fire the Get Excited, let's say at the Nexus, then you're down to 10. That's still 3 rockets away from actually ending the game. That is quite a bit. 2 damage that would be easily supplemented by the Poros that you would get out of the Poro Cannon. So I guess Maddie kind of maybe even thinking about it right now, like, okay, I'm going to discard one of these cards. I got to figure out which is more of a high value. How many attacks do I get with these Poros?
Hovering at least to get excited, but deciding the Poros, to me the Poros make sense here. I feel like you will end up getting more chip damage throughout the game than 3. I think there's a high likelihood of that, as well as seeing 2 3-1s on the board. There are cases when you're at 8 health that you might have to block these.
It also might even just be, like we mentioned, this Xerath is eventually going to aim at the Jinx, so the Poros really slow that down by being things that are going to eat the Xerath ability from here on out, and we're going to get an Hourglass onto the Rockhopper.
Really wanting to try to put pressure on. I mean, to me, this is saying Kicker knows that there's a timeline here. Jinx is leveled, doesn't have much time, needs to keep every bit of potential damage up possible.
This is going to be a relatively big attack from Maddie. We're going to get a couple of chump blocks for free because, like, Kicker actually would probably prefer this Endless Devout Dead End as a landmark. It sets us up for actually a really impactful line that we see quite often in something like the Ziggs Thalia, where you play the Desert Naturalist onto your own sarcophagus and just summon a bunch of units, which has been Kicker A's style so far on this deck.
Yeah, right now, looking at -5, of course, can't go down to that with the Jinx Rocket coming up soon. So has to block with Xerath here, which doesn't feel great. And just rearranging that a bit more.
And on top of all of this, and because it's not often we see Jinx in this stitch, Maddie can still just top deck Champion Strength.
Oh, yeah.
That's like the deck we're dealing. I know that this looks...
is always
I know you see the 3-2 quick attack champion and you're like, oh, obviously that's Draven because Jinx is on field. But no, it is Lucian. We are in Demacia. We have access to this big spell that could turn these... I gotta say, the Poros with the Champion Strength, just the fact that 2 1-1 elusives with Champion Strength end the game straight up has been so incredible throughout this day.
Yeah, and that's why I've been such a big fan of this build from Maddie. I think it was incredibly smart to do so.
All right, we're getting down into the final moments of game number 1. Kicker A getting a couple of landmarks back in play. And 3 shrooms off the top means if Maddie can get all of his cards out of hand, that's lethal.
Oh, wow. All right, well, I mean, it is lethal. There's no way for Kicker to do the damage here. That's just it.
That is...
3 Teemo shrooms.
I forgot about the Teemo shrooms because it had been so long since Kicker had drawn one, and now with the Azir in hand, with the shrooms coming in, Kicker probably kicking themselves about not leveling that Sundisk and getting to the Emperor's deck and invalidating that kind of strategy. But you've gone all in, but now Maddie gets to play their last unit, make the Super Mega Death Rocket, and you are not killing Maddie on this attack, and that means the game 1 will be getting to Maddie 24 Mayo.
Yep, a great start. Nice to, don't need to play that out. They all know what's happening. So good start for Maddie there, and needs to win 1 more to be able to go to the top 8. However, obviously Kicker's not done yet, and it could go either way.
Yeah, and you see Maddie kind of stressing about this one. His decks haven't been necessarily performing up to snuff early in the day. I mean, even the game against, the match win rather, against Kaiser with the Conservatory versus Field of Rush matchup, that was really not Maddie just doing, right? It was like just a lot of dead top decks from Kaiser, so he's been having a rough day, but he's pulling it back. He's 1 win away from moving on to the top 8, guaranteed.
Yeah, it's good to note this is a comfort deck for him, but as you said, it hasn't performing the way he would like it to perform. So we'll have to see, is the comfort deck able to make it?
And I think, hopefully, this matchup is one where Kicker is not going to sacrifice the Sundisk. We are going to see the actual level up animations of all of the champions. Maddie doesn't have the Scorched Earth just yet.
Come on, yeah, I was going to say, you're going to jinx it. You're going to jinx it.
Jinx it.
Yeah. The double Ravenbloom Conservatory. To me, that puts it much more on a timer where it makes you have to level up the Sun Disc pretty quickly.
I don't know about you, I've never seen 5 landmarks in play on turn 2.
Oh, yeah.
That is easily the most landmarks I've ever seen on a field in Legends of Runeterra.
Now that I think about it, yeah, that's definitely a first for me as well.
Stun Spider coming out, not wanting to give the Sarcophagus over to Kicker. Just a little Clockling going in at the Spiderling.
Yep. I mean, just pretty standard trades here, and we'll have to see a little bit later in the game. I'm interested to see when the TF is going to end up coming out. We saw earlier in the day where Maddie waited at some great times for Twisted Fate, but looks like we might be going for a blue card. This game is going to be a bit more grindy, really needing the resources. We see the Nakaboros in hand as well, and just getting those resources to make sure that the Monoshirima isn't able to level up too quickly, go to the movies, and then the Emperor's deck trying to take things out.
Yeah, I think you mentioned it earlier in the day that Twisted Fate, generally not something that you're playing for the level up these days like you used to way back in the Twisted Fate Fizz era, but it's something that Kicker A is going to have to keep in mind. For Maddie, this is now secondary. My Twisted Fate's in play. I'm going to be drawing cards throughout the course of the game anyway. It's not something I have to worry about, but for Kicker, that's a big pressure point.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, Twisted Fate is so versatile, being able to say, I get a big card on impact, and be able to draw a card, get a spell mana is great. And also too, if you do have to block with them, it's not the end of the world because you don't expect them to level up, but there are some matchups, and this is potentially one of them in some cases. The Make It Rain coming down beforehand to see what it lands on. You know, do I need to block this 2-1 or the 3-1 the Rock Hopper from earlier? And it's nice to see exactly what it hits. And protecting the Rock Bear Shepherd here too, I think was a good move.
Yeah, I think that's what Maddie was really taking aim at here with the Ravenous Flock in hand. That's sort of the highest priority unit right now because we haven't really seen this get to interact with the Sun Disc yet. And we've seen players in the past, you know, they'll throw in like one additional Countdown 2 card to sort of undo the nerf to the Sun Disc that was done way back in the day to reduce the countdown from 10 to 9. So we're actually just going to sack it off ourselves and say, I don't need... Every time we think we know what Kicker A is doing, we think he's going to go right, he just turns left.
Exactly. I mean, a hand filled with champions. I'm just really wanted the Azir, I suppose. I mean, we do want to level this up, and we are... I mean, Azir does help himself level up, so I feel like that's one of the better chances. I mean, really, Maddie is more the reactive player here, and Kicker has to be the more proactive player to make sure that the Sun Disc gets leveled and the Emperor's deck is able to come through before these tie blocks come out from the Ravenbloom Conservatory.
So far, both players doing, you know, kind of taking it slow. Like you mentioned, 17 life for each one. Just taking stock of the conservatories right now. Maddie has one at countdown 3 and one at countdown 4. And it looks like we're going to throw out I have Nagaboros, which not going to reduce that countdown, but Tibble is coming soon. And Kicker's not making a lot of progress on leveling his champions.
Yeah, I mean, a bit surprised to see that from this Monoshirima list there, where that might be some of the downside of kind of making it have a secondary win condition as well, is it isn't all in on that level up, which I don't necessarily think that it should be, but it is interesting to see games like this where it makes all the difference.
Yeah, I mean, Kicker, it almost feels like just wanted to play 2 Rock Bear beatdown decks, and in testing found that Sun Disc was just the second best one next to Ziggs Talia, and was like, okay, yeah, you know, if I level my Sun Disc, cool, it's not what I'm playing for, but I'll take it.
I mean, we've seen how much Kicker has valued Sun Disc. We've seen him lose it on turn 2 and
no reaction.
Not phased.
No reaction.
Nope. So, and we've also seen him sacrifice it in some cases, which I think that was a really cool line, saying that, like, yeah, my Sun Disc isn't my win condition this game. But of course, in this one, against the slower deck, it is the win condition. And look.
Silverfuse, we're going to the movies.
Popcorn!
Countdown 9, the Rock Bear, doing it just a little bit early. There is the big temple from Azir. Now, I don't know about you, I haven't seen this in quite a few months. This is a little treat.
It's been a while!
Drawing all these cards, Azir to hand, Xerath to hand, one of the cards from the Emperor's deck. Tell the people what you have seen here today, because Kicker A's Sun Disc finally getting destroyed in the way it was intended to.
I miss these animations. They're so good, and it's been a while. So we are going to get the Emperor's deck, and I mean, we'll have to see if it's going to be quick enough. I mean, at 17 health,
Xerath adds up fast, and like Kicker kind of just gets to pass from here on out and say, you have to do something, or my Xerath is going to obliterate your entire field and then your Nexus.
Yeah, no disintegrates here either.
Yeah, not setting it up for anything in particular. No Scorched Earth.
Yeah,
just getting the Tibble to hand.
Not allowed.
This could be a really big attack from Kicker. It's always nice to get the Sun Disk active while you still have mana to play all your cards from the Emperor's deck.
Oh, that was a turn 6 Sun Disk.
Lining up a couple of kills here thanks to the Rite of the Arcane. I believe this is gonna be lethal.
Oh yeah, it is. There is a lot of damage coming through here.
Here's the math we know, folks. 2 times 0 is 0, and 6 plus 5 plus 5 plus 5 plus 5 plus 5 is a little bit more than 17.
Come on, Tibbers. And the GG comes out. And it looks like we're going to be going to a game 3 for a win-in.
Oh man, and that is going to take us... Is that going to be Discard Aggro versus Conservatory? That is the signature deck of each player left in the tournament.
I mean, first off, we have to see if this attack comes through.
You know, quick mathed it out, but now that Kicker's kind of pausing for a moment, I'm wondering if my math was maybe a little bit off.
I mean, Maddie agreed with you at least.
Yeah, he threw it with the GG Shen. Okay,
all right, there we go. I was gonna say there's gotta be a win here.
Okay, now that Maddie has seen the cards from the Emperor's deck, that's what you got to do.
So Kicker coming back, taking the second game, and making this interesting for us.
Yeah, I mean, so now that we're getting into the final game here with the signature deck from each player, Discard Aggro on the side of Kicker A, Annie, Twisted Fate, Katarina, Conservatory on the side of Maddie, which honestly, I think I forgot the Katarina was in here. I don't know if he has drawn that throughout the entire day, maybe once or twice, but who are we feeling is favored going into this final game? Because personally, I'm leaning a bit towards... I want to say Discard Aggro, it's just so good, but Make It Rain can really do a lot of damage to your big plays.
I'm leaning a bit toward the Conservatory myself. I got that feeling, you know? I feel like the removal is going to be there. However, if Kicker gets off to a good start and is able to put the pressure on early, that can make that could decide the game just because there's no healing in Conservatory decks. We do see the Make It Rain and a Flock in the starting hand, and a Mirai Warden. That is a great hand for Maddie.
Yeah, speaking of opening hands here, Silver, is it too late to change my answer? Because after seeing Kickers, I would like to flop and join you on the Conservatory side of the table.
Not allowed.
I think, oh man, I'm stuck here with Kicker. That's fine. Kicker, I'll get you something good. We're gonna get, I don't even know what you want to top deck right now.
Did you see that?
A Chime onto the Katarina. Beard the Bell Ringer. Bringing us back. Bad old Bard days.
Oh, House Spider is just a classic too that sometimes I don't feel like I see enough of.
Oh man, a lot of answers lining up really well in Maddie's hand.
Oh yeah, this is where you want to be, and we'll be taking the heavy metal to do 2 damage to Draven, missing his extra HP that he used to have. Maybe one day he'll get it back.
Yeah, you know, if anyone from Riot is listening, watching the World Championship, you know, we could use an extra health on the Draven, so be it. But for the time being, it looks like Maddie, you know, has a couple of cards in hand. Obviously, this Katarina is a 4-3, so but luckily we do have to get excited to take it out. But not going to be the case for this turn. Just going to summon our second Draven.
Does have multiple discard options here, which is nice. I mean, want to get ready for this Jinx. I mean, really, the hand for Kicker really isn't lining up too bad. I mean, Jinx should be able to be leveled up pretty quickly. However, it depends on, you know, when you do want to use the survival skills.
It's so hard to sort of decide if Kicker's still in this game, right? Because here on turn 4 with the discard aggro with the attack token, this is the turn you're supposed to be playing a 6-5, you know, 6-wide board crowd favorite and shoving it into your opponent's nexus, getting them down potentially even into single digits. But instead, we're proactively using an axe with a jury rig to try and push a damage.
Yeah, I mean, in the past, though, I've seen a seasonal champion in the past. I've seen him be in similar positions to this and think, like, oh, he's out of this, you know, he doesn't have the damage he needs at this time. And I've seen him take it slowly, step by step, and really just use that Jinx to push through damage. So I know that it's possible, but my question is, I mean, what cards do you need here as Kicker? And, I mean, do you have that patience to know that?
Luckily for Kicker, Maddie, playing the Eye of Nakagoros, didn't draw any more removal because this entire game is kind of centered around Kicker's Jinx. Can you get it to live? Currently, the Ravenous Flock is the only thing that's really threatening its life, and you do have a survival skills to counter that. Granted, it won't live at a healthy total. You know, stuck down at 1 will be a little bit easier to pick off from there on out, but we're kind of past the point of maybe even thinking about a crowd favorite. You're not going to be able to get that wide on board at this point and have that high impact play, but Maddie hasn't really found a closer either.
Yeah, I was going to say exactly that Maddie not having a closer, like, if you know that, hey, I'm going to be able to play this Tibok and say, all right, the game's over now, but that's just not the case here, and if Jinx is able to just continuously chip away at the Nexus, then, I mean, she just needs time.
And she's not going to have as much of it as we might have thought, as survival skills was used on Draven there. So no protection left for the Jinx in a hand that is really going to depend on this champion sitting on field against a hand that is very unwilling to let that happen. And while Maddie doesn't have a win condition, he's got some good proactive plays. Zap Sprayfin is a little unassuming, but he gets it done.
Oh yeah, Zap being able to tutor a 3 or less cost spell is just having that extra draw engine matters a lot, especially when you're looking for removal against a deck like this, the discard aggro.
What we are looking at now, though, with the second top deck of the Get Excited, Riptide Rex still a few turns off of really mattering here, is Kicker might be looking to get Maddie to a point where you only need 1 rocket.
Oh yeah, that's exactly where you want to be.
And that's going to get kind of snuffed out here as Make It Rain is used. And while that is the 1 point of damage to try to set up Jinx for a Ravenous Flock, you know, Katarina still makes a Blade's Edge. The stun from the Arachnoid Stun Tree still sets her up because you can be stunned or damaged for the Flock.
And we'll have to see what Maddie decides to play here. I mean, the Riptide Rex is something I'm going to be keeping my eye on because we said that he doesn't have the finisher at the time, and maybe Riptide Rex might not flat out win the game, but if it's able to clear a board, especially a Jinx, and, you know, not able to find another one, that could be it as well. But for now, looks like we'll have the Poro Cannon set up, and that'll be able to push some damage in the future and try to set up for that Jinx lethal, plus Get Excited. I mean, the more we can chip away, the better, but of course, the Zap Sprayfin will be blocking the way of the singular Poro for now.
And no axe from Kicker for the trade on that one. Willing to just throw every daring Poro into the Zap Sprayfin. Okay, now we find the crowd favorite. A little bit late, especially given that Maddie has an Activator and a Riptide.
Yep, and unfortunately for Kicker, can't play the Jinx and the crowd favorite in the same turn.
Got a spell on the stack here. It looks like it is line them up.
Oh,
no, it was Culling Strike.
Culling Strike for this Poro. Just saying, you know what, I want to keep my Zap up for future Poro cannons as well, potentially.
You know, Maddie has been playing... Maddie still hasn't thrown down this Katarina. It is sitting at a 4-3. The Blade's Edge is an efficient removal tool for the Daring Poro as well, but it looks like maybe just wants to get it off the board immediately, not even get this crowd favorite online, which now giving Kicker the opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, that's not too bad of stats. At this point in the game, it's not exactly where you want to be, but you'll take it.
Yeah, a 5-4. It could trade with the Katarina, or more likely, could get taken out by... Maddie has so many different kill shots on this Viscid right now, and it looks like it will be the stun with the Paralyzing Bite, setting it up for the Flock.
Yeah, it was take your choice at that point. I like saving the Blades here just because you can, you know, just having the flexibility of them is really nice, so saying no to the Poro, and we'll see the Flock here as well. And then at this point, 2 Flame Chompers. We could see a Draven's Axe into a trade, but I don't expect that. That's not really where you want to be as an aggressive deck. You would really want to be using these axes to push damage, not to trade into a Zap.
I am not feeling confident about Kicker's chances as the turns have gone on. He has not really found the cards that he needed. The Jinx still has not come down. There's still removal for it in Maddie's hand. Now we're getting a big open attack, and is Kicker going to use this Get Excited to stop the damage coming through? It looks like we're going to line up a kill onto the Katarina, but we're not going to block the Zap, so if Maddie wants, they can just play the Riptide Rex.
Yeah, and I mean, the Katarina would spell, I mean, pretty much into game because the pressure there would just be too much, but at the same time as Kicker losing a precious 3 damage against a deck that doesn't have healing when at 12 health at turn 9, it's really rough.
And Maddie still not playing the Riptide Rex, saying, I want to wait until you have some semblance of hope, until you've built up a board again to clear that out, because for now we're just throwing down Conservatories and floating 7 mana rather than playing the second one.
Yeah, I feel like part of the reason too is just wanting to make sure you can take care of Jinx and potentially 2 Jinxes. And we're going to be taking care of her very quickly here though.
Yeah, we will get a rocket from Kicker though. We've got the Rummage. Draw a couple cards. If we can find a second Jinx Silver, if this is Riptide Rex, no, it's going to be Make It Rain, but this is going to be a burst speed level up. Maddie has to commit one more spell.
Yeah, we'll have to see what Jinxon's, well,
Ooh, Experimenter.
Experimenter might just be the gas that's needed here. I mean, that's at least a glimmer of hope that he needed.
Riptide Rex, still the mana is available. The unit is online. But a Super Mega Death Rock to the face, and no Rex coming down. We're going to play a spell in response. Hold that thought.
We'll have to see. I mean, it's hard to say. I mean, you need to get rid of this Jinx. She can't stay on the board.
Yeah, I think Maddie's concern here might be, you know, if I play this Riptide Rex and then my opponent plays a 1-drop and a second Jinx, am I just dead? Did I really throw away this massive advantage that I've accumulated over the course of the game? So Maddie going to play it slow and methodical. It's going to be the Blade's Edge to kill the Jinx.
Yep. I like this play a lot, and then as well as the fact that you do have a way to remove a second Jinx by playing this. You have deal 2 damage plus Ravenous Flock, and then on top of that, you even have enough to play a Culling Strike if needed.
Maddie's not done yet, though. Wants the Tibulk, and wants it now. Gonna pull back the Culling Strike. Nope, gonna put the Culling Strike back on the tag and lock it in. And this actually...
I wasn't expecting that aggressive of a Culling Strike there. I feel like there's units that you want to be able to deal with more in the future.
Yeah, and I don't know if Maddie can afford to take this 3. You might actually have to commit your Heavy Metal and your Ravenous Flock to deal with this Augmented Experimenter, which is certainly not ideal. And then
4 damage now too. Oh, wait
a bit of damage top decked here with the Poro Cannon, the Vision.
Oh, he's still got this, but I mean, if there were to be a Jinx in hand right now...
Even without the Jinx, Maddie has no more removal. We have no more activator for the Riptide Rex, and Maddie can play a Tibulk next turn and then potentially actually get run over by these Poros.
Wow, and the Vision's in hand too? I mean, this could be a massive... That Culling Strike might have just been a bit too proactive. We'll have to see what the rest of the game, how it plays out, and what the top decks are to see if that is something that makes a difference here.
Arena Battlecaster, but a timely top deck from Maddie going to be able to match on board here. But a Get Excited top deck is all it takes to finish out the game with these Poros and this Battlecaster.
One off. I mean, he's with a Battlecaster. You're blocking.
Oh, blocking with a Poro.
Okay, I was going to say, with a Battlecaster and Vision, I mean,
we're very close to lethal.
Not quite one off, but very. Oh, it is one off. Yes, I did my math right. Assuming the Poros get through, of course.
And the great news for Kicker here is that the Battlecaster is all that is necessary to set up for a Get Excited top deck. So no matter what happens for the rest of this game, Kicker is still in it until we draw that last card, and we get a little bit of draw still out of Kicker, going deeper and deeper. Another Zonite Urchin.
Wow, it's so close.
And you have to keep a card in hand to play for the Get Excited top deck. We've only seen 2 copies of the card played already. There are the full 3 in here.
All right, we'll see the Poros go in for an attack. The Battlecaster has to be attacking to give these Poros the extra damage, so we don't quite have the... wait a second, but we
4 down to 3, that's the math that matters.
Yeah, going for...
We're going to put them to 1.
Yes. That's what I like to see.
There is functionally no difference between 1 and 3 in this scenario, but Kicker goes for it anyway. Now is down to the wire. The lives of these players are on the line in this final top deck. Kicker A, do you have the power within you to draw this third Get Excited? The turn passes back. The draw for Maddie, a Twisted Fate. It's a Jury Rig, and the open attack means Maddie 24 Mayo is going to be moving on to the top 8 from Group C.
Enough earlier, but just not early enough now. So, yeah, congrats to Maddie.
And a hard-fought victory from Kicker. Managed to stay in it so much longer than we really thought he had any right to. And 1 HP, 1 damage away. We see Maddie celebrating there on camera. Oh, man.
Wow, what a game. What a series. I mean, they made it about as close as you could get.
And that is heartbreaking for Kicker A coming into this tournament from Vietnam. And, you know, we saw his countryman eliminated a little bit earlier in Kaiser, so it's just rough all around right now.
Yeah, it's always really tough when you get to that win-and-end situation, go 1-2, and just, I mean, it was close. It was down to a top deck.
Nexus health? And, you know, now Kicker's got to go back and look, is there anywhere in this game where I missed a singular point of damage? The fact that it came down to that. But, of course, congratulations to Maddie 24 Mayo. America's moving on to the top 8.
Yep, that's, I mean, we're in the Americas. We like to see that. And we're going to go ahead and toss it on over.
All right, I mean, what a way to finish out the last match for Group C. And now we know who's going to be moving on from that group. It's going to be Baya and also Maddie 24 Mayo. And what a photo finish at the end there, especially going out on their 2 best decks.
Yeah, we knew that Maddie was slightly favorite, and it showed. The game was very close, but in the end, he managed to close it up pretty well.
Well, and I think that was really nice for Maddie because we've been talking about it on the desk all day. He's been having a lot of trouble with Conservatory. It's a deck he's really comfortable with, but he hasn't been finding matchups where it feels like a lot of the tech cards are doing anything. It feels like the deck is like beating itself over and over again. But discard coming through from Kicker. This is a matchup Conservatory likes. There's a lot of units for it to clear away, and it made it work. It was able to find the win in that matchup.
Yeah, what ended up being the case was Kicker was respecting the removal options a little bit too much, delayed the Jinx very, very heavily just to make sure she can come down and be leveled. Early use of the survival skills rather than being responsive with the Jinx, wanted to just empty the hand entirely and didn't want it to clunk up later on.
The problem that Conservatory has right now, there is like either there are champion or strength decks which run 2 of resolve, and you're playing, your whole deck is deal 1. Hi, surprise! You're not gonna do well into those. And then you are facing the Vayne deck, which runs so many tough units, and guess what? You are not dealing any damage to those. So like that's why it struggles.
Even premium removal like Ravenous Flock struggles in those sorts of matchups.
Well, exactly, because how do you get the 1 damage? How do you get the damage to even turn on Flock? Like, it's not even letting your actual strong removal card for those Demacia matchups work whatsoever. And that's what we mean. It's been very tough for Conservatory to get anything done. And the fact that, hey, Maddie's still able to trek through. He found a really hard-fought win in his other series to get the first win with Conservatory, even though got 0-2'd by Baya. Able to find the win against Kicker, and going forward, he might find some more matchups that are favorable that might work out.
Listen, he went with Spooky Karma in qualifiers, now he went with TFI, which was very good deck in the before patch. Now it's heavily considered as an underdog, and hey, he's doing fine.
Yeah.
I mean, for both of our players, we saw some pretty unique deck choices across the board for this series. And I think we got to give mad props to Kicker for really just showing us the uniqueness, of course, of the deck lineup, but also some of the play choices that they made as well in that game 1. I mean, stacking a Sun Disc? We all looked at that and went, what is happening?
I mean, it was absolutely crazy to see that, throwing away one of your win conditions to try and generate some tempo. But one thing I did want to talk about for Kicker was the fact that he came in, we looked at this deck and it's like, it seems like not a lot of prep. It seems like this guy is coming in playing really old lists. Like, what is he thinking? What's going on? I think he was really creative in his play, and he did a lot of really cool things with these decks. So it was fun to watch him play throughout this tournament.
I mean, he won with Mono Shurima a good chunk of games.
Yeah, that's true.
There was one beat down.
I think he really just demonstrated, right? The Sun Disc maybe isn't the real wing edition anymore. You're playing mid-range Shurima. The Sun Disc is just in the background, pressuring the opponent, forcing them to spend that turn 2 tempo, that precious tempo to deal with the Sun Disc, and then you take over with Rock, Bear, Shepherd. You know, Azir's lost son apparently just coming through.
What if like the Prodigy? Maybe that's the play for the deck now, in ongoing future.
You're going to have to look at some of those new cards that have come in from the expansion and see how that's really going to shake up the meta. And we've seen some players be able to do that to great success. And we now know 2 players that will be in that final bracket on Saturday to continue to battle it out for that championship title. But we still have to figure out 2 more slots. Yeah, that's right. There are some really interesting tiebreaker scenarios that have happened now that have made who's going to be moving forward in Group D a little bit more of a toss-up now. Our last match in Group D will be between What Am I and Makos, but Makos doesn't have a chance to make it at this point, but What Am I does, and could actually knock Reroll out of contention. What's happening here, Casanova?
Yeah, what we're looking at in the tie breaks is What Am I finding a 2-0 puts him in. What Am I winning 2-1 puts What Am I out. That is like the full thing for What Am I that we are looking at. He needs to find the 2-0 victory.
Isn't What Am I against Smooth who goes in? I thought the reroll is in.
There's a full like.
There's some math going on here.
I mean, we need Boulevard back on the desk to do the math stuff.
Look, Boulevard had the math tutor going through. I got some tiebreaker tutoring right now. There was a very small percentage chance that we didn't see initially that reroll could not make it in.
Oh, this is the case?
It has happened.
Yeah,
the case has arrived that we can see reroll lose the spot.
So is Smooth
and
in?
It came with Smooth getting in that last fight. So that means that What Am I is now fighting for his life in the tournament. A 2-0 puts him in. A 2-1 kicks him out, and reroll takes the spot.
Has to 2-0, but we know that if a player can do it, if a lineup can do it, it's this 9x champion strength deck to take a 2-0. He got the bad RNG out of the way early on, and now he seems to be rolling high. And What Am I is trying to advance, and only here at the World Championships can you find these narrow scenarios where the math is somehow up in the air. I said it earlier, if you give What Am I a chance, any slim percentage, he's going to find the line and says, if I have to win 2-0 against a top 16 competitor on this planet, so be it.
It's gonna be a rough
one.
one.
I mean, if you look at the Makos decks, he has 3 decks that can just high-roll their way to the victory. That's the issue. Like, you not only need to draw well, but you need to also opponent not to just run over you.
What we know is that What Am I needs to dig deep and find his strength. His champion strength. He needs to find his champion strength.
Okay.
That is what he needs to find.
There's only one way to find out, is to throw it back over to our resident mathematician and math expert, Boulevard and Silver.
Hello, everyone. It's me, Boulevard, the math expert. If you wonder how I got that title, it's because my brother was a math major, and honestly, by proxy, that's just how things kind of work out. But I'm actually going to throw it over to Silverfuse to break down exactly what the analyst desk was maybe getting a little jumbled about when it comes to what is on the line for this last match.
I mean, when it comes down to it, if What Am I wants to make it to day 3, he has to win both games. He has to go 2-0, cannot lose a single one, or else Smooth Solos could come from behind and take that from him, as well as potentially, knock out reroll too. So it really just comes down to the wire here. This game matters, literally the most of all games today. It is my intensity is just for these players is up there. And What Am I, of course, does have this Lux deck, 9x champion strength, and we saw what happens when he doesn't draw it. That was part of the situation of why he's here. He went 0-2, and that is coming back to bite him if he doesn't go 2-0 this time. So the champion strength, drawing that is important, and in his case, maybe even in the mulligan, you keep the champion strength.
What's really interesting to me about these lineups is, What Am I? We've seen the champion strength kill on turn 5, but Makos' lineup, the one that is most anticipated to kill on turn 5 in this tournament, running the discard aggro, the elusives, and the red Gwen. If there's any lineup that's going to sneak through that one game and completely upset the tournament, it's Makos'.
Yeah, so if What Am I goes 2-0, he gets to advance to the final day, and if he goes 2-1, then Makos gets to go to the final day.
Not Makos. Smooth and Reroll.
Oh, Smooth
and Reroll go to the final. So Makos is out.
Oh yeah, my bad.
Makos is not advancing to the top 8.
I'm so sorry about that.
Still play Benedict Arnold and knock both America's players out of Group D.
Yeah, so comes down to What Am I has to go 2-0, and if he goes 2-1, then Smooth is going on instead. So as soon as there's a loss that happens, we know what happens, or if 2 wins happen.
Yeah, and of course there is still the pride that you are going to be playing for. What Am I? The king without a crown, still fighting, still looking for a chance. And here we see the elusive deck that we saw earlier in the day from Makos. It's going for the PNZ version rather than the Bandle City version. We saw the sudden surge cut, and we're going to get the bans in here, and it looks like it was the discard aggro taken off, as well as the Targon version of Demacia. The champion strength that I think Alan had mentioned that was probably going to be the ban against What Am I throughout the day.
Yeah, and here Alan also said more likely that What Am I has a bit of an advantage here. However, because of the way that the decks are built here, is that there's a chance that their high roll for Makos is just able to take down What Am I, and it also depends, does he draw the champion strength?
Yeah, I was going to ask, is it possible that What Am I is looking at this and says, okay, I can't let them win a game. Discard aggro is historically one of the highest high roll decks in all of Legends of Runeterra. I can't coin flip that. I cannot take the risk that my opponent opens perfect. I lose one game, win the match, and I'm still out.
Yeah, so having to take, I've asked What Am I, when you're in situations like this, how do you decide to play the game? And he just said, I just play it like it's any other opponent, and I'm going to play against the deck that I see, and I'm going to play the best game that I can.
Speaking of Makos shaking his head at the mulligan, I can't tell if he's jamming out and listening to music or if he's looking at this opening hand.
I think he's jamming out. He looks like he's having a good time.
Makos knows that his tournament run is over. This is his last match of the World Championship, no matter what the outcome is. So he's just kind of have fun with it.
He's playing spoiler.
Yeah, he's just playing spoiler. And he's starting off aggressive.
And we don't really have a lot of setup here from What Am I.
There's no champion strength either, so no setup, no payoff. Okay, Shock Blast. Is this Heimer Jace? A Shock Blast on 3? Is that what we're looking at here? Prevent 6 damage?
Wow, he might have to here. That's...
Oh, it's going to be Assembly Line instead.
Okay.
What are the... I'm thinking about the Shock Blast and what we could be preserving it for, because obviously Gwen doesn't die to this spell. Face? Okay, yeah, face is the place.
It's definitely face, right? I mean, to me, generally, if you're able to play units before your spells, you want to do that. Even though it's a slow speed spell, I mean, just having the flexibility between going face, the units will always be doing the same trade. It makes a lot of sense to me.
So, something that I'm noticing here that I don't think came up at any other point in the day, and we maybe didn't expect to come up. Acorn in hand, 2 6-cost spells, a Jace that is 1 6-cost spell off of leveling. Does What Am I hold this back and play for the Jace level up? Is that a more realistic avenue to victory? Maybe getting a doubled up Shock Blast down the line?
Yeah, I think it also depends just what the draw looks like for the rest of the game, too. I mean, if you are not drawing your champion strength, you want to have a secondary win condition, and that Jace level up with the Shock Blast could definitely be it.
It could be, but like you mentioned, What Am I kind of late on units. Now, 2 Shock Blast in hand, certainly not ideal. And actually banking some spell mana rather than throwing out the Boom Baboon, but still no champion strength, and that's really the card we are looking for What Am I to top deck, because he has the Poro Cannon, and as we mentioned earlier, 2 elusive 1/1s and a champion strength is just lethal damage, and now Jace is leveled.
Yep, it's not fair in some ways, and the Vile Feast is one of your main ways of dealing with these Poro Cannons before they get that additional damage, so not having that fast reaction in the future could make a difference as well. And we'll go ahead and swing for a good amount of damage. I mean, we already have 3 Herald procs.
Yeah, I know that Kicker is looking back at this like 9 damage on turn 5. I wish I could deal 9 damage on turn 5 with my aggressive deck, but no answer from What Am I because of the way the priority sequencing played out. And just gonna actually gonna Poro Cannon the Flame Chompers to develop a blocker and take a little bit less.
Yeah, saving 4 HP and giving a bit more time, especially if you do end up going for that Jace win condition here. Of course, still wants to see the champion strength because that makes things a bit easier.
Yeah, and with how slow the hand from What Am I has been so far, I think this Opulent Foyer, which we saw cut from a lot of the red Gwen lists in favor of the Prodigy, actually might be what Makos is looking for. His units aren't really dying. He can just stack up those Hallowed triggers and continue to send in a Legion Rearguard or even just the Ghastly Band. Going wide here. What Am I? Still is the 6 mana, gonna tap just below it now.
And still developing and hoping to find that champion strength. Well, really, we are kind of seeing Makos gas out a little bit, but does have the Harrowing, and really, What Am I doesn't have a great answer to that in the future besides letting this board stay full is one of the ways to, to answer that pretty well.
And Makos still just jamming out. He's getting more and more into it as the game goes on. He's like, yeah, I'm picking up my wins.
I mean, you got the best part. So you got the spoiler. You get to determine the future.
I decide who moves on and who doesn't. And it's looking like Makos in a pretty good position to be the one who does decide whether or not What Am I gets to move on to the top 8 here.
Now's not a good time.
We'll only be taking 4 here, which is nice. This Foyer is getting some good value here, though.
I was a big fan of this card when it was spoiled. I really liked it as like a 1 or 2 of tech in the red Gwen, but I think Alan is right that the Prodigy just makes for a little bit of a better Ghastly Band generator, and it does make your Harrowings awkward, right? You're only ever going to get 4 spots because you're summoning a unit on top of having out this landmark.
And does find the Katarina, which is a little bit more gas that was needed. The Reckoner also not a bad addition either.
Boon the Boon coming down, but still no champion strength. And there's no draw power in here to even get to it. It's just completely up to the top deck from here until the end of the game, unless we can find Sump Dredger, Aloof Travelers, some weird draw cards in here.
And Jace is down, so that win condition that we were talking about earlier, I mean, there is another Jace in the deck, but there's Lux, there's Jace, there's Seraphine, but at this hand, double Shock Blast, a Boom Baboon.
With this build specifically, it feels like What Am I actually does have some other win conditions to play through. Like if you can get a Lux down and like throw out a Shock Blast, you actually do a very good job of controlling the board, but What Am I has just drawn all of the setup, all of the little go wide weenies, and not the payoff in the champion strength. There's a back-to-back, but that's not champion strength. Like you can play pretend, you can dress up as a cool buff spell, but you're not the game-ending one.
Imagine if you had a champion strength right here.
Oh, game over.
The game's just done.
Next.
It's it.
Go next.
And not having it once again. That's where we're talking about potentially holding it in the mulligan. Alan was talking about that earlier. It's that important. I like the Shock Blast here though. Puts on plenty of delay. And because there's no Gwen to continuously just chip away, snip, snip, snip at the Nexus, then you're pretty safe here as What Am I? But another Gwen, you know, a Harrowing, things can get dicey pretty quickly.
Trying to keep track of what's going to come out of this Harrowing if Makos does want to play it, and this Katarina is going to go into the death pool, which, I mean, Makos might even end up Harrowing just to get a Katarina back in hand.
Oh yeah, and just that pressure would be needed in a lot of cases here too. Because this hand, otherwise, yeah, you might just have to throw down that Harrowing.
I think it's Cat, a couple Phantom Butlers, you know, not the most impactful one, but now Makos has some really good setup cards in hand. We've got the Fallen Reckoner, got the Ruined Reckoner, just a full Reckoner party in the house. And now we can't block with our O2, so What Am I just going to send it straight into combat to push 7 damage, which not quite setting up for lethal on the next attack turn, but 12 mana is very important for What Am I. You have back-to-back as well as this Hex Gate that can really do some damage with the elusives that you have. The weenies may be finally paying off. I don't know if Makos can find the lethal here. It's certainly not out of the question, though.
And gets a little bit more cycle in the hand for What Am I, but of course, the Harrowed procs are getting procced here. I mean, and there's only 1 health blockers here too. I mean, does have the back-to-back in case there was, you know, a pump spell. There's Mark of the Isles available through the Telstones, for instance, but just not necessary at the time.
Yeah, and What Am I not in necessarily losing position this turn, right? Because while we look at this Ruined Reckoner that could come out from Makos, send another unit into combat. Once the Ruined Reckoner comes down, we can Shock Blast both units, and then, you know, there's no Overwhelm thing. But actually what's a big problem here is with the Overwhelm unit surviving, that'll give another Overwhelm unit if you kill it. Makos might still have this one, actually. It depends on what gets drawn off this Sump Dredger, because I think a Champion Strength still mixes things up a bit.
Oh yeah, Champion Strength is big, and oh, just another small unit.
Here comes the Reckoner. The Midnight Raid in hand. What Am I has the mana for the Shock Blast. You see him throw his head back there in frustration.
Yep, is going to have to use that, because I think you're correct where he didn't want to kill this Overwhelm unit. He doesn't want it to come back in the Harrowing, and now he's forced to play his hand now.
Yeah, he doesn't have any more removal, and as long as Makos throws down this Risen Reckoner and plays the Midnight Raid, Silverfuse, I think that's going to be lethal. I think the king without a crown, What Am I, will remain crownless again this year, do the opposite of Baya attack and not make it back after being our 4th place competitor from the 2021 World Championship. That's going to be Makos picking up the win here with the Red Gwen. And while the match still has more to go on, that is effectively the end of the World Championship for each of these players. And Makos just still jamming out to it.
I mean, congrats to Smooth Soloist. Soloist.
And Reroll.
And Reroll, yes. So congrats to them. I mean, really, that was a really tough group to be in. I mean, being that close and with so many great players in it. But wow, of course, What Am I just... This game has to be a bit hard knowing that your shot's over, but
when we talk about the mentality that these players have to get into, okay, yeah, you know, you don't want to get too excited, you still want to play, okay, you know, the top 8's not in my grasp yet, I still have to like focus on each individual game. Now, you're playing for nothing. what do you do from here? You still obviously, what am I essentially? You know, obviously still wants to play the beautiful game. He's here to get the experience on the world stage. Still going to play the absolute best that he can, and still not finding champion strength in the opening hand. Not the best that he can do.
Yeah, I mean, when I talked to him earlier, I talked to him about a week ago during preparation, and he told me, hey, there's a chance that I don't make it to top 8, that the cards don't go my way. That's how variance works, and that's something you have to deal with as a high-level card game player. Not every single time the best player will win, or whether it be for the whole tournament or for just groups. I'm not saying that, but the idea is that luck is part of the game, variance is part of the game, and you have to be accepting of that. I mean, you can play very clean and not find the cards you need and lose, and that's just how it goes.
I touched on this at the top of the day. We've seen, like, one of the biggest frustration points in Runeterra is when you don't draw your champions, and you play 6 of those, but now you're only playing 3 win conditions, and you don't really have supplementary win conditions aside from that. Granted, I think that game did change drastically if What Am I had found a Lux, you know, something that we can clear out the board with, put a little bit more pressure on, because he did have a good amount of 6-mana spells. So unfortunately, things just like not lining up for What Am I, and now Makos starting to get aggressive here. I got confused for a second because the weapons can be played with spell mana. I was like, wow, why isn't this 4-cost card going down off the Acorn? Why isn't Hell Cascade? But no, that's Dragon Lance, not actually a spell. And an Acorn from What Am I going to reduce the cost of either Hexbliterator back-to-back or Shock Blast?
Yeah, 3 very strong spells. Ooh, we have the Yuumi set up as well. But yeah, just kind of saying Draconic time, going to get value from Acorn, be able to trade into the other Acorn as well while keeping your Zoe safe and not needing to trade with her. I mean, it makes this Acorn not able to attack, really, is what I should say.
What Am I just passing it back over, you know, taking stock of the field and saying, I have 4 mana, I can't play anything here. And now, okay, hold on, we find a champion strength. This completely changes the pace of this game. What Am I might be looking at a turn 5 lethal.
Yeah, he very well could be. He can even develop here a little bit further as well.
It's kind of awkward though. So the issue is, because What Am I actually has the attack token on 5 on odds instead of 6, he's not going to have mana for the Ranger's Resolve alongside the Champion Strength, and there is Mystic Shot in Makos' hand. Suddenly, playing the PNZ version of this deck actually paying dividends over the Pokey Stick.
And what am I saying? Hey, you know, I'm just going to get rid of the Zoe. It's got a Yuumi on it. It's, you know, takes away a lot of value, but we know in the hand, Pale Cascade was the reduction here.
And I think I like What Am I not setting up for the champion strength here, because you know that Makos has a super cool star chart. If you play your win condition and then suddenly get hit with a Crescent Strike into a couple of blockers, you suddenly no longer have a win condition. This is the thing that you've been chasing the entire World Championship, the card that you built your entire lineup around, 9 of them. You find one, you cannot afford to just throw it away.
Yep. And there's some cases where you only need a couple cards, but in this case, you need a little bit more to push that damage through. And as well as not getting blown out by the Mystic Shots.
And Zoe ticking up, you know, it's actually been so long since I've seen Yuumi that we were so quick to get her out of the Pantheon deck. We put Yuumi in and we were like, man, I cannot wait to take Yuumi out of my deck. Please print other champions. And now Pantheon's made the rounds. He's had a few different partners, but finally nice to see Yuumi back in.
Oh, is it though?
It's nice because only one player brought it, and I only have to watch it today. That is why it is nice.
One of. Yeah, she's gone after this. Don't worry. She won't be returning.
Yeah, it's like catching up with an old friend. Like, I'm fine bumping into you at the store. I don't want to invite you over. Like, I'm fine with the 5-minute we say hello and then part ways again for another 5 years. That's how I feel about
you
Yuumi.
Again, but I don't really want to talk
It's nice seeing you. Don't call. Lose my number.
And What Am I has developed a pretty strong board here once you do have the champion strength, but of course not going to be on this attack and has to wait for another attack in the next turn as well. So is it going to come down on time is the question. I mean, might be able to make a trade happen back to back, but there are 4 elusive units, and you only have 1.
What Am I has options next turn as well between like blocking with back-to-back or using the Hexbliterator, and I like using the Hexbliterator on the Zoe specifically. Get that champion off the board, don't let her level, but also it will kill Yuumi. And actually, you know, this is the first time I think we've ever gotten to talk about this. You cannot attach a unit and equip a weapon. You can only do one of the two. And so if you're wondering, maybe why Makos isn't suiting up the Zoe to the moon, it's because the Yumi's there. We can't have the weapon and the Yumi.
Yep, and there is another weapon. This elusive board is more what Makos was looking for when he made this elusive deck.
This is exactly what
this is exactly when we haven't really seen it fire quite the way he's wanted it to today, but this is it. This is what this deck is supposed to do.
And even with that, when we're going aggressive, we're gonna Sleepy Trouble Bubble the Acorn. This certainly has to be the Hexbliterator, whether it's onto the Zoe or the Acorn. I imagine Zoe is gonna be the target here, not just the largest unit, but the one, that has the Yumi attached to it. You get a 2-for-1 deal here.
And there is the Hexbliterator onto the Zoe, as stated before, hoping to obliterate her and the Yumi. Goodbye, Yumi. The last time we get to see her.
It's still 12 damage, though, and honestly, I think that this might be one of those decks. So, you see it a lot with Burn. You don't have to beat the deck, you have to outlast the deck. And if What Am I wants to go for a champion strength here with, a couple copies of Flame Chompers to clear out the board, that might be enough to just win the game. Or it could be lethal here as well.
Oh yeah, this is a lot of damage coming through, and despite the Mystic Shot, that's still...
Ranger's Resolve!
Yeah, the Ranger's Resolve too, yep. This is what Am I has been looking for this entire tournament, well, especially the previous game.
I'm looking at the player cam still. Makos still jamming out. When What Am I played the Ranger's Resolve, he's like, ooh, I'm nasty with it. Just able to protect it, and I haven't mathed it out because I'm so good at math, I don't need to math it out. This is going to be lethal.
Yeah. Too much to block. And
Makos...
What Am I still happy with that win. We'll see if he can take the next game as well.
We see What Am I saying one more, which makes sense. When you're in this situation, I think what you want to know, he might not know, but even if he does, you're in the situation where you want to have some agency over it. You want to know, even if I was out after losing one game, would I have won the match anyway? Because you can't be too upset if you're like, okay, yeah, I only have to, I just have to 2-0, and then you get 2-0, and it's like, okay, well, that was never going to happen anyway then. So the fact that we are going into a Game 3, What Am I still, playing to see how this event would have played out had the tiebreakers not gone the way that they did.
Yeah, and we'll have to see if it's all coming down to this champion strength card every single time. Did he draw it? Did he not?
Yeah, and we saw this a little bit earlier. What Am I actually banned Smooth's Bandle City champion strength deck, but I wanted to draw a comparison between them because Smooth Swolus is playing Poppy, while What Am I has gone for Heimerdinger, and I feel like one of the big strengths of the Bandle tree was that, Poppy was a secondary win condition. You can just go wide and go to the moon.
Yeah, that was actually something that I asked him about while he was preparing. He actually had Poppy Nora as his list, and he was like, I really don't like the way Poppy feels in here because paying 4 mana for her doesn't feel great, but at the same time, I really like having an alternate win condition. So I think he expected the field to have a bit more value, so instead he went for this later game with the Heimerdinger instead, just being able to fill the board that way, and I personally think the Fizz is a really good touch. We didn't really get to see it be capitalized on today, but I like it.
So we finally have champion strength in the opening hand for What Am I here in game number 3, but not as much setup as the previous games, right? No one drops this time around, and we're actually going to lose our Bandle Commando as we don't have the mana for the Sharp Sight to protect it, and that's really going to slow down, the train of hungry Owlcats that we wanted to put out.
Yeah, and we'll see this, the Drunk. I love that card, I just love portals. I love seeing the random stuff. I love seeing the Xenotype researchers from earlier. It just creates so many exciting moments. And we do have that Sharp Sight too to go ahead and take care of the Zoe.
But Makos has a second Zoe.
Hey.
Maybe the Sleepy Trouble Bubble was something that was actually valued, and we actually see this this Purifying Flames ticking down continuously through Acorn.
I mean, for 2 mana, that's a pretty great card.
Grandfather Fake. Okay, so some more wide options available for What Am I, and it is important to note that actually, with the Sleepy Trouble Bubble gone, even if Makos has the second Zoe, it might have been more about taking out that kill spell for the Heimerdinger.
And earlier, Alan was talking about how this deck for Makos can high roll, and this kind of option here, if What Am I didn't have the champion strength, I would be saying, wow, this is looking pretty nuts with the Zoe and the buffs with her. So, I mean, I'm seeing exactly what Alan was talking about.
Yeah, meanwhile, the hand actually kind of late for Makos at this point. Celestial Blessing getting picked up. And a Chime going on to Zoe. Now a 5/5. Oh, hey, what's that indeed? What are you doing here this big?
Yeah, I mean, That's not what she usually looks like.
No, this is similar to how I'm tired of seeing Yuumi. I'll run into her in the 2-for-1 aisle. Apparently I'm running into Zoe at the gym.
Yeah, she has been getting quite swole throughout the days, but I personally still love Zoe. I'm not, she could come hang out at my place.
As long as she doesn't bring Lisa in. I'm kind of glad they broke up, honestly. They were a little too good for each other. It was kind of annoying, so the fact that they've split up, I'm pretty happy with, actually.
They just couldn't stop talking about each other.
There's always Lisa and Lisa. I'm sick of Lisa and Zoe. When are you going to hang out with Yuumi again? You guys, such a lovely pair, and now what am I? Down to just 8, but now we are on the champion strength turn, and even top-decking another unit.
Yeah, it has the Otterpuss. We'll still have enough mana to play the Ranger's Resolve.
Gonna preemptively Rangers, then throw down the Otterpuss, attune back to 8 mana.
To prank.
And I don't mind this.
It's fine.
There is Mystic Shot in the list, so you protect all of your 2 health. You actually, everything but the Otterpuss here protected from the Mystic Shot in the face of the champion strength. So that was actually, it might seem a little silly, but I think that was proper sequencing by What Am I?
And we are seeing what you talked about earlier, the Crescent Strike, being able to put a pause on some of these units attacking.
A couple of units taken off the board, and honestly, your attacks are not looking good into Zoe. Could trade onto 2 units, which, yeah, What Am I? Definitely not happy to see that one, especially given that this is the singular win condition of the deck. We mentioned how you can't afford to throw this one away, and this one has not been thrown away. It is going to do a lot of damage to Makos' board, but it is not going to win the game like you need it to.
Yeah, and the Zoe will still be taking a good chunk of damage as well. I mean, the second attack, this is only the first attack.
Yeah, I think the Zoe might even... The question is, do you want to trade the Zoe, or do you just want to keep it around as a 6-1?
Yeah, that's definitely a tough one here.
Okay, switching it around, and then, playing the Celestial Blessing, so going to be able to take out this unit.
Yep, and Makos does have the Pale Cascade if needed, but won't be for this attack at least.
No, and could just go down to 1 here, but it looks a little more likely that we might be throwing away our Zoe. You can just go to 1, right? Let me look at this list real quick. Is there any burn? There's Pokestick.
Pokestick.
There's Pokestick. Do you want to go to 1?
Nope.
You only need the Zoe to live though, right? You can actually throw Acorn under the bus here.
Oh yeah, Acorn has done its job.
You can throw Esmus under the bus. You can actually throw 2 units under the bus. You can live at 13 and then just take this Zoe and this 2/4 Esmus home, but Makos wants to stay a little bit wider than that.
He wants to go for the win next turn.
And whether or not What Am I knew that they were out of the tournament after that game 1 loss Silverfuse, it looks like it wouldn't have mattered in the end. What Am I going to go 1 and 2 in the group and will be solidly eliminated from the World Championship. Going to have to wait a little bit longer for that tournament win that I know Casanova has really been waiting for this player. That the entire Legends of Runeterra community has been waiting for this player to pick up.
Yeah, and I still believe that one day he's going to get it. I don't think the story is over
his
yet.
First top that it's a matter of when, not if. But congratulations to Makos, jamming out, also going 1 and 2 in the group. Saying that you did as well as What Am I is a pretty big accomplishment for the tournament, especially.
Yeah, we've had 2 cases where no one's come out with just a 3-0. Everyone's gone 2-1.
Yeah, actually, Baya losing to Kaiser in the final hour as well. Reroll losing to Smooth. Yeah, no 3-0, so it kept it tight until the end, but that does mean that both of these players have been eliminated, as we mentioned, and Smooth, Swallowist, and Reroll, your Group D representatives moving into the top 8. And Silverfuse, do you have anything that you want to say before we throw it back to the analyst desk to break down the entire day of day 1 of the World Championship?
We saw first game, no champion strength expected, but the third game, the one that at least What Am I felt like was the big one, we saw the champion strength and still wasn't able to quite get there through. So, the 1-2, it feels a bit better than going 2-1 and not being able to make it.
Yeah, we at least avoid that heartbreaking final moment, but it is heartbreaking to be eliminated no matter how you do it, and we are going to send it over to our analyst desk to run you through it all.
Thank you so much for bringing us through that last match of action. And now we're at the end of the day, and we know the 4 players that are going to be moving on, but we've got to talk about that final match because it was still like a hard-fought battle from both players.
Champion strength, baby. It gives, it takes.
That was given it.
Live and die by it. We were saying it before we went in, is can he find his strength? Can he find his champion strength? And the answer was no, he could not find it in that important first match. And then at the end, he did find it, but there was, an interesting deck list from Makos that had ways to kind of survive and then was able to counterattack with the elusives.
Yeah, we really got a good showcase of what he was trying to go for all throughout today, right? We saw the Acorn discounting Purifying Flames, hitting more elusives, Draconic Bands landing. It was exactly what he had been trying to do this whole time, and it popped off, right? I think that when you're playing so many games, these round robins over the course of the entire game, you're shuffling the cards and trying one more time, you can see the highs and lows of every player's lineup.
I just want to take a moment to appreciate that Watermire brought a very unique lineup. No one else brought. He had the confidence, and we got to see something very unique, and I just want to appreciate.
Yeah, it's been amazing to watch all of the players throughout today, but these are your 4 players that will be moving on to compete in the final bracket on Saturday. We've got Baya and Maddie24 Mayo making it out of Group C, and for Group D, it is Reroll and Smooth Swallowist. What do you think about these players making it out? Is this what you expected?
It's not what I expected entirely, right? Reroll, absolutely expected to get through. Baya expected him to get through. Smooth Swallowist, know he's a fantastic player, but being in that group with Watermire, I did have expectations that Watermire would make it out. But Smooth getting through is still this is a strong player. He deserves to be here, and it's exciting to see him move on.
Yeah, these players are here to demonstrate that they belong, right? We've been following a lot of these players for a long time. We know how much they've prepped and how much they've struggled, but this is the best opportunity for a player that we might have been doubting a little bit to show us that you should have been paying attention to me the entire time. And Smooth Swallowist popping off with the Silence and Suppress technology, the Widowed Huntress technology, just being that little half step ahead of the metagame, paying off here. And Baya also popping off along with Mayo.
Listen, I was a doubter in 12 weapons Vayne Aatrox. Now I'm a believer.
Okay. There were some really interesting things that we got a chance to see from not only the player, but also the lineup. And we have Smooth Swallowist online with us. And I just want to say, first of all, Smooth Swallowist, congratulations on making it to the final day. How are you feeling right now after such a long day of competition?
Oh, I feel absolutely amazing. Obviously the Watermire game, that went a bit bad, understandable, but I pulled it back, and times were just been amazing. I couldn't look at the stream without having a million copy pastors about me on this. Every time I looked at it, it was, nah man, how could I ever not win then? It was amazing, it was.
It's been so awesome to watch you play the entire day, but just even over the course of the season, what has it meant to you to qualify for the World Championships, and also knowing now you are one step closer?
Obviously a lot, right? It does feel amazing. Even just qualifiers going 5-0, that felt kind of amazing. Even before that, I had so much community support. There were so many people just setting me up, good luck and stuff. It was how could I ever not win then? It was, it's amazing.
And I also had a quick question for you, Smooth. The Widowed Huntress and that Silence and Suppress, where did that tech originate? It popped off so hard for you, and we were very impressed how it smooths out these weapon decks.
The Huntress, I feel this card is relatively obvious, but the Silence and Suppress, that got a funny story. My man Ace, Ace Bombasticus 7, always a bit of a, always puts his funny cards in the decks. He puts his card in there. All of my other teammates were "Bro, please card this card, man. There's no fucking way I want. There's no way I want this card." But I had to keep it for the emotional thing, right? I keep this card my friend put in my deck, on the way for my anime character arc, I had to keep this card. And look how much it paid off. How good was this card? It was
Smooth,
really
a quick one
good.
for me. I complimented every time I've seen Huntress. It's an amazing choice on top of the Reroll of Ikatia. It makes a perfect sense with all the 12 weapons. But the question, how many iterations of the deck before you landed on that one, on the Vayne Aatrox?
Honestly, there weren't many. There was just, it's relatively close to the first list Ace made at the beginning, you know? Ace made this, was like, you know, that seems kind of good. I was playing it, changed some cards, but like, honestly, most of the cards were basically just there. Like, some of the cards were like changed around, like the Darken weapons at the beginning were some others, like your Lodestone was a bit more often in there. And then we realized that like the Freljord one, this Freljord one's actually the best weapon in the game. Like this weapon's absolutely amazing, in Aatrox deck at least. And like Lodestone was kind of bad, so we obviously cut to one. Like sometimes it's kind of okay, I guess. Like with War of Icassia, it's kind of good, but other than that, it wasn't that good.
I wanted to ask you about this format overall, right? This is the first time we've launched a new expansion with a tournament, and it is with the World's Final. Were you, stressed out over this prep? Were you excited about the lineup building? Was this a prospect that was you felt you would excel in, or were you worried about this format?
I mean, I was a bit worried, obviously, but I was really hyped about it. Like, I think the format is really cool. It's like, it makes for amazing content. Like, I thought this was really cool. And I was excited for it. Like, I would say I'm pretty good at rating cards, actually. Deck building, I'm not sure about that one, but, I'm good at rating cards. And it's like, was good enough, right? I feel like my decks were just kind of better than my opponents. So, like, it worked out, At least the 8-box deck, It felt better than my opponents,
Yeah, we could definitely see that not only in the creativity of your deck builds, but also in just how you played today. So once again, congratulations for moving forward. Smooth, do you have any words you'd like to say for the people that are supporting you right now watching the stream?
I mean, I said a lot. Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Like, literally every single one who was, like, believing in me. Every message in chat, man. Like, you guys are amazing. And obviously, shout out to my team, DKG, all my prep group for Worlds, like, Chem, Samsons, Douglas, like, all of you. Caesar, and obviously Ace Bombastico, like, you're actually the GOAT. So, let me never forget the silence and suppress tech, okay? I know you will never do that, but you can brag about that forever, okay? It's like.
Yeah, I think he's definitely going to be taking that one to the books for sure. But Smooth Swallowus, thank you so much again for joining us on the broadcast, and best of luck in the final day of competition.
Oh, thanks for having me. I was always glad to make interviews, man. Interviews are amazing. So, yeah, see you.
Oh, I love that. He's a great interviewer, too. Like, I feel like we got so much cool insight on just what it takes to even be prepared at a stage like this, and especially when there's a new expansion involved. We were talking at the top of the day at how there's so many different ways that you could really build a lineup. Go with comfort, go with creativity, and I feel like there was a mixture of both here.
7 days, 3 decks, and you have to consider what everyone else will bring. That's a very short time.
You can still feel the energy and nerves on him, right? Like, you could just, like, feel him shaking in his voice, the excitement. He's so happy that he made it there. He's so excited for the next days, but also just the nerves that had to be pumping through him. He owes Ace Bombastic so much for that silence and suppress. That silence and suppress that he put in that deck is worth so much money. Yeah. It is a crazy amount of money that card was worth.
He's got this I think, such a strong confidence boost from this point, absolutely. Right? And over the course of the day, he was one of the most animated players we saw down in the face cam in the corner, just vibing, having a great time playing these decks. You can tell that he's not just excited about the competition, but as we all are here at the desk, just so happy to be part of this whole production. And he really made day one a treat.
There were so many different incredible moments from day number 1, but if you had to pick one, what was your favorite? Go.
I mean, silence and suppress is one of them. It was just press 1 mana, win the game, straight up. I don't know. I mean, I think that's like my favorite.
I like the beatdown from Kicker's Sun Disc.
That's a good one.
When somebody blows up the Sun Disc, they think that they're safe. The Sun Disc player is like, oh no, I don't have a win condition, but just immediately pivoting to that aggressive lineup and showcasing the power of Rock Bear Shepherd. Just mwah.
I mean, that was a Rock Bear with right hook, a Rock Bear with left hook, and then he's gone.
I think For me, all the buildup of champion strength and it not showing up,
right.
and it's finally Boulevard sitting there, and then having just a turn 5, just like, oh, that's like 40 damage? Okay, like, there's a reason we're talking about this, but it didn't end up being a dominant force. It just, when it showed up, it was like, okay, yeah, that's why people think this card is broken, right?
I mean, you guys all make great points, and I want to thank you all so much for sharing your insight and also covering all of the action, especially with Boulevard and Silverfuse as well. But that's it for day number 1, and we may just get champion strength yet because we still have another day of group stage to take you through as we follow the round robins happening in groups A and B tomorrow. So we got a whole other 12 matches happening here to see what other 4 players will be joining the 4 that have moved on today and our final bracket on day number 3. So we cannot wait to see you there. Thank you so much for tuning in with us live from Runeterra. We will see you guys tomorrow for day number 2 of the 2022 Legends of Runeterra World Championships. Good night.
Some of the players we're really looking out for, and Baya gonna start it off with a victory. There's the Katarina level up. Gwen just gonna snip away the first win. Reroll gonna take an early lead in Group D.
Yeah, Kaiser going down to kicker A here in this match. But Smooth Swallow is going to take it 1-0 or 2-0 rather over Makos here. Clean, very excited.
They're doing math here in the World Championships. We just got breaking news. The players are performing mathematics.
Hey.
And there it is. Reroll. And there is the surrender from Reroll. Smooth Swallow was incredibly satisfied with his gameplay. We can see there.
And a hard-fought victory from Kicker. Managed to stay in it so much longer than we really thought he had any right to. And 1 HP, 1 damage away. We see Maddie celebrating there on camera.